The Utilita Bowl, where it is the penultimate round of championship fixtures in the 2024 season. Yes, we are that close to the end of this domestic campaign. It is Hampshire against Worcestershire, Division 1. We've had the toss. Hampshire have won it and decided to bat. And we're on for a few minutes before the start of the game, so we can run through the team news and what have you. Your commentary team today, a little later. Simon Hughes, the analyst, is here. Also, Emily Windsor, Southern Vipers batter, and acting captain from the weekend is here. But it's myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Hereford and Worcester, it's our very best friend, Dave Bradley. Dave, how are you?
Good morning, Kev. I would hate to see who your worst friend was if I'm your best friend.
Well, you're my only friend.
Oh, okay, all right, yeah. Well, I don't see you very often, so that's probably why.
That's right.
Yeah, pleasure to be here. What a morning. There's a song that the choir sing, "My Lord, what a morning," and "My Lord, what a morning." Gorgeous, isn't it? I was up and about earlier, went for a bit of a walk. There was a bit of a nip in the air, and then the sun's out and burning the mist away. My dad used to call these hop picking mornings, because that's when they pick the hops on mornings like this.
Right. If we're in Kent, of course, that would be even more relevant.
Yeah, they don't pick. Well, certainly don't pick hops in Worcestershire and Herefordshire much these days. But
it's all cider, isn't it?
Yeah, but the hop thing disappeared. So.
All right.
Yeah.
All gone.
Teams are on the way in the middle.
Yes. Now, as our guests, you should run through the team.
Thank you.
Because you've had two changes since the game against Warwickshire.
Yeah. Jack Home is left out, and Matthew Waite isn't playing, which I'm a bit surprised, but that's probably for the balance of the team. Worcestershire team, Brett Oliver is captain, Jake Libby, Gareth Roderick keeping wicket, Kashif Ali, Rob Jones, Adam Hose, Ethan Brooks, Logan Van Beek, Tom Taylor, Joe Leach and Amar Verdi. So, and Hampshire pretty much as one change.
Yeah, one change from the side that drew with Kent last week. In comes off-spinner Felix Organ and out goes seam bowler Brad Wheel. So they are Toby Albert, Fletcher Middleton, Nick Gubbins, James Vince the captain, Ben Brown the keeper, Liam Dawson, Felix Organ, Tom Prest, James Fuller, Kyle Abbott and Mo Abbas.
So that team, does that give you the idea that it might turn a bit?
Well, interesting. It would suggest that is the case because there's two spinners in Liam Dawson and Felix Organ. Your team changes, would that suggest that?
It would, yeah, because Verdi is in, and of course Brett Oliveira can tweak it a bit as well. So, yeah, maybe they're thinking the same thing.
So we shall see. This is third against sixth,
yeah. But it's all very tight, isn't it? I mean, end of season scramble for points, you know. Worcestershire could finish fourth. Still, in theory, they could be in the relegation. Well, they are. You could say they're in the relegation battle, but there'd have to be some very strange results for them to be. Lancashire would have to sort of win everything and get every bonus point, and Notts do pretty much the same.
You're 40 points.
Yeah.
Above safety.
Yeah.
You should be all right.
Yeah. Oh, you'd think so, but you know, it's a strange game, this cricket, as you well know.
Well, as we all know.
Joe Leach is going to open up.
Yeah.
From the pavilion end.
A mainstay of the Worcestershire seam bowling attack for a long time now.
Yeah, only for another 2 games. Bowling to Albert, whose forward pushes away on the offside. Into the covers where Logan Van Beek is the fielder there. This is penultimate game, retiring at the end of the season. Been a great servant to Worcestershire cricket. If it's 5:30 on a hot day and the opposition are 300 for 1, he'll still run in and give it everything. A wholehearted cricketer, I would say.
Yeah.
4 slips in place, and that comes back into Albert, who leaves it probably on length. It was going over the top, but it certainly appeared to zip back in. We have many screens here to look at. Far too many for me. I mean, I struggle at home with the telly, you know.
Do you?
Yeah. I still
seeing it?
Well, I still get up and turn it over, mate. I can't do them buttons. It's too much for
Do
me.
you press it in for ITV and press it in?
That's it. Leach in and Albert forward this time solidly plays up to mid-on. Yeah.
Have you still got a black and white licence?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because years ago, if you brought younger listeners will wonder what on earth they're on about already this morning after 3 balls. But if you bought a black and white telly, your licence was cheaper. So my dad said he was going to buy a black and white dog because he thought the dog licence would be cheaper. How true that was, I don't know. Back to the cricket. Leach is in, bowls. Albert is forward, pushing away. Just backward a square on the leg side. Picks up a single. And the scoreboard is on its moving. The scorers, by the way, get very upset if somebody's out for a duck and they say he didn't trouble the scorers because they've had to write his name down and put everything in and he's out. So they have to. So he does trouble the scorers. As much as if he'd scored 50, I suppose.
Probably more so.
He or she, I should say, shouldn't I?
If it's a short innings, it's probably more so. If
Yeah.
you work out the input per minute,
Yeah.
it works out more if you're out first ball
Yeah.
because you've had to put the name.
Fletcher Middleton facing for the first time this morning. Good carry through to the wicketkeeper, Gareth Roderick. Always difficult, I find, on grounds this big to work out how many people are in. I mean, if you took this crowd and put it in Worcester or Derby or maybe Northampton,
It shut the gates.
I don't think there's that many here, man. Leach in again. And Middleton is forward. Big appeal. No movement from the umpires. 'Tis he who would decide such things. Got the replay coming up. We can have a quick look at and good shout.
It is a good show.
Yeah. Maybe a bit early in the day. 5
Well,
o'clock he might have got that one.
There probably is that. But I think,
Yeah.
to be fair to him, he got quite well forward. It didn't look like it was going over the top, did it?
No, maybe did a bit too much. End of the first over, and Hampshire won without loss, having won the toss and decided about Tom Taylor's going to bowl.
He had a good game last game, didn't he?
He
against Warwickshire, 6 for 28.
Yeah,
Warwickshire's
career best.
first innings.
Yeah,
Last played here for Northamptonshire a couple of years ago.
yeah, would be. Yeah, he's been around a bit. Tom, he sort of did the East Midlands tour before he.
Yeah, obviously doesn't like going out the East Midlands. This must be quite hard for him.
Yeah.
So here he is from our commentary end, the northern end, bowling to Toby Albert, who's well forward, plays that out behind square, and there is no run. It is a beautiful day, it has to be said. When you get days like this in September, you think the season could go on forever.
It's a day of days, isn't it? Just a few wispy clouds in the distance, and apart from that,
Yes, it's beautiful. Both these teams come into this game in pretty good form. Worcestershire having won 3 of their last 4, and actually unbeaten in their last 4. Hampshire unbeaten in their last 8, with 4 wins. So it could be first versus second this in another year. That's outside the off-stump, and that's left alone. But
yeah. There was a few everybody gets them, don't they? A few games at the start of the season that Worcestershire might have won. Going into the last day, Edgbaston, Trentbridge, maybe a chance of winning, and the weather intervened. But everybody has that during the season, don't they? And then
it evens itself out.
yeah, then there's the game you might have lost if it hadn't rained. So
That's right.
yeah,
That's right. So Taylor's right arm over. He's got 4 slips. He's bowling to Albert, who's forward. So Hampshire 1 without loss, having won the toss. 1 change, Felix Organ for Brad Wheel. 2 changes in the Worcestershire lineup. No Matthew Waite and Jack Home from their last game against Warwickshire, which was drawn at New Road.
he's had a bit of a niggle, Matthew Waite, so maybe that
Is he?
has recurred.
Yeah. Joe Leach. So Joe Leach didn't play the last game.
He
Was
didn't.
that-
No.
Was
He
that
was-
a bit of a?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's playing with a bit of a knee problem, but he's the sort of bloke who'll
Keep going, won't he?
take a tablet.
Taylor bowls off the back foot. Good quick single out into the covers. 2 without loss now, Hampshire. So penultimate round, we're getting to that point in the season, aren't we, where we get a little sad.
Yeah.
And things are wrapping up.
What's Milton's poem? Seasons of mists and mellow fruitfulness. Yeah. But to be honest, I love this time of year. If it wasn't the fact that winter followed it, it would be good. If this was spring, this would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah.
Or if it stayed like this for 3 months.
Yeah. Stay like this till Christmas.
I think you can pop over the channel and go to France. You can extend the summer by a month.
Yeah, but
To the south. Here's Taylor. Oh, that's a good leave. That's nipped back. Good leave by Middleton, that one.
there's not much cricket in France, is there?
Not a lot.
No.
But if you want a few more sunny days, then you can extend it into October. So went to the second over of the morning. Not a bad crowd, actually. I know you were talking about the crowd, but
There's a lot underneath us here.
yeah, there is. Yeah, they love it over here. It's the sunny part of the ground. Taylor bowls. That's a good length ball, and again Middleton is forward, playing that out to mid-on. So 2 overs gone. Hampshire are 2 without loss. We mentioned Worcestershire. They look as though they're okay. That wasn't the case, was it, a few weeks ago? But it's a good run of results that we've been talking about has certainly eased any problems they have. Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire would have a few more problems, although Warwickshire's only just behind you. I don't think they'll be all right. Nottinghamshire are the ones that would be sweating a little bit, as they're only 11 points above second from bottom Lancashire.
They won at Durham, Worcestershire, which was a good win, but the win at Essex, I think, was the one that really gave them a massive boost. Leach is in, bowls, just turned away down towards fine leg. That's going to go away for 4. Nice flick off the pads from Albert. He goes to 6. He's got all 6 of Hampshire's runs so far this morning. And there's a helmet coming on, is that right? Yeah. Helmet coming on, so wicketkeeper Roderick is going to stand up, forcing the batsman back into his crease.
Good move.
Is the theory.
Good move.
We are just, where are we? 1, 2, 3, 4 pitches to the right of the middle, would you say, as we look up the ground from towards the pavilion. So relatively central. Bigger boundary towards the nursery ground, but still, compared to some of the boundaries that have been seen in T20 cricket this season, where I think even I could clear the boundary in some of those at my great age. Leach to Albert with the keeper stood up, forward, pushed away, trickles out into the covers, or more towards mid-off. Dolliver is the fielder. A feather floats by us. What's the film where the feather floats by? Forrest Gump. It is, isn't it?
Is that right?
The feather comes down, yeah.
For what reason?
I don't know, not sure really. Is it that or something American Pie? I don't know. Sorry folks, I'm rambling already. Got 4 days of this. Next ball from Leach. Forward. Push to cover point. Van Beek is the fielder. A few latecomers making their way in, probably, even though this is the second 10:30 game of the season. Some still get confused. Maybe the buzz, the local buzz, don't leave till 9:45, so don't get them here on time. Leach to Albert, who's forward. That's wrapping the pad, but not too much enthusiasm from the slips, as it's going down leg, one would have thought. A strangled appeal. We've got strange buzzing in our...
Yes,
It's like
apologies if you're hearing that.
It's like a wasp in our headphones.
I've already had a couple of emails about it, so apologies. It's I will explain in a minute.
Sorry folks. Leach in, Albert forward, plays out to mid-on.
Neil Prowse has already emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He's on the ground. It's not great. Sound quality also from Dave, who's on the roof terrace at the far end of the ground. Also, David Jelly is also saying that it's not great. Can I just say that when I arrived this morning, the kit here was all over the place from the T20 International, and I tried to piece it back together again.
Leach bowls, and Albert turns this one way down towards fine leg. Probably be a couple here. Verdi comes around to field from fine leg. 2 more it is. End of the over, 10 without loss. Hampshire, no great alarms so far. One loud appeal for LBW. Confident appeal for LBW that was confidently turned down. Yes, sorry about the actual sound quality, and sorry about the quality of the commentary as well, which is probably not great, but you know, it's we're not enhancing the buzzing sound. We're not making it sound better, so we'll do our best, folks.
Of course, we always do.
You wouldn't believe what we have to do sometimes. You ever do commentary at Colchester?
Fortunately, fortunately, yes.
Oh,
I nearly said unfortunately. We had to put the
Yeah.
wire in up the pole.
yeah, it's interesting.
You had to have as at Taylor, length ball to Middleton, you had to have a degree in pole climbing.
Yeah, well, you have to stand on 2 chairs to put the thing in, and then the actual. Sorry about this, please. It's BBC technology. The actual commentary point is behind the side screen, so you have to get a long cable and move. Then you have to get a cable for some power. Anyway, we're mumbling on. We love doing it. Don't get us wrong. We're very enthusiastic, but some places are just better than others.
Yeah, we'll get there. Here's Taylor again, and it's a little fuller this time, and that's pushed into the gap through extra cover. They'll pick up 2. And Middleton will move on off his mark. Actually, he's off the mark for the first time this morning, off the 5th ball that he's faced. And Hampshire are 8 without loss. So there are several ways that you can pick us up from this game. BBC Sports Online, via the BBC Cricket website and app. We are also on the live picture feed. That's going out from the Hampshire Cricket website and the free-to-download app. That's also going back to the Worcestershire Cricket website. We're also in-ground commentary via your earpiece, which apparently at the moment doesn't sound great, but that's a technical problem. That's not me and Dave, although it might be. That's driven up towards wide mid-off, and there is no run.
No ball.
Ooh. So Tom Taylor, we mentioned earlier, had picked up 6 wickets in his last game. Just look at 23 wickets for him at 21 apiece this year.
Yeah.
This is only his 6th match in the championship.
Yeah, he struggled at the start. And in the T20 he was bowling the death overs as well. He's not really a death overs bowler. I'm not sure that did him a lot of good, but yeah, he's yeah.
Oh, that's a good ball. Just pitched and straightened and bounced on Middleton, who's prodding forward.
Yeah, he's done okay. He's done all right. Boy's done good. I'm just trying to find him on my sheet. Yeah, 5. So this is his 6th. Yeah. 23 at 21. Nathan Smith, who was proved to be a very good signing. He 27 wickets at 21. Ben Allison, who only played a couple of games.
So the ball all dry, but it's a thick outside edge. It's along the ground. It's racing away down to 3rd at the far end of the ground, and that will be 4 runs. And Hampshire move on to 16 without loss.
Ben Allison, who was at New Road on Sunday, National Clubs final, Northern against Brentwood, and he played for Brentwood and did rather well because he's a full-time cricketer. I mean, there were some good players playing anyway. You know, they'd all played around some national counties and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, he did very well. Which Brentwood won by 9 wickets, but it wasn't as easy as that. I didn't think so. Yeah, it's a good game.
Okay.
Between the showers.
There's Taylor again. Bowls. That's a little wider of off stump, and Middleton can let that one go by. So 16 without loss. Albert has 8. Middleton has 6. Hampshire's regular opening partnership now, with Ali Orr having been injured for so long. He is on the comeback trail. Has been playing recently. Bit of club cricket. I'm not sure if he's played. I think he has played a second team game or 2. Somebody was telling me last week. but not quite fit enough to reclaim his place. Although, to be fair, Toby Albert has done a good job. Been promoted up the order. Bowled! First wicket of the morning, and Fletcher Middleton pushing forward. Ball clattering into the stumps. Hampshire 16 for 1.
Little bit of movement, I think, for Taylor. Got a replay coming up. Yeah, got a bit squared up, a little bit of a way, and off he goes. Early success for Worcestershire. They talking to 1 or 2. They thought, might be a bowler's wicket, but who knows? We've heard that so many times.
So 16 for 1. Fletcher Middleton out for 6. Nick Gubbins will be the new man in.
Skippered the team at Worcester in the 50 over.
Yes.
Yeah. Very helpful young man. He actually, because we often struggle getting teams lineups before starting games, and he was very helpful and said a few words as well. So,
oh, good.
Yeah, very pleasant young man.
Good. Yes, he's a good lad. It's Hampshire's number 3, who scored just over 670 runs this season at 51. So a pretty healthy average.
It's interesting looking at those batting averages and comparing them. Hampshire got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, although Barker's only played 4 games, but they got 5 players over 50, averaging over 50. Whereas I think Worcestershire have only got 1. Only Kashif Ali has averaged over 50. So, which probably tells us a lot about each team's season, doesn't it? Hampshire have been scoring a lot of runs, and Worcestershire to an extent haven't.
Yeah, it's quite interesting, really, because it doesn't feel a season having 5 players averaging 50 or more for some reason. I don't know why. I'm not sure that's probably the right way of putting it, but they've been steady this year. There's no doubt about it, and I think certainly it helped up top. You've now got a couple of openers that average 30 plus, whereas in the past both openers have averaged in the 20s. So I guess that's helped. When you look at it that way, Hampshire, I think, can say for sure that it's been a good season with the bat.
Yeah. Leach starting a new over, and Albert is forward, pushes the ball back up the pitch. Yeah, I'm never over sure about averages. Okay, at the end of a long season, they probably mean something, but very often somebody gets 50 on a poor pitch. It's worth a lot more than somebody getting 100 on a flat one. So, yeah. Not sure that averages always tell the truth. Leach to Albert, and this time forward. Leach does his own fielding. Three slips now. The 4th slip has become a short mid-wicket. Looks like Rob Jones in there. No, Jones is at 2nd slip. My apologies. Next ball from Leach, and that man, who is Jake Libby, methinks, in there at short mid-wicket position. Kev's still being an engineer.
We've had this quite a bit this season, actually, with the ground commentary. But anyway,
it'll be all right. If you've got pictures as well, you don't need us. Leach in, bowls forward again, pushes back up there. This time to mid on. Just looking down to my right, there's a little gathering of Worcestershire supporters, including a chap who lives just round the corner from me.
No.
Yeah.
Is he following you?
Well, you'll be tired at the end of the day if he does. Yeah, he's just sat just down here, just down to the right. Here's Leach in again, and this is
take.
Down the leg side. This is a good take. It would have been a wide in the one-day cricket, but just goes across. There's a distinct difference here in whites. If you see, I mean, Worcestershire's whites are more, maybe a little bit creamy, and Hampshire's whites, particularly these two batsmen anyway, are bright white. If you're as old as me, you probably remember the Daz advert or something like that. And these are the whites after the Daz advert, after the Daz has been through your clothes. Next ball, just turned away gently, I would say, down towards fine leg. Verdi is the fielder. End of the over, and at the end of it, Hampshire are 17 for 1. The man out's Middleton bowled Taylor for 6. And I'm going to hand over to Emily.
Emily Windsor, who's with us for the final time this season. So the Vipers batter. How are you?
Yeah, good morning, Kev. What a lovely day for some cricket in September.
Isn't it?
And you're talking about whites. I was getting jealous, actually. I actually think the one bit of cricket kit that I'd love to wear is, you know, the woolen jumpers. Obviously, we always play white ball cricket, so never get the opportunity to pull them on, but they just look so snug.
As long as somebody doesn't wash them out in too hot water. As Taylor bowls, it's whipped away down to squarish fine leg. Albert turns for 2, 19 for 1. Yeah, what you don't want to do is whoever's doing the washing, whether it's your parents or yourself, don't put them in the washing machine on too high a...
Are you speaking from experience there?
Yes, because they go from fitting nicely to fitting a 5-year-old.
To a crop top. That'd be good. Start a new trend, Kevin.
So you've never played in whites?
I've played in whites in men's club cricket, but not at like a county level or regional level.
Taylor again has bounced a bit on Albert, just takes the bottom hand off the bat, and he's done something with the bat. Immediately signals to the dressing room that he wants a new piece of wood.
Might have a little delay here because it looks like it's properly gone. Do you reckon that's the splice, Kev, with that extra bounce?
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? Yeah. Straight away, didn't he? Called for a new bat. So 19 for 1 then. Fletcher Middleton bowled by a beauty from Tom Taylor for 6. So, well, you never know when women's cricket does become multi-day. If it ever happens, you will get another opportunity.
Unless I've retired by then. Could be in a fair few years, couldn't it?
Doesn't seem 5 minutes since you were still sort of a youngster and starting out.
Now you can see the grey hairs coming through, Kev.
That's what the game does to you. The game does that to you. As you know from your captaincy experience at the weekend against the South East Stars in that semi-final.
Yeah, that was a great game, to be fair. It was highly stressful in the captain's seat, but I enjoyed it, and a couple of plans came off, which was nice, but obviously gutted not to get the win. But I think credit to Alice Davidson-Richards and Clear Moore. They had a fantastic partnership. I mean, Clear Moore batting at 9 to get a runner ball 50 and took all the pressure off Alice Davidson-Richards. Was a fantastic knock, so it wasn't to be this year for us.
Never missed a Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final. Wow, that's going to feel weird next Saturday.
I can't watch it, I don't think. Although I am rooting for the Sunrisers.
We're ready again. Taylor's in. And edged for a slip. Oh, he's gone. Well, the change of bat, I'm afraid, has not worked for Toby Albert, because with a fresh bat in his hand, it's caught Adam Hose at slip. And that's another good delivery there from Taylor. There is a little bit of juice in this wicket this morning, and Albert goes for 11.
Yeah, very good delivery that. And just a bit of lapse of concentration maybe. When you have a bit of a pause in play, you sort of have to check out, then check back in. It's just nipped away a little and taken the edge of Toby Albert. And back to the pavilion he goes.
So both openers have been dismissed already inside the first half hour here at the Utilita Bowl.
Do you think, Kev, obviously we go to the 10:30 start in September, do you think when you obviously win the toss and bat, the first half hour does make a difference to favour the bowlers?
Well, all your games start at 10:30, don't they? I mean, yeah, September does make a difference, and April.
Yeah.
Definitely. Well, you must find that because you're 10:30 throughout the season.
Yeah, no, we do actually, and I think at times in the season we're trying to push to change it because it can, especially on days where it's a slightly dewy, bit overcast, it does favour the team who wins a toss and has a bowl. But I mean, on a day like this, I haven't been to the ground, so I don't know how damp it is under foot on the grass, but it looks blue sky, like it should be batting conditions, but
Well, when you wake up in the mornings, the grass, doesn't it? It's got all that dew on it. It's much fresher. It's much more damp than you would have in August, say, even July. You wouldn't have that.
I guess it works both ways. If you get a few away, the ball that the bowlers are then bowling with, if it's damp, can get a bit wet, harder to grip, seam swells a little.
It does. See, what I don't understand is why does the women's games need to start at 10:30? Because to be fair, on the whole, you get through 50 overs much quicker than the guys do. And they
All
start
that
at
spin.
11. Well, this is it. But, you know, well, whatever reason, you know, you guys do generally just get on with it, don't you? I mean, there's no standing there and, you know, taking time to get back to the mark. Most bowlers just get back to it. Here's Taylor then to Vince, who's going to take a quick single as he prods it out on the offside. He's off the mark straight away, 24-2. So I'm surprised why you guys need to start that half an hour early.
To be honest, I actually don't know why we do. I think we used to, I guess, when not everyone was professional, and to get, like, obviously back home or back to work the next day, but now I don't really understand it. There must be a reason.
Yeah. Well, in other words, Tier 1 next year can start at 11 o'clock and Tier 2 and 3, who are all amateur, can start at 10:30. There we are, easy, isn't it?
Should head up the ECB, Kev.
Right. That's turned away by Gubbins, with Taylor around the wicket to the left-hander. Now, Dave Bradley will love this, and so will Emily, this email from Dave Gullis, solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, could be a coincidence, but as soon as Emily started, the sound improved immeasurably. So Dave doesn't need much excuse to be off, but he'd probably quote that email.
He's gone now.
He doesn't need to do it. He says, is it something to do with microphones? Well, it might well be. We'll try and mix them up. That's full to Vince, who sometimes would look to drive that, but I guess with the ball just shaping for Taylor, decides to watchfully push that up to mid-off. End of the over, 21 for 2. So can you hear that in your ears?
Yeah, I was about to say the
I
sound
think it's
has
mine. I
the
think
sound
it's
has improved,
Yeah.
but now it's getting worse in my ears. So whether the listeners can hear that or not, I don't know.
I don't know if it's my mic. I might try and change mine.
Please do.
Do a couple of balls and I'll see if I can change them.
Immediately as well here, James Vince, after that forward defence, it just didn't quite hit the bat that cleanly. He's had to change his bat here. So the 12thers today has got himself a big job. James Vince just looking at the selection of bats he's got. He's got 4 to choose from. He's happy with the one he's picked. But he'll be at the non-striker's end. Nick Gubbins will be facing Leach. 4 slips in play for the left-handed Gubbins as Leach comes in from the pavilion end and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Gubbins, and a no ball signalled. So 3 runs for Hampshire. The score 23 for 2 off 6 overs here this morning at the Utilita Bowl. Beautiful blue skies. Hampshire won the toss and chose to bat. Their 2 openers gone back in the pavilion. Fletcher Middleton first to go for 6 off the bowling of Taylor, and Toby Albert followed as Leach in again, and that's cut away but finds backward a point. Good shot from Gubbins, but only for a dot ball. And Kevin James joins us again, but the buzz is still here, if not worse.
There might be these mics, this mic particularly is not great, okay, so I'll get that rid of that.
And when you left, it was still there, so it's not you.
Right, so it's not these microphones.
No.
Right.
It's another piece of kit. 23 for 2 then, Hampshire. Day 1 of Second to last championship round. As Leach in past the umpire, bowls, and in defence Gubbins. To mid-off will be no run. This is a real work in progress here. Lots of wires being tampered with, but none seem to be working.
Let's see what I'm going to try. Just for a minute.
No. It gets louder when you put your headphones in.
Yeah, it does. It's something to do with...
Leach to Gubbins, and that's played right by his feet and will be no run. Just leaves the ball there, does Gubbins, and makes the fielders come and collect. The cream whites of Worcestershire and their green hats. That was better.
Good, okay. Better.
And the different shades of green hats as well. You've got clearly some newer capped players and some experienced veterans. There's Leach in to Gubbins bowls, and that's pushed it forward in defence, and they come through for a quick single. Gubbins will move to 2, and the score 24 for 2 Hampshire. When you move that...
Yeah, something to do on this table, but it also corresponds with me moving my microphone around, so I can't work out where's best to put it.
Here you go, if I come closer to you,
Oh,
it's got less.
Steady.
That's better though.
I never let my mum get this close. Oh well, any excuse.
I can't see the pitch either because there's a
You
screen
can come this
away.
way then.
Leach into Vince, who pushes into the offside. That'll be a single. No, that's no good. Come back this
It's not
way.
working. It seems to, whatever you...
That's the end of the over. Oh no, that's not. It's 1 ball left. 25 for 2. The buzzing's just annoying as me though, as I can imagine it is for the listeners.
Yeah, well, we've had a few in the ground. I think we just have to accept that it's...
Here we go.
more-
That's good. Don't move.
Right.
Don't move. Breathe. Talk.
Here we go. That sounds better for us anyway, even if it's not better for anybody else.
4 slips away as Leach in from the pavilion end to Gubbins, and that's pushed into the onside. It's worked down to fine leg, and Verdi comes round, and they're going to come back for a couple. Gubbins to 4, and the score 27 for 2 Hampshire.
Ralph Brooker has emailed sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says, "Hi Kevin, Emily. It must be your mic, Kev." Of course it must be me. You sound a bit muffled, he says. Oh, well.
It's not a bad thing, that.
I know. I don't know. Anyway, we'll try our best and get through it. See, everybody thinks all it is just turn up, talk, turn the microphones on, and away we go. But it's never as simple as that.
Clearly your equipment, or the equipment here, is feeling the weight of the summer. We're getting towards the end of the summer. It's feeling tired.
Yeah.
It's asking you for a little bit of a rest over the winter.
It's not the only thing up here that could do with the rest. We still love it. 27 for 2 then, Hampshire winning the toss and electing to bat first here. Penultimate round of fixtures of the season with Hampshire. Well, they certainly have a chance of finishing second in the championship. Taylor bowls to Vince, who plays it back to the bowler. Surrey starting with an 8-point lead at the top over Somerset. Hampshire go to Somerset next week. Hampshire currently 19 points behind.
Can I put a hypothetical situation in?
Please.
So, if Somerset and Surrey both lost, Hampshire won,
Yes.
could it be all to play for at Somerset?
Yes.
Wow.
And wouldn't that be an amazing week? Where Hampshire started the season about as slow as I think anybody can remember. Fuller this time, and Taylor half stops it with his boot. Trickles away or deflects away to mid-off where D'Oliveira fields, and there is no run. Wouldn't that be an amazing end to the season? Because if you remember, Emily, back in 2021, I think it was, where Hampshire went to Liverpool to play Lancashire, and all of a
That
sudden...
day of heartbreak, I can remember that.
But they suddenly found themselves on the last day with a chance of winning the championship, and it sort of crept up on Hampshire. I don't think it was ever sort of really believed that that would happen, and there we were, last day at Liverpool, and Hampshire literally were 1 wicket and 2 balls away from winning. Vince pushes forward, goes to the back of points. And yeah, conceivably that could happen again this season.
The buzz is back.
It is, isn't it? That's better. See, now you're a long way away from me, which for you is probably better.
Strictly come cricket.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. We'll just keep moving around in various permutations until we get. But it seems to work after a little while. It comes back, doesn't it? It's nice. Oh, that sounds a bit weird. Oh,
I fixed it.
you have just wiggled a couple of wires. Vince is forward, bounces in front of fourth slip. It's a good spell this from Taylor.
Yeah, he's looked really exciting with the new ball. He's challenging. You can see the defence of the players. The slips really fill in play actually here, although that's not carried. It's flying through off the bat. That wasn't an easy stop from fourth slip.
Yeah. Chris has made a suggestion about how we improve the sound quality. Chris, I'm not sure that could actually happen. Thank you very much. I won't show him any of that. Here comes Taylor. Bowls. We're too good of friends for that. Forward and driving is Vince, not timed. Good diving stop there from Brett D'Oliveira. A wide mid off. 27 for 2. The score remains. So your season is over now?
Yep, the boots hung up. Kit all packed away.
Yeah. Already? You packed it away already?
No. I'm still in the boot of my car. I'm still not over the weekend. I'm still in denial. Kev. But I tell you what, the Southern Vipers are in today. They've got to do some gym and some running.
Okay.
Luckily, I already had commentary booked in.
That's good. There's Taylor. That's a good leave and a good delivery to end Taylor's fourth over. 2 for 13 he has. And Hampshire are 27 for 2. Maiden over for Tom Taylor, that one.
Yeah, and I said to John Edwards, our S&C, I said, did you not fancy giving the girls an extra week off? He went, no. I was like, okay, fair enough. So they'll all be arriving soon. We'll probably see them out on the nursery doing a horrid running session.
Really? So I thought everybody'd be resting now and having a month off.
John Edwards is the man to answer for. They've got one more week. Got to come in and do some fitnessy bits.
I suppose the contracts are up to at least end of September anyway, aren't they?
End of November, end of October.
End of October.
But that's your annual leave, isn't it, October?
Yeah.
Change of bowling then. First time today we're going to see Logan Van Beek for Worcestershire. He's going to be bowling from the pavilion end. Just 3 slips for Van Beek. And then fielders all in what would be a white ball cricket circle on the offside as Van Beek in bowls, and that's pushed to backward a point, and that's wide, and it's gone for 4 for Nick Gubbins. Raced away, just timed perfectly, was uppish, but he's on to 8. Gubbins 31 for 2 Hampshire.
Dutch international Logan Van Beek has, and he hasn't played many games, championship games for Worcester. It's only his 3rd. 8 wickets at 26 apiece this season.
He's coming round the wicket to the left-hander. You can hear Worcestershire fielders getting behind him as he's in again, bowls, and this time bit of extra bounce and left alone by Gubbins.
It's about the most bounce we've seen this morning, that. Bit of a hit the deck bowler, isn't he?
And he actually does it off a reasonably short run-up. He sort of amples in pretty slowly and just in the crease,
Good
looking
action.
to hit a hard length.
Yeah, good action. 34 years of age. I've seen him bowl before. He's quite a useful bowler, this guy, actually.
On a potentially drier pitch that we see here at the Utilita Bowl. As Van Beek in again, bowls, and that's pushed past point, and they think about a quick single. There was a single there, but a mix-up between Vince and Gubbins, so it's a dot ball.
Vince was virtually halfway down, waiting for the call.
He almost ran 2.
When are you calling? When are you calling? And he's still walking down the wicket.
But the 2 sides that have picked an extra spinner in their lineup. So Hampshire have opted for Felix Organ to come in, which we were discussing off air is rare that we see him in the side without Keith Barker. So the left-hand seamer who usually gives him the footholds to bowl, but suggests a dry and potentially spinning wicket later as Van Beek bowls, and that's cut to backward a point, hard into the ground by Gubbins. Will be no run.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it, really? I didn't really speak to the Hampshire camp this morning. Sometimes I get a chance to. I think with the early start and everything sorting out, I didn't really get a chance to get down there, but I think that's a bit of a giveaway, isn't it, to bring in us. Unless, of course, Brad Wheel is maybe got a bit of a niggle, but he wouldn't necessarily. Well, I suppose what other options were there? Because John Turner's with England still. I'm sure there was any other options.
Well, it was a small squad, wasn't it? Because I think there's second team fixtures. There's Van Beek in, and that's wide, and that's pulled. Pass backward a point for 4 from Gubbins. That was a freebie from Van Beek, and Gubbins punishes it well. He moves to 12.35 for 2 Hampshire.
It's not particularly good over this, is it, really? There's been a bit of width.
That was very wide, Kev.
He's done well to reach that. It's not, apart from one ball that bounced and was a good delivery, I think the others have looked pretty ordinary.
It's the line he's bowling, I think, at the moment. It's not going to challenge Gubbins. He's very strong, isn't he, through that backward a point area. It's one of his strengths. And they're sort of feeding it at the moment.
Yeah,
Van Beek, again, from the pavilion end to Gubbins bowls, and that's a better line and in defence this time. And his teammates enjoy that one, but that's the end of the over. 8 runs came off that, but 9 overs gone, 35 for 2 Hampshire.
Emily Windsor is going to continue, and alongside Emily Windsor will be Dave Bradley.
Thanks, Kev. And as you've turned off that mic, it does sound a lot better. And I'll tell you what, if when we don't hear the buzz when you put it on, we could have blamed Kev then, couldn't we?
We could have turned that into something personal, couldn't we?
Damn.
I like the standing together bit. You know, that was very good.
Just
Didn't work, but it was very good.
trying everything now.
It's a strange noise, strange buzzing. It's just like being at home, sat on the settee with my wife talking to me. Here's Taylor starting a new over, pushed out through extra cover. D'Oliveira's on the chase. He will cut that off just inside the boundary, or the ball will almost stop. Although, considering this time of year and a very lush outfield, the ball is really racing towards the boundary when it's off the middle of the bat. But there are 3 more. I presume there aren't 3. Gubbins has 12, Vince has 2, and Hampshire are 38 for 2. Now, our listeners and viewers back in Herefordshire and Worcestershire, Emily won't probably know much about your season, but you were just saying to Kev, you got almost there.
Almost, yeah. It was such a good game, but didn't quite make the Rachel Hale Flint Trophy final.
Here's Taylor round the wicket, ball goes through low to wicket-keeper Roderick. So you played the Central Sparks, because the Sparks play at New Road occasionally.
We played them there actually at Worcester, and Emily Arlott ran through us. That's bringing back some bad memories. This.
Oh, right. Because I sort of covered most of the games there, so I think that was the one when I was away or something. But yeah. But you were just alluding to playing in whites in women's cricket. As Taylor is in round the wicket again, and that's gone off a slightly thick outside edge, and she's rolling away past Libby at 4 slip down to the 3rd man boundary for 4, and Hampshire go to 42 for 2. You wish you could play some longer cricket?
Yeah, I think it's an experience that I think us as cricketers we all want to, I guess, feel part of. I think facing a red ball, trying as a batter where you don't have to force things or build a tempo of innings, you can just bat. It would be a very unique feeling, and I think concentration and stuff would have to be developed. But it's something that me personally I'd love to play. How they can fit it into a schedule, and now there's more professionals, I don't think there's any reason why they can't.
No.
Because I think that was an issue before, obviously people taking time off work to play, but now we're having full squads of 15 professionals in Tier 1. It would be amazing to play some form of Red Bull games, whether it's like a North-South group and then a final, so that you don't play the whole season. Would be cool.
Taylor in, slight delay, batsman wasn't quite ready, turned to mid-wicket, no run. Because it seemed to me that towards the end of your season, you seem to be playing every other day anyway.
Yes, we've had a jam-packed September. We played sort of Wednesday, Saturday for 3 weeks for the final round group games in the Rachel A. Flint Trophy, so it was a lot of cricket. It's sort of a stop-starty season, but I guess it's similar to the men's with how everything sort of sits and fits in, but at least we actually play our finals at the end of the comp.
Yeah. Next ball turned away once again to mid-wicket, where D'Oliveira is the fielder. Its total remains on 42 for 2. I've talked about this with E. Jones actually at Worcester quite a lot, and how much the 100 has done for your game. I mean, you've probably explained this to loads of people, but how do you feel about it?
Yeah, it's absolutely massive. I think it's grown our fan base, but also it's grown the girls game in sort of a club level. We're seeing so many more girls come through.
Yeah.
But also for people to showcase what they can do and make the jump to international cricket.
Next ball driven away past Verdi, mid-off. That's going to get to the rope. Nice shot, slightly over pitch there from Tom Taylor. Very quickly onto it, Gubbins, who goes to 20 off just 18 balls, I think that says. Yes, it does indeed. Yeah. End of the over, Hampshire are 46 for 2. Yeah, I've noticed that because I'm involved with a local club, and I don't know, 10 years ago, you'd turn up and you'd say, "Ooh, there's a girl playing in that team," but not anymore.
No.
And with all due respect, they play. Actually, I think they are technically better than the lads.
We're so precise.
Well, you're not playing reverse laps to the second ball of the game.
It's interesting actually because there's a few coaches that sort of have coached in the men's game and then come into the women's game and vice versa, and they actually say how different it is, talking like at age group level, coaching young boys to it is young girls. Young boys sometimes have the attitude as Van Beek into Vince, and that's pushed to mid-on, will be no run, of sort of they know it all, they're quite arrogant, and you try and coach them but you feel like they don't take it on board, whereas females typically can take things very literal, so you've got to be really smart with how you communicate things, because if you say to them you must have your front foot here, they're just going to try and do that all the time. So different challenges, but yeah, it's a growing game, that's for sure. As Van Beek into Vince, that's down the leg side, will be a dot ball through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's a pity it's not more on what I still call terrestrial television, so mainstream telly, unless you've got your Sky Sports and all this. You're not seeing it, are you? But yeah, I mean, and youngsters, boys, girls, in any sport, copy what they see, don't they? They want to be who they see on the telly.
Van Beek into Vince, and that's pushed in defence to mid-on again. Better over this from Van Beek, just tighter lines to the right-hander, building some pressure. Because I'd say Worcestershire at the moment have given a few freebies every over, so this Hampshire scoreboard's ticking along nicely. And very little pressure being built.
Yeah, let's take some wickets, Van Beek, but he's going at almost 4 and over. He's only bowled 53 overs in first-class cricket this season, but that kind of a stat probably says something.
Van Beek in again, it's hit onto his own pad, will be no run. That's like it's just come back a little bit to James Vince. 46 for 2. Holding a hard length. And Vince walks up and does the gardening.
Yeah, makes no difference whatsoever, as you well know. But
it's your light roller.
Yeah. In the mind, you flatten the pitch out completely.
Van Beek past the umpire again to Vince, and that's width, but he doesn't get hold of it, Vince, and finds mid-off.
There's been a couple of times this morning, makes you think it might be a bit too... Oh, was that a no ball? I think it was a no ball. Might be a bit too paced, in that he seemed to get there too early, didn't he? There's been a couple of times... I mean, he's timed a couple beautifully, both these batsmen have, but then it just seemed to stop on him a bit.
Seems to be, doesn't it, when it's slightly fuller that it's easier to time, but when they hit in that hard length it's tricky. There's Van Beek in again, and that's defended by Vince. right by his feet. Oohs and ahs from the slip cordon of Worcester. They know he's a big wicket, James Vince, the Hampshire captain.
He's been around a long time as well, James Vince. I was doing my little bit of research. Listeners will be surprised that I ever do any research. I think this is his 15th season. I think he made his debut in 2009, so not been around as long as Liam Dawson, but
Van Beek in, and that's pushed back to the bowler. That's a maiden. Oh, it's not a maiden over because there was no ball, but no runs off the bat. 48 for 2 Hampshire.
You're listening to live commentary from, I'm tempted to say Southampton, but we're in Hedge End, aren't we? Always amazes me when I come on the motorway along here. There's signs to museums and all sorts of things and shipwrecks and everything. There's no sign off the motorway to this cricket ground.
Oh,
You
really?
ever notice that? No. I mean, I have some idea of where I'm going, you know, but
There used to be a sign off the motorway, but it's the name's now changed.
yes.
So maybe they've just can't afford a new sign and they've just taken the sign down.
Well, it hasn't changed on the one on the first roundabout, 'cause it still says the former name. Who's this? It's still Tom Taylor battling away from from our end, I'm going to call this, the media centre end, the hotel end, the golf course end, the Basingstoke end. No, it's not that way, is it? No.
Yeah.
Winchester, that was what I was trying to think of, yeah. Winchester Cathedral. This is way before your time now, Emily. Was it the Bonzo Dog Doodah band? Winchester Cathedral. You're bringing me down or something. It was in my youth, so it's that long ago. Mate. Here's Taylor back to the cricket. This time, kind of horrid slightly Gubbins into this shot. Looks as if he might have been looking to go into the drive and then decided it wasn't quite there. So pushes away on the offside where Jake Libby is the fielder. Excuse me. 3 slips, slightly backward a point, Van Beek. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and Kashif Ali, I think, is down at fine leg. He's a long way from us. We're a long way up, and it's a big ground.
This would be my problem, I think, with long format cricket. If I was Kashir Ali out there, I'd be so bored.
Yeah, he's got nobody to talk to, has he? Taylor bowls forward defensively, pushing solidly away on the offside. Verdi jogs in on loan, of course, from Surrey, who ironically sent Verdi out on loan and then bring in a spinner for one game.
Has Verdi been with you for a period?
This is his, I'm tempted to say, 3rd game. Where is he? 4th game. Taylor round the wicket to the left-handed Gubbins, turned into the leg side. D'Oliveira jogs away to his left to do the fielding. There's some vapour trails in the sky and a little bit of wispy cloud out, probably over the sea, which is some way from us.
If the weather stays like this later, we're going to have sun beaming into our
Yes,
eyes.
it gets very hot in here, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does. Whatever the weather conditions are, it's the extreme of that up here.
Yeah, it's very comfortable at the moment, so we're quite happy with it. Taylor to Gubbins. Oh, good little battle this.
Taylor's been impressive for me.
Yeah.
He's got a little bit out of the pitch, but he's bowled consistent lines on the whole. Good pace.
He struggled with a bit of fitness at the start of the season, but now he's got himself right. Where's he got to? This is his 6 over. 2 for 24, is that right? Where I got it? Yeah, 2 for 24. Even his shadow at this stage of the morning is getting a little bit taller than him. This time it will be runs turned away by Gubbins, or a run. It's so square of the wicket, the square leg umpire has to move so that Brett D'Oliveira can do the fielding. End of the over, and at the end of it, Hampshire are 49 for 2. Might try and find some scores elsewhere. Nottinghamshire 65 without loss against Kent at Canterbury. Lancashire 42 for 2, that's at Old Trafford against Somerset. That's an interesting game at both ends of the table. Durham 46 without loss against Surrey at the Oval. Warwickshire 29 for 3. They're playing Essex at Edgbaston. Derbyshire 31 for 1 at Derby against Middlesex. Yorkshire 42 without loss, playing Glamorgan in Cardiff. I'll just break off and I'm going to tell you about this one.
Van Beek still continuing to Gubbins in defence, will be no run.
Gloucestershire are 30 for 3. They're
Ooh.
playing Sussex at Bristol.
That's top of the table clash, isn't it, in
Yeah.
Division 2?
And at Northampton, Leicestershire 26 for 1 in, you could call it the East Midlands derby against Northamptonshire if you wanted to. You don't have to.
Shining of the ball going on at mid-off. Quite aggressive shining. But the ball's back in Van Beek's hand. Gubbins has cut that pass back with a point, and that's 4 more runs short and a little bit of width, and Gubbins punishes it. He's off to a flyer here today. He moves on to 25 off 26, and that's Hampshire's 50 up.
Lovely shot that. Just let the ball come onto the bat, didn't he? Just opened the angle and away it went. No great power in it, using the pace of the bowl of it. Good shot. This game's rattling along already, isn't it? 53 on the board. How long have we been going? Less than an hour.
Gloucestershire losing the wickets early. Do you think they're still on the come down from the Vitality blast, as that's outside the off stump, left alone from Gubbins?
That was remarkable, wasn't it? Because they only just crept into the
Definite
playoffs, didn't they?
underdogs.
Yeah, I think that they just crept in on run rate. There's a couple of results went for them at the end. Then they went to Edgbaston and won there, defending 130 odd.
Yeah, that was a great game as well, wasn't it,
Was.
against Warwickshire?
Yeah. Watch most of that, and then of course low-scoring games on finals day.
Van Beek to Gubbins, left alone outside the off stump. Good length delivery.
Where do you like playing? Obviously at home, but
Yeah, this ground's lovely. Utilita Bowl played here for a long time, so it's definitely a favourite, but my favourite ground, my most successful ground, is actually the Oval.
oh right.
I've, for whatever reason, when I've played there, I've played very well. It's obviously a good batting deck, isn't it? Do you know what? I'm not that picky, to be honest. Van Beek to Gubbins, and that's left alone again on length.
Well, it'd be your favourite ground if you do well on it, obviously, but
Where
Yeah.
don't I like playing? It's
that's-
more. No, but that's more. Do you know? This is controversial, but I don't like Old Trafford.
too
But-
big.
Very big. I also. This sounds really stupid. The inner architect in me. We were discussing this. There's a lot of wasted space. It feels like at Old Trafford. They're all very pretty stands, as Van Beek in again. That's left alone outside the off stump by Gubbins. That's the end of the over. 53 for 2 Hampshire, 13 overs gone. But I also find the surface is like concrete.
Yeah.
So that's probably not one of my favourite grounds, and I don't think it's very. It looks. I like a pretty ground. Worcester, I do love the view from the changing room in the pavilion. As I said, we were there a few weeks ago. It was a lovely sunny day, and looking out sort of over the river. Very pretty ground.
Yeah.
Do you think that ground will be there to stay with the flooding? Do you think
It's
things are going to move?
very controversial. And for me, it's all down to cost. You know, how much? Is it possible to make it flood-proof? You go to the. I'll break off because Joe Leach is back on. Open from the pavilion end, he's switched ends now. And that's turned away for a single by Gubbins, who goes to 25, Hampshire 54 for 2. Go to the Netherlands and there's all that huge land that used to be under the sea that now has got farms, towns, everything on it. So if you can do it over that expanse, can you do it on a cricket ground? How much would it cost to do it? Would it cost more than moving away from that cricket ground. And sentimental value, as Leach is in again, and this is pushed into the offside. D'Oliveira comes across but doesn't pick it up and leaves it for Verdi, who's coming from mid-off away to his right. For me, I mean, I would hate it if they moved from there, but you know, the club lost £250,000 on the first 2 games this season by moving to Kidderminster, so you know, county cricket clubs can't afford to lose money like that.
The groundsman as well, that hard work. When every year it breaks my heart when I see it underwater.
8 floods they had last year. Leach in bowls, pushes away on the offside, and did all sorts. They put a huge marquee type tent over them to try and keep the pitches dry, the wickets dry, and then of course the water comes through the drains from the river, and oh mate, it's just. But I'm not sure what the answer is. There's a report due to come out very shortly, I believe very shortly anyway. An independent company have looked into it, so it'll be what it'll be. Leach in bowls and let go this time outside the off stump. Gubbins on 25, Albert on no, sorry, what am I on about? Vince on 6, Gubbins on 25.
It's very rare we see these two with the scores flipped the way they are. Vince 6 off 18, so they're bowling nice and tightly to him. But Gubbins is probably traditionally known as the slower batter of the two, and he's on 25 off 33. So he's playing the slightly more aggressive innings.
3 slips, crouch. As Leach bowls, turned away, down towards fine leg. Kashi Valley jogs into field, and the total goes to 55 for 2. Bit of breeze this morning, just see the tops of the trees being ruffled. Whether they can feel that at pitch level, difficult to tell.
You're in a dome as well when you're down there.
Yeah.
To be honest, it's usually really hot.
Yeah.
When it's
the heat stays in.
Yeah, and that nursery ground as well is very similar. When you train out there, it's usually the extreme of heat.
Leach again turned down to fine leg. Van Beek, the fielder, down there.
Oh, double change.
Double change here, folks. Change at both ends. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Mr. Hughes is going to come in, who will sound far and above anything you've heard so far this morning. So we'll just get Simon to come on and say hello, goodbye.
Goodbye, hello, goodbye.
Very nice meeting
Lovely.
you.
See you later. So what are we doing here? 56 for 2, Hampshire. JMO, what do you reckon?
Well,
good pitch so far, I reckon, actually. It looks pretty flat, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's been a little bit of movement there this morning.
You'd expect that, wouldn't you, with a new ball, though, wouldn't you?
Especially 10:30 September,
Yeah.
even with the sunshine out.
Yeah.
Tom Taylor got a couple to move. Beauty, they've got Fletcher Middleton bowled for 6. Albert just changed his bat and was caught in the slips the very next ball as Van Beek bowls, and Vince drives back to him. Good stop on his follow through. So, yeah, probably a couple of regulation dismissals that you'd expect.
I actually looked at the Middleton dismissal. We paused it on the stream and looked back at it, and his back came across a horrible angle. It looked a bit like a worse version of Ollie Pope. It came from sort of gully right across to a straightish ball, and actually his left foot was on about leg stump and the ball was on off stump. So it was. I think he should look back at that, Fletcher Middleton, and analyse it.
That's interesting you say that. Vince tries to work that on the leg side, gets wrapped on the thigh pad. Interesting, when I was up at the Oval, a former teammate of ours at Middlesex, Roland Butcher, picked up on the same thing.
Really?
Exactly the same thing.
Oh.
And that was 4 games into the season. Here we go.
He's a coach as well, though, Roland, isn't he? He does a lot of
I think he does.
coaching.
Yeah.
Well, he was involved with the West Indies Academy quite a bit in Barbados.
So yeah, maybe there's
interesting.
something there to have a look at. Here's Van Beek from the pavilion end, wrapped on the pad. Shout from the bowler, enthusiastic shout from Van Beek. Just looked as though that nip back probably did a bit too much. Look on the picture feed, look on the replay. Just
Good
to
experience from Vince there. He's walked straight away from his stumps, didn't he? You know that Yeah, it sort of nipped back and would have probably gone on to beat leg stump. The clever batsman just stroll away from the stump, so they sort of make it look as if no, it was nowhere near. Don't be silly. Rather than the inexperienced, I'd be standing there looking at his position and things and giving the umpire a clear sight of whether it was out or not.
I hadn't thought of that. Wish I'd known that.
Yeah, so do I.
As I played back to the bowl, just walk away so the umpire doesn't get a second
Absolutely.
long look.
And also just knowing, that was missing leg. He's not going to give that, is he? Yeah, I mean, you learn so much when you stop playing, don't you? If you watch the game, as obviously we do.
Yeah, agreed.
I wish I'd known the things I know now when I was playing. All that stuff.
Agreed. I sometimes think that I can read a game better. Vince drives through the gap through mid-wicket. They will pick up 2. Vince moves on to 9, 58 for 2. I find from up here, or from a distance, where I'm not immediately involved in the game, obviously, that I do read it better. Do you find that?
Yeah, and I think it's being detached from the game, which is really valuable. And actually, the one thing a lot of what England do is great, but I think one of the things they don't do well is consult the commentators and the experts, because it's sort of almost a sign of weakness. And actually, there's a lot of really good observations that come out of the commentary boxes.
Yeah, that's interesting. Van Beek bowls. Vince gets a length ball. That's pushed out into the covers. End of the over. 58 for 2. Hampshire.
Well, you know what they often say is, you interview a player the next day or after the match, and they go, well, Pope said this. I remember in a press conference, I don't listen to the noise. We're told by the management, don't listen to the noise. Well, some of that noise can actually be useful. I know it's important to filter it, and there's some, rubbish talked, but sometimes you can get valuable insights from, your Nassers and your Athers and Alistair Cook and people like that who are eagle-eyed and know the game backwards.
Yeah, and yourself, of course.
I think, yeah, well, So am I doing this over?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Joe Leach bowling to Nick Gubbins, who defends, pushes it up to mid-on. I like Joe Leach because he read my book. He apparently he read a lot of Hard Yakka.
Right.
Yeah. He said he admitted it to me about 3 or 4 years ago. He said, "Yeah, I love that book." So I said, "Oh, okay, I'll help you with your benefit year then." I think I'm hosting a dinner at Lord's for his benefit in October.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
So there's a good tit for tat there. He won me over with a bit of flattery.
He probably never read it at all.
No, he probably didn't. He bowls round the wicket to Gubbins. That zipped off the pitch nicely, but Gubbins left it alone, taken down the leg side by Roderick in the end, just angled past the off stump and veered back down towards the leg side.
That book's been out about 40 years.
Yeah, it's been out about 40. It has been out a long time. We're not going to get into it, are we? We mustn't.
No, well,
because
I wouldn't spoil it to anybody.
It features you too much. we can't get into it. I'm surprised you still speak to me, actually, given that the references to you in there. Most of them were polite, but 1 or 2 weren't. Leach bowled, nice solid defensive stroke by Nick Gubbins, pushes it out on the offside.
I work on the theory that if I actually didn't speak to anybody that's criticised me in various ways over the years, that I wouldn't be able to speak to anybody.
That's probably true of me as well. I must say, actually, that the things you wrote about, or one wrote about then, this is 30 years ago, you wouldn't get away with any of them now. You'd be sued. Players wouldn't speak to you. You'd have to address their agent. You might have to pay a fine.
Wow.
People are so much more precious, and you can't get away with anything now, can you? Leach bowls round the wicket. Again, Gubbins defends. It's 58 for 2, Hampshire. I assume they won the toss, did they, by the way?
Hampshire won the toss, bat, yeah.
So Leach is into his 6th over now, 0 for 17 from the Hilton Hotel end. Solid figure, isn't he? Big boy.
Yeah, 30, was he 33 now? Joe Leach.
He was telling me, actually, that he's really enjoyed learning the wobble seam delivery. Bowls again, and that one did nip away a little bit from Gubbins, but he kept it down, and it's gone for 4 down to deep third. So nicely played by Gubbins. I think he had a word with Leach there, just to say, more bowled, but unlucky. Didn't bounce much, actually. It just it nipped away, but it didn't get anywhere near carrying to third slip.
Do you not think that's a little bit taking the mickey when a batter... Did a batter ever do that to you when you bowled a good ball and they edged it for 4 and they ran down the other end past you and said, well bowled but unlucky?
I don't think I bowled enough good balls to remember whether they actually... I don't know. Probably.
I always thought they were taking the mick if they did that.
He bowls again, and Gubbins gets right down, almost bending down in front of his back leg on the ground as he defended that. His head right over the line, and that finishes the over 62 for 2. I do remember Viv Richards hitting me for a 4 on the up. I thought it was quite a good ball, and he just drilled it through extra cover. And in fact, no, he drilled it back past me, sort of mid-off, and I dived to try and stop it, and it went past a 4. And I lay on the ground flat on my front, and I just remember his bat just prodding me on the backside in a little kind of like, hard luck mate, little prod with the bat as he just coasted down for an imaginary run to see it going through for 4. So that's the closest I got to a batter saying bad luck.
Van Beek, right arm over from the pavilion end, nips back a little bit at Vince, who tucks that down to fine leg. Amar Verdi on loan from Surrey Fields, and it is 63 for 2.
Do you think that'll be permanent, the Verdi situation?
Interesting, couldn't it? Now Dave Bradley has just showed me your book.
Oh,
on a well-known
on a reduced site, probably for sale. Oh, you read it? He's read it as well.
Dave.
Okay.
£2.60.
£2.60. Good value, actually. Good value. £2.60. Keep you entertained for
It is a good
few
book.
days.
I say it myself. It was a good book. It's
Or you can use it as a doorstop, or
fly swap.
yeah, put it under a bed if you've got a wobbly bed.
Gubbins is forward to Van Beek. No, it's it won Book of the Year or something.
Yeah,
didn't
Sports
it?
Book of the Year. Yeah. God, it's so long ago though. I mean,
Yeah.
some of the stuff, I if I've ever read it back, I sort of think, I can't believe I wrote that. Was it me? Extraordinary. But then, do you feel that about cricket, that you sort of, if you see any footage of yourself from the dark ages, or do you think, was that me?
Yeah,
do you
I
ever
agree.
think that?
Yeah, I agree. I do think. I listened to an interview I did a little while ago. I just happened to come across it as cut away by Gubbins, down to third, 65 for 2. I just come across a piece of audio, and I gave this pre-final interview, and I thought, does that sound like me? Did I really think like that? About prior to a game. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah, you're right. It's so long ago that you don't even think it's yourself, do you? And it is in the distant past.
Because I was actually, I saw somebody posted some footage of an old final the other day.
Okay. Van Beek, Vince drives, and it's gone out into the covers. No run.
I was, there were 2 balls of me bowling to Chris Cowdery actually in a NatWest final, and I just thought, wow, I can't remember running like that. I was running in quite fluently and bowling reasonable pace. It feels like a different person.
Yeah.
Now my kids laugh at me when I sort of hobble along after the ball in the nets.
Vince pulls that, doesn't time it, hits it into the ground, and the ball bobbles away up towards mid-on. Yeah, it's weird. Funny enough, I was with my grandson yesterday, and we went over the playing field near where he lives in this village, and I was kicking the ball around, and I was really struggling.
Yeah.
You think, how sad is that? And he used to run around in the outfield, because it was actually on a cricket outfield where we were, and he's only about 18 months. I mean, it's ridiculous, but you just think, God, I can hardly move. Here comes Van Beek. Again, that's worked down to fine leg. Vince moves on to 11, 65 for 2, end of the over.
I had the misfortune to play in a charity game at Teddington about a month ago, and I wasn't going to play actually. I'd been part of the organising it, but a couple of people dropped out at the last minute. Mal Loy actually got a back spasm and he couldn't play, and so at one point we had in the field, we had mid-off, mid-on and mid-wicket was me, Alex Tudor and Paul Nixon.
Right.
And the ball went past, sort of wide of mid-on, and we sort of all looked at each other, who's going to go and get it? Kind of we're all kind of waddling after it between us. And I think the person from extra cover who was young overtook all of us, and it was like over the mid-wicket side. Quite sad.
Don't you find in that situation? I mean, I haven't been on a cricket field now for probably 2 or 3 seasons.
You're very wise. Here comes Leach, bowls to Vince. It just moved away a fraction, but he steered it into the offside using his hands.
Don't you feel like when you're running after a ball that you feel like you're on ice?
Yeah.
And you're running, but
not
actually
moving.
You're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It's like the Michael Jackson moonwalk, I think, isn't
Yes.
it? You're not actually going anywhere, yeah. It's so depressing. It's horrible being... Well, just actually trying to play. I mean, in fact, I bowled a couple of overs in this game, and they were not very fast overs, I have to say. Leach bowls, and Vince tucked it into the leg side for an easy single, so that takes the score to 66 for 2. I was hit for 3 fours by actually a very good young female player, Amy Gordon, captain Surrey.
Oh, yeah.
Really good player, actually. She didn't take much. She didn't show me any sympathy or mercy. Pulled a couple of sort of medium-paced, medium-length balls, pulled them away for 4. And you just think, oh, I'd love to be able to bowl one properly fast, but it's just totally incapable.
What are you thinking of knocking her head off?
Oh, I just want to know. I wanted a Yorker, actually, and I tried to bowl a Yorker, and it was sort of low full toss and just flicked it away, easy. That one to Gubbins is tucked into the leg side, and there is no run, straight to mid-wicket.
See, that's how you used to think when you were playing.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
And that never leaves you, does it?
That's the trouble, isn't it? You sort of think you can still do it, but then the reality dawns as soon as you get out there.
Yeah. The best person I've seen recently who actually doesn't look as though they've changed at all in terms of the way they bowl.
Here comes Leach, bowls, turn down the leg side. I think it's probably off the pad, actually. That's going to be 4 runs, maybe 4-leg byes. Yeah, 4-leg byes to the total. 70 for 2, Hampshire.
Again, a former colleague of ours, Raj Maru.
Oh, really?
Left-arm spinner. Now, he still plays for...
Does he?
Oh, I don't know. So
The
he was
Rat.
playing for the
The
Hampshire
Rat, we
over
used to call him.
60s or something, the Rat, yeah. Now, he still turns it, still bowls almost the same pace that he did when he was 21. And he can bowl really good leg spin, left arm leg spin.
Right, the opposite,
And
yeah.
you would think that batters would see the difference between his off spin, and they don't.
Really?
And he turns it miles when he bowls his... And
Does he?
honestly, I've seen him bowl, and he's ridiculously good.
Here comes Leach, bowls, outside off stump, left alone by Gubbins. Really good on him. Well,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Good on
Hampshire
him.
over 60s, I think he played for earlier in the season.
I bet he doesn't field short leg and then run up the pitch when the batsman also charges up the wicket, which he used to do, didn't he? And when he was fielding short leg to spinners and the batsman took a few steps up the wicket, he used to run up with them.
He did, yeah. Don't see too many short legs doing that now. So where did his nickname, the Rat, come from?
Yes, I think it was because, I'll tell you exactly where it came from. After this ball, Leach bowls, and that's full and driven by Gubbins, but so full he couldn't really get the middle of the bat on it. It hit the bottom of the bat. That's the end of the over. 70 for 2, Vince 12, Gubbins 31. I think it's because he was very good at gleaning information, gossip,
Oh, right.
and it was like the Rat could get this, he was like a rat up a drain pipe sort of thing. He could get this information and rat on people. And he didn't do it in a malicious way.
No.
He just did it. He was good at finding out things and then passing on that gossip to somebody else.
Oh, right. So
Yeah.
it's because he ratted on people?
Yes, well, I think it's
right.
more that he was just like a rat. Kind of, he was finding kind of morsels and, consuming them, I suppose.
So now you're questioning his diet?
Well, yeah, maybe. He's Kenyan. He was a Kenyan Indian, wasn't he?
Yes, he was, yeah.
Yeah.
Van Beek in again from the pavilion end, and Vince works that behind square on the leg side. Better time this time. Verdi's got work to do. Just about keeps it inside the rope. A couple of flips, and then he throws it back, and Vince will pick up 3. Moves on to 15, and Hampshire move on to 73 for 2.
I actually, there was a grudge match that I was involved in this weekend on Sunday between my daughter and my son's teams. We did a charity match to raise money for a foundation I created in my father's name, and it was my son against my daughter, and that was serious sibling rivalry.
Is it really?
Oh, God.
Did you have to pull them apart?
Almost.
Oh, it falls over band B because Gubbins works that to mid-wicket.
I mean, my son, the younger one, he was really giving my daughter nothing with the ball and surrounding her with one saving fielder so she couldn't penetrate and get the single that she wanted to get to rotate the strike. And it was serious.
See, you've installed that.
Yeah.
That
competitive.
nasty,
Competitive.
thing.
Yeah.
You have.
Ruthless.
Yes, ruthless.
Well, I wish I was.
Outside your stump.
That's what I should have been, but I was never like that. I don't know if you were. Were you? Would you say you were ruthless?
It's difficult for me to say. Other people might say no, but I don't know. There has to be something in you to last any length of time in the pro game. There has to be something inside there.
Yeah. I suppose it's funny, but it was interesting watching Archie Vaughan bowling the other day, Michael's son. I mean, he bowled superbly, didn't he, against Surrey? Beautiful off spin.
Van Beek again. Gubbins plays that into the ground.
But I thought he reminded me of myself as a young player, because when he took a wicket, he didn't celebrate. He almost sort of walked away, and there were times when he looked a bit embarrassed, and I remember feeling like that. Taking a wicket with a not very good ball and sort of almost kind of apologising to the batsman. You shouldn't do that, should you? But it's Archie's quite a sort of shy kid at the moment, and
cut away by Gubbins. That's gone out through point. Verdi's working hard, but he's not going to get there this time. Ball goes over the rope, nicely timed from Hampshire's number 3. He moves on to 35. He's scoring quite quickly.
He's
here.
racing
35
along.
from 50.
Yeah, it's racing along. I mean, it looks a good pitch, doesn't it? Anything wide is.
It is. I'm going to swap with Dave Bradley at the end of this over, if that's all right. Yours is staying on for another 20 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
If that's all right, because we love having you here. Just got to quickly mention Robert Marsh, who emailed a little earlier, solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, Robert's in Thailand here. He's watching on YouTube. He says, I'm looking at the side on camera. He says, I've not seen that before. That's a welcome addition. That's good to hear. A lot of hard yakka from John Skews about Simon's book. Says, all this talk of Simon's epic book reminds me of a conversation we had earlier this season. That's balled away by Gubbins. Oh, I'm not sure it was in the air, or was it?
I think it didn't carry. It didn't carry, but it was a good stop actually in the end.
It certainly was. End of the over. Just finish off this email and then we'll bring in Dave Bradley. It suggested that I become his agent. Well, I appointed myself in that position and now await payment for any mention of this fine work. Incidentally, are Worcestershire the only county to include fruit on their badge? I know of no other, says John. Well, I think Dave Bradley will be best to answer that
So
one.
that's the pears, isn't it? The pears of Worcestershire, yeah, possibly. Yeah, Sussex have got birds. Yorkshire got a rose, and so have Lancashire. But yeah, I can't think of any fruit actually. Strawberries. So it's Kent or something should have strawberries or something, shouldn't they?
Hops.
Yeah, well, hops is obvious, but I was thinking Garden of England, and I was sort of thinking, actually no, I suppose strawberries would be more Worcestershire really, in a way, but they've got their pears, haven't they? So
black pears.
Black pears.
Quite rare.
So here's a stalwart of Worcestershire anyway, Joe Leach, to bowl his 8th over. 7 overs, none for 22 at the moment. Standing up to the stumps is Roderick as Vince defends. So he stands up to the right-handers, it seems, and maybe back to the left-handers. That was a thick edge actually that went down to fine leg. So the batsmen have changed ends. That was another single to the score.
Does that tell us
78 for 2.
anything about the pitch? Keeper stood up 2 slips.
Yeah, well, it's not carrying, is it really?
No.
It's low. I mean, it's like all the pitches have been here. Whenever I've been here, there's very little bounce. Just a tiny bit of seam movement, but not that much in it for the bowlers, really. Keeper probably standing up to the stumps to both batsmen now to keep them in their crease as Gubbins drives that one up to mid-off. It's that tactic, isn't it? The batsmen like to stand out of their crease to bowlers of this sort of pace. And obviously the keeper standing up to the stump stops them doing it.
There's been a few occasions this season when the square leg umpire has actually spoken to the batsman.
Because he stood too far out.
Yeah, damaging the pitch.
Yes. That happened in a test match actually. Keaton Jennings did that against, I think it was South Africa. Leach bowls again and jabbed into the offside by Gubbins. Straight to the man at a backward point. 78 for 2 is the Worcestershire score. Frank Watson's your other man, is he?
Frank, yeah.
Where's he this week?
I
Doesn't do away games.
Oh yeah, he does. He's done more away games than me this.
He was I was at uni with him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh right. Ah, no. Here's the thing.
And his daughter taught my daughter as well, so there's two double connection there. Here comes Leach and bowls again, out straight through to the keeper that time as Gubbins shoulders arms.
You're doing the Worcester Cricket Society in the winter.
I am.
Oh right. Do you know when? Is it January, February?
I think it's November.
Oh, it could be. Yeah. I'll
have a look on my diary in a minute.
I'm kind of involved in that. So.
Oh, well, right, good.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It's good. We had some good nights.
My mate's Tim Curtis.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we were at Durham together. And so I see him every year.
The ageless Tim Curtis.
Yes.
Never looks any older.
No, he doesn't.
It's annoying.
It is. He's a good golfer, isn't he? Here comes Leach, bowls again, and at this time that just sort of seemed to hurry Gubbins a touch. He jabs down on it and pushes it into the leg side. 78 for 2, Hampshire. Beautiful day here, isn't it? I mean, it's just perfect cricket weather. I was quite jealous, actually. I was noticing the girls. I think it must have been the Southern Brave girls. No, not Southern Brave. The Vipers girls were warming up on the second pitch there. I was just thinking, what a lovely day to be doing some cricket training, actually, on that, especially on that environment. It's a beautiful setting over there. Lovely second pitch. It really makes you want to play cricket again. Another very elaborate defensive stroke from Gubbins. The ball not bouncing much, him getting very low, almost crab-like, to keep that one out. 78 for 2.
I often think we play too late in the season.
But this is a lovely time of year, though, September, isn't it?
Yeah. And apparently next week, the long-range forecast is good. But we were saying earlier, early this morning, I had to walk all the way around. Just that little nip in the air.
Yes.
You know the sun's going to come out. And
the sun's quite low, isn't it, in the morning, and it is a bit nippy.
Yeah.
But I think it's a lovely time of year to play, actually. And in fact, my club, Ealing, used to play into October. In fact, I think a lot of clubs did. But I was asking the groundsman the other day at Ealing, my club Ealing, why they don't play into October anymore. And he said that one of the reasons is they like to seed the square before it gets cold. So they get a bit of that late summer warmth into the soil when they've sown the new seed.
Yeah, like to dig it up before it's too late. We're going to see a bit of spinning. Amal Verdi coming on from the pavilion end, still on loan to Worcestershire from Surrey, who, as I mentioned earlier, decided to bring in a lone spinner, a spinner for one game. Is that good for the game?
Well, I think it's good if they're getting cricket, you know. I mean, what, you mean Shaka Balasan?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's good. I like the fact that, you know, players like Verdi can go and play for Worcester, Bashir can get some cricket for Worcester.
Yeah.
Obviously, who was the other one? Well, Ian Holland has gone up to Leicester, hasn't he, from here, from Hampshire. So I think it's good. I just want people to play as much as they can. Bringing Shaki Balasan in for one game seems a bit extravagant.
Verdi it is, and a huge appeal, first ball. No movement whatsoever from umpire Rob White. Well, apart from to either click his clicker or drop a coin in his pocket. But it was very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
Missed it on the replay, but
no, I don't think they've played a replay yet, actually.
As we often say, it doesn't matter what we think. The only person who counts is the man in the white coat with the white hat. Verdi's next ball turned away to just backward a square on the leg side. Ethan Brooks.
Well, what's your view of it then? You
I
don't
just
like
thought-
it?
I mean, I think he's a great player, Shaki Balasan. He had played some games at New Road a few years ago. But my thought is, what does Amar Verdi think? You know, I've been sent out on loan to Worcester, and not that it's a punishment, but then they bring a spinner in for one game on what is going to be a turn-in track at Taunton. So I don't know. I just
I mean, I've got mixed feelings about it. I like the fact that, you know, good quality international players want to play county cricket.
Yeah.
And it's good experience for the people playing against them and with them. At the same time, it's a bit sort of
mercenary.
It is a bit mercenary.
Yeah. Verdi round the wicket to the left-hander, pushed away through cover. Should only be a single. Indeed, is a single, and Hampshire go to 80 for 2. They'd be quite happy with that, having lost a couple of early
definitely.
wickets. 19 for 2 at one time. And there is, in county cricket, the whole thing about bringing people in for 3 or 4 games.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that actually. I mean, we'll wait to the end of the over. Maybe Steve Smith at Sussex last year.
Verdi, tries a reverse and another big appeal.
Probably outside the line that time. Yeah, maybe outside the line. That would be his get out there. Got his left leg quite far forward to play that reverse. Nobody behind square on the offside, which is why I was playing it.
This time very short and gets exactly what it deserved. Smashed away, backward of square on the leg side. Hampshire go to 84 for 2. Yep, and Vince has 21. Gubbins has 36. Overseas players coming in for 3 or 4 games. I mean,
Yeah.
in the past, you got an overseas player and he was there for the season.
No, and that's good, obviously. I mean, it's difficult now, isn't it? Because counties won't let their best countries won't let their best players out for too long. But so you're very rarely going to get a top quality player for the whole season. And we were lucky in those days. I mean, that's why I think the sort of 1980s and 90s is probably the golden age of county cricket, because of the quality of players that were able to play the whole season. But I don't mind the Steve Smith personally coming to play 3 or 4 games for Sussex because of the spin-off. It markets the game well. People want to come and watch him play. You definitely want to try and play against him if you're an aspiring player, and I think playing with him, watching how he practices, getting some advice, all that is very useful. This is a change of bowling, and who's bowling now?
Ethan Brooks.
It's Ethan Brooks, yeah. So his first ball round the wicket got an exclaim there from some of the players. I'm not actually sure what happened. I think Gubbins was sort of surprised by it slightly. The keeper stood back now. So 84 for 2. Gubbins is on strike, 36. Round the wicket, Ethan Brooks, tall, quite lanky, fast medium bowler, comes bowling into Gubbins. That hits him on the pad again, and wasn't quite sure where it went actually, but it just ricocheted out on the offside in the end. Ball angling down the leg side. I mean, I was lucky to play with people like Desmond Haynes and Dean Jones as well, and I mean, they were there for the season. You're quite right, but their advice, the way they made you feel as players was incredibly uplifting. And you know, if you got the credit from them, then it really made you feel amazing. And they gave some great advice as well, and they were brilliant players to watch and practice with as well. This one from Brook just nips away a fraction, and Gubbins had to just curtain rail it slightly, adjust his defence, dabbed it down on the offside. 84 for 2. I mean, do you have a sort of view about it? Because Worcestershire's sort of overseas situation, you had Jason. I mean, did you like having Jason Holder for a few games?
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah,
very good. Good player. And
yeah,
extremely nice bloke.
Lovely guy, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Amazing guy. Yeah. Brooks bowls, defended by Gubbins.
Yeah, I mean, I'm like you. I go back when you had players for a whole season, and you would turn up, and Nottinghamshire would have Sobers, and then after him, Rice and Hadley.
Franklin Stevenson played a lot, didn't he?
Van der Bijl had a whole season. What a giant!
Middlesex, yeah, amazing.
Huge man.
Yeah,
So I go back to those days when you could turn up and you would know who was playing.
Yeah. Here comes Brooks again, bowls, and that's a bit short. But Gubbins doesn't decide to take any liberties with it; just pushes it out on the offside. No, just not gonna. That's not going to happen anymore, because those players, those sort of calibre of players, are just not going to be available. Look at Pat Cummins. He's not even playing for Australia in these next 5 one-days because they're resting him for the Test series against India. I totally understand these guys. Their workload is immense. Fuller this time from Brooks, and Gubbins just at the last moment there, shoulders, arms, it goes through to Roderick. End of the over, maiden over. The first one of the innings, I think, probably. And that makes the score, it's just gone off the screen briefly, 84 for 2. Yeah, I can imagine Jason Holder was great. I mean, I've met him a couple of times, and he's just a lovely guy. Would absolutely have given everything. He didn't actually, until the last match he played, he didn't have that much impact, did he?
No.
He got 100 against Kent, didn't he?
Which a lot of people have done this season, I have to say.
Right.
But he was just, he's the sort of guy that you would love to have in your dressing room. I would imagine he would just come in and he fits in.
Or doesn't fit in. He's 6'7".
Yeah, he is a big
huge
lad,
guy, isn't he?
Yeah. Here's Verdi bowling from the pavilion end, and this is pushed out to mid-on in the end. Ball trickling out there, but they pick up a single because mid-on is fairly deep. So we've got a short leg, slip, backward point, chaser on the cover boundary, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg out on the boundary as well. Verdi bowling right arm around, this time just trickles to that short leg, who doesn't have a helmet on. Does he?
Yeah, I think he does.
Does he?
You're not allowed to not.
I was going to say he's not allowed to be.
You're not allowed to field without one.
No. It's
It's green. That's why you think it's not a helmet, because it looks like a Worcestershire cap.
It's a very cap-like helmet. It's usually Cashy Valley under that for Worcestershire. Off the back foot, played out to that cover fielder. Way out on the extra cover boundary for a single. That the longest boundary is on, if you know the ground here at all, it's that towards the nursery side is the longer boundary. Although it's fairly central for an end of season game. Pushed out on the onside.
Yeah.
No runs.
Not that big a square actually, for as grounds go. The oval square would be almost twice as wide.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the boundary rope's on the square if they play on the one side. Hit it across the square and you got 4. Next ball, well, I'm not quite sure what happened to that. The batsman was confused, whatever it was. It's gone away for 4 somethings.
Yeah, it got an edge. I think it was
it
got an edge between the keeper and first slip. And the first slip is very... Oh no, it went wide of first slip, sorry. But first slip is very fine actually. Almost standing behind the keeper. Very, very narrow position. And that went wide, and I think it went down as well. I don't think it was a chance anyway. But slightly lucky 4 runs to James Vince. He's on 26 now.
90 for 2. This is turning into a good morning session for Hampshire. Having lost those 2 early wickets. Just poking forward to the next one. Ball trickles up on the onside. End of the over, and Verdi has bowled 3 overs for 12, 13. I don't know, the sun's on the board, 12. Brooks has just bowled 1 over and 1 maiden. Normally bowls a very tight line, Ethan Brooks. Probably not the most threatening bowler in the world, but keeps it tight and looks for a mistake.
2 slips, 3 in the offside. Started with a maiden, as Dave said. He bowls again, and this one's defended into the offside for a single by Gubbins. Plays very low actually, Gubbins, but that's ideal for this pitch because there's not much bounce. So he's getting his defence almost obdurately forward and down. He gets a single there, so he's on to 38. Hampshire 91 for 2.
Interesting, talking of overseas, John sends me a text saying 2011 when Worcestershire stayed up, they had 4 overseas players. Damien Wright, Saeed Ajmal, Shakib Al Hassan and Kemar Roach.
Brooks bowls, and it's defended into the offside by Vince. Yeah, wow. And they were rotated, obviously.
Yeah. Saeed Ajmal was quite a character.
He was a bowler, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I remember standing behind the Pakistan keeper, watching him bowl, and the Pakistan keeper, this was I think the assistant coach actually as keeper, just in practice, and he couldn't read him either. Kept missing his doosra. Brooks bowls again, and hit hard by Vince into the offside, but straight to extra cover.
He told us one day he got 7 different deliveries.
Did he?
Yeah. Whether he had, I don't know. He's probably only got 2 or 3, but it sounded good, you know. It was a great quote, you know. Saeed Ajwas, 7 different deliveries. But yeah, and quite a character.
I had 7 different deliveries as well. I had a half volley, a full toss, a long hop, down the leg side. Yeah. Brooks bowls on the length, and Vince defends, pushed out onto the offside.
Do you find it difficult going, because you were on about Fletcher, no, it was Albert, wasn't it?
Yeah.
How he got into the wrong position.
No, Middleton.
Yeah. Do you find it difficult to go to a game and not analyse?
Yes,
people?
I do, and it infuriates my kids because I do it even when we're playing tennis. I mean, it's terrible. Here comes Brooks again and defended in the offside, and there's a misunderstanding there, and actually Gubbins came up for a possible single, but Vince didn't want it, so Gubbins had to scramble back, but he got back safely. 91 for 2. No, I can't help myself at all, and it's even when I'm playing tennis with my son or my daughter, I go, you know, you could get more into the back, you know, get back to the baseline, you're lazy, or I don't know, you know, why don't you practice your serve more, or I don't know, something. I can't. The other day when they were playing the match, you know, I wanted to say things all the time. When they were playing their match in between brother and sister. Dabbed into the offside by Vince. That ends another over from Brooks with just a single conceded. So 2 overs now, no wicket for 1. He's sort of certainly restricting the scoring. I mean, I find that's why I suppose I love cricket, because there's so many things to look at all the time. And actually what I love doing, I like watching batsmen between balls, because I think cricket reveals character, and you can see from the way a batter is, especially if they're under a bit of pressure, you can see how their character is by how they behave between balls.
Oh, that's very interesting.
So Gubbins, watch Gubbins between balls here.
Verdi is the bowler and pushed away.
So he'll probably just walk a little bit away from his. In fact, because it's a spinner, he hasn't got much time.
Just checks his guard.
Yeah, he checks his guard. If it was a seamer, he would be walking away to short leg and then walking back again. He's got a little routine.
Verdi in again, and a quicker ball which plays it away eventually onto the onside, but hurried up.
There, you see, he's moved away a little bit there. See, he just shuffles away slightly.
Yeah.
And they've got a routine. Now he'll kind of take guard again, look up, and that's his cue to switch on again. So he's got quite a process.
Verdi in again. This time tickled, I would say, and probably off a pad. Yeah, umpire's going to signal a leg by. He's actually annoyed with himself that he didn't
missed out there because he doesn't get that run, does he?
Yeah, no.
You see, he's quite a meticulous sort of character. Vince, I reckon, is much more laid back, and I bet he has a process like every batter, but he's just a very laid back, calm, relaxed sort of character, isn't he? And you know, I don't think he worries about too much.
He's waiting for Verdi's next delivery, which he pushes out on the onside. Is the sort of, what's the word I'm looking for, the personification of that Steve Smith?
Yeah.
In that if he doesn't sort of jig 4 times when he comes out.
I mean, his routine is exhausting. I don't know why he doesn't sort of sleep better, because he must be exhausted at the end of the day.
Verdi bowls off the back foot, pushed away out towards extra cover, where Joe Leach comes jogging in to field.
No, it's a good point though. He is the ultimate. Do you remember Sanath Jayasuriya used to have sort of lots of funny mannerisms as well, didn't he?
Yeah. It's the last ball of Verdi's over. Hampshire moved on to 93 for 2, and that beats the outside edge of the bat. Look at that. I think that might have. Did that turn a bit? Yeah, it might have just gripped a bit. Emily's back. Welcome.
Yeah,
You all right?
bit of turn and bounce.
I think I'm off as well to make the tea. Kevin James is in.
Double change. 93 for 2 then Hampshire. Vince on 27. Gubbins on 38. 25 overs gone this morning. The 2 wickets were the Hampshire openers. Fletcher Middleton was the first to go. He went for 6, and Toby Albert was the second. He went for 11, both off the bowling of Taylor. He was impressive this morning with a new ball. The most impressive bowler so far we've seen today from Worcestershire was Brooks to continue from the hotel end in, and that's a play and a miss outside off stump from Vince, just fishing there. Bit of swing away.
Still a bit there, isn't there?
It's the length, I think. When they hit that hard length, it is doing a little bit. But these two have accumulated nicely.
They put on 74 or 72.
Brooks right arm over again, and that's pushed into the cover gap. They're going to come through for a quick single on a half attempt of a throw, but he didn't pick up the ball. Slight problem.
Trying to be clever.
94 for 2 Hampshire. Still lovely blue skies. Are we going to get sun in our eyes later today?
Probably. Yeah.
Still happens in September.
Got your cap?
Got my sunglasses, that's what I've gone for.
Sun cream?
Yep, I'm ready. I'm experienced in this camera gantry. Brooks round the wicket to Gubbins in defence to mid-wicket, will be no run.
Yes, for the final, well, assuming this game goes for 4 days, for the final 4 times this season, the sun will be shining brightly through the windows here, open windows.
Here's a question. Do you think the closed windows, the sliding windows, will be cleaned over the winter?
They haven't been cleaned for 10 years. So the law of averages would suggest no.
Brooks, 77 on his back full, and in defence from Gubbins, will be no run.
Yeah, so...
You're not going to get yourself up here and do the dirty work?
I don't like heights.
Is that why you stand that far back?
Yeah, I can't get too close to the edge. I get dizzy.
To be fair, those railings you sort of feel like could give at any point. Brooks into Gubbins, that's driven beautifully. Great stiving stop at extra cover, gets a hand to it. So we'll keep it to a single from Gubbins. He moves to 39, but that was a glorious shot from Gubbins.
Good half stop as well.
That's hurt, I reckon.
Yeah, looks, oh gosh, yeah, was it got that on the wrist? Is that D'Oliveira down there at cover? Down on his knees? No. Extra cover?
He's very tight in there. Now, a short.
Oh no, mid-wicket, sorry, mid-wicket.
That's played back to him, will be no run.
It is. Should we do some emails and should we look at some other scores as we get
Let's
towards
do it.
the...
I'll do the scores.
Yeah, let's do it. So, with reference to the fact that Somerset second, and well, we worked out, didn't we? And I'm sure most people have, that there would be a scenario where Hampshire are challenging for the title going into the last week of the season.
But now I've looked at these scores, we might be struggling for that scenario.
Oh well, that one.
Lancashire and Surrey both need to lose this round. Then obviously Hampshire plays Lancashire and Surrey, Somerset and Surrey both need to lose. And Hampshire plays Somerset last round.
They do. Here's Verdi round the wicket with his off spin. Reverse sweeping Gubbins. Goes fine. Running away. That'll be 4. Gubbins moves on to 43 and it's 99 for 2.
So Somerset are playing Lancashire in Manchester. Lancashire are batting in at 85 for 4. Durham against Surrey at the Oval. Durham are batting. They are 78 for 2. Other games, Warwickshire versus Essex. Warwickshire are 64 for 5 against Essex.
Apologies, 95 for 2. The runs had already gone up on the board before the ball would even cross the rope. Apologies. 39 Gubbins. Verdi in, short leg and a slip. Flighted, and Gubbins just plays that behind square on the leg side and moves on to 40, 96 for 2.
The other game in Division 1, Notts versus Kent. Notts are off to a flyer, 115 without loss off 25 at Canterbury. That's Division 1. Division 2, Derbyshire versus Middlesex, 84 for 2, Derby batting first.
I think Actually, it is 100 up. I thought so. The board had just got behind a little bit. Vince is off the back foot. That's a good diving stop at short mid-wicket.
Yorkshire versus Glamorgan, 90 for 2 Yorkshire. Gloucestershire, here we go, hanging from their victory in the Vitality Blast against Sussex. A 65 for 6.
No, that's not a surprise. Here's Verdi, flighted again, driven by Vince, out into the deep on the offside. 101 for 2. Vince moves on to 29. That's no surprise after a big weekend like that, and they will have enjoyed it on the Saturday night. That's no surprise they've lost 6 wickets.
And the final game in Division 2, Leicestershire versus Northants. Leicestershire at 84 for 2.
So you're up to date, courtesy of Emily Windsor. There's Verdi again, round the wicket to Gubbins, who pushes forward out on the offside. Let's get through some emails then. Brian Budd, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, always a delight to hear Simon Hughes in the commentary box. Gives good insights into watching experience over the years, and also enjoys Yoz's books. Of course, there's more than one. I feel like we're just giving him some extra publicity for his books, but they're very good, so it doesn't really matter. 101 for 2, 27 overs gone of the Hampshire innings. Do you want to do a couple more?
Yeah. There's a lot to choose from, Kev. We've had a lot of interaction today. Hi Kev, Simon, Emily and Dave. On batters and bowlers having a pleasant exchange, there was that wonderful fist bump between Mo Abbas and Keaton Jennings.
Oh, that was after the... that's right. That was during the Lancashire game about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Mo Abbas bowled particularly well. I'm not sure when he got... Did he get Jennings out? And then they wouldn't have done a fist bump then, would they?
Brooks to continue to Vince, will be no run.
Who's that from?
That was from Ralph Brooker. Some nice moments of the season. We were talking off air, weren't we, about the fiery moments between Kent and Hampshire. Made it a good watch at the end on the screen.
Yes, there was...
But I like that. I think when you see that passion from the players, it shows what it means. As Brooks into Vince, that's driven up to mid-off half stop, so they come through for a single. They may think about 2 here. Yep, Gubbins quick between the wickets, great running. Vince will move to 31 and the score 103 for 2.
Got an email here from Chris and Annie, who are in Lanzarote currently, normally in Balford in Wiltshire though. silentcricket@gmail.com says, watching and listening to you by the pool in Lanzarote. Bit of cloud cover here, sunny outbreaks today, looks glorious.
Brooks into Vince, in defence will be no run.
Looks glorious in West End, yes it certainly is. The gentleman commentating from Worcester, that will be Dave Bradley, was trying to, he's never been called a gentleman, was trying to name the end that you're all at. For me, Christopher Martin Jenkins got it spot on when he called it the Meon Valley end. He did many years ago, the late Christopher Martin Jenkins.
Brooks in again, scurries past the umpire to Vince, play and miss outside the off stump, just going away from the right hander. Good delivery from Brooks. One thing I've noticed about all the Worcestershire bowlers, they all the seamers have a really short run up. Even Brooks, tall lad.
That's true.
It's a very short run up.
Like to get their overs in time. They don't like going past 6:30 at Worcester. They close the ground up. They close Worcester up about 7 o'clock. You've got to get out of Worcester by 7, otherwise it's closed.
Just Vince just reorganising his gloves. Brooks waits for him. As he's in again, Vince advances and plays to mid-wicket, will be no run. Just 2 slips in now for Worcestershire. Looks a good pitch to bat. Kev, the runs I think have accumulated nicely here for Hampshire this morning.
Yeah, clearly they think it's going to turn, don't they, at some point in the game, having chosen Felix Organ over Brad Wheel. I guess winning the toss, electing to bat first. Good toss to win. Get the runs on the board.
Brooks in again, and that's driven to mid-wicket Oliveira does another diving stop, and he's still staying on the floor this time as well, with the ball in front of him. He's doing some work in there that is no run for Vince. He's on 31 off 60.
So Jim Baldwin has emailed salmoncricket@gmail.com. He says, enjoying the commentary as usual. By coincidence, I'm rereading Simon's A Lot of Hard Yakka. That's got some amazing publicity as well. During my 3-hour chemotherapy sessions, says Jim. Keeps the spirits up and enjoying it as much as 30 years ago. Where's the time gone, he says. It's obviously a book that stands the test of time.
Have you read it, Kev?
I did. I think he got me a copy.
So it was forced to be read upon for you.
Yes, you will read it. I think to be fair to him, he did get me one. But as I say, that's many years ago. Here's Verdi. Around the wicket again to Gubbins, who's prodding forward past the hands of short leg, but it was along the ground. And Gubbins walks through a single, moves on to 45, 104 for 2. It's certainly been a good session. From a Hampshire point of view, it was looking a little dicey after the first 25 minutes, where they lost their 2 opening batters. 19 for 2 it was, but the experience of Vincent Gubbins showing through once more. Here's Verdi over the wicket, and Vince is forward. Prodded out on the offside.
We've not seen that much turn yet from Verdi, just that odd ball lift. But these two seem to be playing it quite comfortably at the moment. The off-spinner on loan from Surrey.
Yeah, he wasn't getting much of a look in, was he, at Surrey in the last couple of years or so. Vince works that up to deep mid-on for a single before he joined Worcester on loan. His last game for Surrey was back in September 2021.
Good move for him then. Some game time.
Yeah. He's into his 5th over here. None for 21 so far. Bowls to Gubbins, pushing it into the ground. Runs on the board. Very important here in this first innings. Mentioned earlier, both these sides in good form coming into this. Worcester won 3 out of 4, unbeaten in their last 4. Hampshire unbeaten in their last 8 with 4 wins. 30 bowls. Gubbins is forward once more. We'll get another over in before the lunch break.
What have you ordered for lunch, Kev?
I've ordered the shepherd's pie.
Oh.
Yourself?
Ham, egg and chips. The menu wasn't my favourite.
Was it not?
Menu that we could choose from. It's actually probably been my least favourite.
Because it has turned.
Wow.
That has turned, and credit to Gubbins, he's played inside the line there. Didn't get drawn into following the line of the ball, but we saw one couple of hours ago from Verdi that turned past the outside edge, and there's a bit of a clue as to how this pitch might develop over the next couple of days. Of course, you can now eat what you want. Your season's finished.
Exactly. Make the most of my time off.
Last time didn't you bring, mind you, having said that, during the season, didn't you bring some donuts up here?
Yeah.
So
it's everything in moderation, Kev. It's all that energy we burn out in the middle. You've got to put it back on somehow, haven't you? All the hard work I do in the gym and running just goes to waste.
Do you give yourself a month or so now, just to break away from everything?
Yeah, I'm going to try and go away for a little bit to freshen up, which will be nice. As Brooks into Vince, and that's played back down the pitch, will be no run. I think it's quite important because it's a long summer, and then when you get into the winter, and like there's obviously areas of the game that my game that I want to look to improve, so you want to be fresh and sort of ready to go into that, and probably more of a fitness block I imagine before Christmas, but also that time's really good if you want to make technical changes in your game, which may look to do this year. The game's evolving, so you've got to keep growing with it.
Oh yes.
As Brooks into Vince, who uses his feet to advance but finds D'Oliveira at mid-wicket, will be no run. 105 for 2. But yeah, just some chill time, family time. Get used to not doing a lot, which is actually quite challenging when you're used to being here, there, everywhere, and seeing a lot of people all the time. Because in the summer you're sort of with your team most days of the week, it feels like. Brooks to Vince again, who shuffles down the pitch and plays to mid-wicket again.
Because over the last 2 seasons, with the extra few games in the Charlotte Edwards Cup 2 seasons ago and an extra few games in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy this year, I mean, your season's virtually increased by nearly a half, hasn't it? Have you found that those extra games, a lot harder?
I feel like we go in period. It's felt like quite a bitty season, where I remember we started in end of April, May, and we were playing 250 over games a week, and we finished that, which have both been quite intense periods. As Brooks into Vince, and that's played back down the pitch, will be no run, which is something that we've not been used to playing. We'd usually play 1 game a week previous seasons. So it's been blocked, so it's been quite intense. And the T20, I remember as well, there was a period where we had like 1 game in a week, then all of a sudden we had like 3 or 4 with travel. And I think the travel's the big thing, where we're playing all over the country, which is great. But yeah, no, it's good to be playing more cricket as Brooks in, and that's again played to mid-wicket, will be no run. Really targeting the stumps as Brooks, not making it easy for Vince to score.
Yeah, and of course, those of you that are involved in the hundreds as well, like you were, all that in 3.5 weeks.
Yeah, but for me, I didn't play this year, so it sort of felt like a long chunk of my summer where I didn't play any cricket, which is quite a bizarre feeling as well. Sort of 4 weeks in total as Brooks into Vince, and that's a player miss outside the off stump. That's kept going, but that's the end of the over. 105 for 2, and that will be lunch. Made an over to finish from Brooks, but I'd say Hampshire ahead in this session. They'll be very happy with this partnership from James Vince and Nick Gubbins.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's after those 2 early wickets, 105 for 2. Then Hampshire, having won the toss, elected to bat first. Nick Gubbins 45 not out, James Vince 32 not out. They were 19 for 2. Tom Taylor rolling over Fletcher Middleton for 6, and also Toby Albert for 11. Taylor's figures, 6 overs, 2 for 25. And we'll take a break, and we'll be back with you at the start of the afternoon session in 40 minutes' time. Well, welcome back to the Utilita Bowl on this first day of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Worcestershire. We are shortly getting underway. The afternoon session. Hampshire won the toss this morning, elected to bat first. They are 105 for 2. They were 19 for 2. Early wickets, Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert, both snared by seamer Tom Taylor. But Nick Gubbins and James Vince have put on 86 unbroken for the third wicket, with Gubbins on 45 and James Vince on 32. Your commentary team this afternoon is pretty much as it was this morning. A little later, Southern Vipers batter Emily Windsor will be back with us. Also, still on the ground, the analyst Simon Hughes. Enjoyed him this morning, as always. But it's myself, Kevin James. I say but you know what I mean. And for BBC Hereford and Worcester, it's Dave Bradley. Dave, how would you sum up that morning from a Worcestershire point of view?
It was good morning's cricket, as you say, started well. First 2 wickets went down. You're thinking 80 for 4 or 5 at lunch, but they did well. And I thought they I mean, a couple of times Worcestershire didn't bowl that well, I didn't think. First change, Logan Van Beek came on, a bit too much wit. But they're very positive. I mean, Gubbins in particular. A bit of a un-Gubbins-like innings,
I
really.
agree, actually, yeah. At times, and most times, outpacing James Vince, which is unusual. There is a little bit of turn already. We've seen Verdi get a couple past the edge, with Hampshire including Felix Organ in this game at the expense of Seamer Brad Wheel. Does suggest that they think this wicket is going to turn increasingly. It's never a huge turner here, but I think with already and with Verdi starting this afternoon, it looks very much as though turn is of the order of the day. Not there though, as that's worked wide and mid on by Gubbins. He moves on to 46 and Hampshire are 106 for 2.
Yes, if it's turning a bit before lunch on the first day, but we talk so much about cricket pitches because they're not wickets, because the wickets are the 3 stumps at the either end. We talk so much about them, and in the end, it's just how people play on them, isn't it?
Very much so. Over the wicket, Vince works that into the gap on the offside. 107 for 2. I think this is a good toss to win already. As I say, the pitch won't necessarily break up. It never really does here, but it will become increasingly... Well, the turn will be there more regularly. 30 bowls. Gubbins is forward. Bowled a couple of beauties. We got one at Gubbins, didn't he?
Yeah, that really went.
Before the morning,
yeah.
Before lunch. So Verdi might have a lot of work to do here today, on loan from Surrey. Hasn't been overworked in first team cricket over the last 3 years. But, I think certainly well in this game as Gubbins is forward. No turn there.
He had a very long spell down at Essex. Bowled a lot of overs there. Was he bowled? Be best if I looked at the right sheet of paper.
30 from the pavilion end again. Gubbins again. He's playing defensively. Dave's looking through his mountains of notes.
Well, I remember, and you remember, when computers came in.
Yes. Took all that away. Verdi bowls and Gubbins is playing defensively once more. End of the over, 107 for 2.
Bowled 75 overs in 3 games before this, but he didn't bowl at all at Durham. Came in for 1 game there and didn't bowl at all. Paperless offices. You know, you won't need paper anymore. We won't be printing anything off, but we still are.
We still are. As backup.
Oh, yeah. Even us old people. Looks like Tom Taylor is going to bowl from the from air end. What's it called? The something valley end, that fella?
Well, the late Christopher Martin Jenkins christened it the Meon Valley end, but it's the Meon Valley is quite a bit in the distance. And if I'm honest, as I understand it, a bit over our left shoulder as we look out to the pitch. So it's not technically that end, but it's stuck with a few people.
Geographically incorrect. Here's Taylor in bowls, and this has gone away off an edge and racing away down towards third man. Jones from slip is after it. He's not going to cut that one off. Not off the full face of the bat was my thought. Just watching a replay, and just thick, very thick outside edge. It's one of those where the batsman will say, well, I kept it down and steered it down to the boundary, so I deserve 4. It's one of those where the bowler will say, yeah, you lucky person. As they often say.
Yes, you can't say any more, otherwise the umpires would jump straight down your throat.
Yes.
Geographically, it is the northern end.
Yeah.
Most certainly.
Yeah.
And the pavilion end is the southern end, but it's always known as a pavilion end.
Taylor in again and turned away this time on the onside by James Vince. Goes to 38 and Hampshire go to 112 for 2. And we'll keep on about it. A glorious day here. There's 1 or 2 Simpson clouds, if you want to call them that, away in the distance, but the little fluffy ones. If you've never seen The Simpsons, you'll have no idea what we're talking about. But a bit of breeze. Glorious day for watching cricket. This is one of those days that you put in a box and you take out in late January. As Taylor, and he beats the outside edge. Every now and then there's still one doing something.
He's bowled well, hasn't he, Taylor, this morning?
He has bowled well. He's in his 7th over, 2 for 30. Easily the pick of the Worcestershire medium pacers today.
I thought Brooks shaped it a bit as well.
Yeah, he's very good. He rarely goes for a lot, Ethan Brooks. He never really gets clobbered. Good man to put on if you want to tighten an end up and bore the batsman a bit.
Well, 5 overs for 5.
Yeah.
Tells that story.
Taylor in again. This is a bit shorter and has punched away onto mid-wicket area, although, well, it appeared to me to be a bit shorter. It was coming forward as he played the shot, was Gubbins, which, to me, is a guy who's got himself in.
Yeah. Yes, I think Van Beek was perhaps the weakest of the seamers this morning. Didn't quite get enough balls in the right area.
No, he went for a few, didn't he? There was one. And he'd got 2 relatively fresh batsmen then as well. But once they get a couple off the middle, they are never relatively fresh after. Taylor, and again, this sort of angling in towards leg stump and then turned away very gently on the onside. So, 1 or 2 people who are shirtless. Mostly gentlemen, I have to say, before anybody gets too worried. Down to our right, so that tells you how lovely and warm. Even warmer tomorrow, the weather forecaster told me this morning.
Yeah, this is very much the warmest end of the ground. You'll notice at the far end the shadows are already beginning to form.
Yeah. Taylor in bowls. Pushed to mid on. The shadow's starting to form, but thankfully no Cliff Richard, as we often say. You've got to be really old for that one. Sorry, folks. End of Taylor's over. And Hampshire are 112 for 2, with Vince on 38, Gubbins on 46, Taylor 7 overs, 2 for 30. Verdi's 6 overs have cost him 24 so far.
And it was the big solar panel switch on last week, just ahead of the T20 International. So a good day for the solar panels on the roofs of the stands and the hotel here.
Are they on the far? Well, they're obviously on the far side from us, aren't they? Picking out the sun.
And above us as well.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And I think there's some over on the far side on the nursery ground. I can't remember actually. Vince works Verdi to back on a square leg. There's no run there, so yeah, they'll be providing some free electricity today.
Yeah.
Very handy. Here's Verdi again then. Bowls and Vince pushes out square on the offside just to the right of the fielder, and Vince moves quietly onto 39, 113 for 2 Hampshire. Yeah, free electricity, eh?
My knowledge of that sort of thing, solar panels, is very minute. Slightly less than my knowledge of cricket, actually, which is difficult to believe.
Round the wicket Verdi from that pavilion end, whipped to mid-wicket by Nick Gubbins, but straight to Tom Taylor, who's stationed there. Well, I mean, yeah, right, I don't know how much it works out, but you just never know. On a day like this, it might end up costing the club nothing to have all the lights on. As that works to extra cover, who knows? There's no, you're charging your phones up from a socket. Costing the club a bean.
Huh? The initial outlay.
Verdi again, he's got a slip and a short leg in. Gubbins, oh, that's bounced a bit and turned, but it's a little wide. Gubbins not offering a shot wisely. So there is a man on the drive at shortish extra cover. I say shortish, I've seen them closer. There's Verdi. Bowls again. Reverse sweep there from Gubbins. There is a man there backward a point. It's gone straight to him. And that ends that over. Verdi 7 overs, none for 24. Hampshire 113 for 2. Have added 8 runs since the resumption, which is about 8 minutes into the afternoon session.
Yeah, it's interesting to see where this is going. It's nearly a century stamp between these two, came together with a total on 19. I wouldn't say Worcestershire are desperate for a wicket, but they'd be very keen to get one of these two out because they're looking pretty good. Not any great problems. Taylor bowls and sticks out his left hand to stop the ball as it comes back. It would have just gone to mid-off anyway, but made sure it didn't get as far as Van Beek at mid-off. Van Beek, by the way, we've had a lot of people saying his name is Van Beek. Beek as in Baker. But I've asked him this and he says in England and in... Maybe at the... it'll be tempting to nod off this afternoon, won't it, in the sunshine? Especially if they've had a couple of beers. A couple of beers and a big lunch. Ooh.
It sounds like you would have wished. You would have wished it.
I can pretty much sleep anywhere these days. Taylor in, this is turned square on the leg side. Kashif Ali is the fielder out on the boundary. Total goes to 114 for 2. Yeah, often nod off, which is a bit of a shock to the people on the minibus I'm driving at the time. Lots of shouts, come on, from the Worcestershire fielders. Lots of encouragement, as there always is in cricket, in the first class cricket anyway. Taylor in bowls, turned on the onside.
Yeah, and I think for the reasons you just mentioned earlier was that Worcestershire don't want to lose this session, really, and I think they realise that, they know that, and...
Yeah, it was Hampshire's first session for me.
Yeah.
3 down at lunch, even Stevens, 4 down at lunch, it's the fielding team's session, but yeah, and they do talk a lot about sessions. Taylor's next ball, good line and length, good over this from Tom Taylor, only conceded 1 run so far.
You know, if Hampshire go in at 200 for 3 at tee, they've got a base in which to really get a very big first innings total, and then of course the pressure's on the side batting second, and if it is a pitch that we expect to turn a little more, then the pressure's on even more. So yeah, it's a big session for the away side here. They need to keep it, at the very least, need to keep it very tight.
Here's Taylor to complete the over, and just allowed by Gubbins to go through to the wicketkeeper. That completes the over, and Hampshire 114 for 2. The 2 batsmen out, by the way, this morning. Middleton and Albert both went to Taylor. Middleton bowled for 6, and Albert caught by Hose at slip off Taylor for 11.
How much are we expecting Brett D'Oliveira to bowl his leg breaks these days?
He hasn't bowled much this season. He had a shoulder injury early season, missed the whole of the T20. I wouldn't think he's bowled. Where's my bit of paper? It's definitely here somewhere.
30 bowls, Vince is forward.
He's bowled 82 overs.
Oh, so he's bowled.
Yeah, oh, he has
a
bowled, yeah.
reasonable amount. Yeah, because I mean, obviously, depending on how long this first innings lasts, you would think he'll be bowling. Because otherwise, Verdi's your only spinner, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, yes.
In this game.
I mean, Kashif Ali can.
Right.
Well, both Kashif Ali and Jake Libby bowl slowly. Well, they're taking first-class wickets, but you wouldn't. They're not in the team. They're not in the team for their bowling. Let's put it that way.
So they're not front line.
No.
So a lot rested on Verdi's shoulders here as he's over the wicket to Vince. Vince is on the back foot, plays that into the ground, well fielded at short leg. Slipping a short leg in for Worcestershire. Emily Windsor back from a nice long lunches. You can eat big lunches now. Doesn't need to worry about playing anymore.
She'll be asleep by 3 o'clock.
Women's domestic season all over as that's turned away on the onside. Well, it is for the Vipers anyway. It's not quite all over yet. Not for the South East Stars or the Sunrisers, and it's not often you say that at the end of the season. Those two sides still involved. Next Saturday up at Leicester, Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final, which doesn't feature the Vipers for the first time ever. Vince is forward.
We have women's cricket on our little ground on Sunday. It's the softball, Worcestershire softball finals day.
Right.
Which is very good. Lot of girls playing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really popular.
At New Road, this is?
No, this is at our little ground at Martley.
Okay.
If anybody wants to have a ride out there in the Worcestershire area.
There you are.
It's quite a trek from Southampton, but
yeah.
It's about 6 miles from Worcester, so bars open all day.
Well, if it's a day like today, you guarantee the weather. Who knows? Maiden over from Amar Birdie there with Hampshire 114 for 2.
Yeah, very popular. The softball. They play 7 or 8 aside, I think. So he says, not knowing that much about it really, but
You'll be there though.
I will for a short while. Yeah. Can't be there all day, unfortunately, but yeah, it should be fun. Here's Tom Taylor. In and bowls around the wicket, just a jab cut, I'll call that. Just coming onto the baton. Easing it down to third man. Joe Leach, the fielder down there, picks up a single. Scoreboard has decided to put the bowling figures up rather than the score, which is 115 for 2. It is back now. It's a very good scoreboard, I'll give. The scoreboard that annoys me greatly is the one at Trent Bridge, where a wicket falls and it doesn't put the score up for about 5 minutes after. It puts all sorts of things up, adverts, all sorts. Cartoons, a bit of Tom and Jerry, and eventually the score comes up. Pushed out on the offside the next ball. Normally it's a very good and very informative scoreboard. No run on this occasion. Vince has a 40, Gubbins on 47.
Emily's just shown me a scoreboard for the Lancashire game, 114 for 6 against Somerset.
I fear they may be playing second division cricket next season, Lancashire.
Along with Kent.
A big club like that. Taylor bowls to Vince, who plays nicely off the back foot. That's going to race away. Might just get to the boundary. Will get to the boundary. Timed it beautifully for Ford's back with a square on the offside. And that brings up Century Partnership, of which Gubbins has contributed 47 and Vince 44. So from 19 for 2, they've done well.
That's a good recovery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just looking. So Lancashire are 11 points off third from bottom. That's Nottinghamshire. So,
And Nottinghamshire playing Kent, I believe.
yeah, and not through 152 without loss.
Yeah, I mean, with all due respect, any Kent supporters listening or watching, they're not a great side. Next ball, full length, whipped away. Nice shot out to Blackwood of square on the leg side. Kashif Ali is the fielder there. One more to the total, 122 for 2.
You must get off that fence, you know.
They are struggling, aren't they? But of course, the problem is if teams like Worcestershire stay up, some of the so-called one of the so-called big teams is going to go down.
Yes.
And I think that presents a bit of a problem for the ECB. You know, if you've got Lancashire, let's say Lancashire and Warwickshire went down this season, that's a problem for the ECB. The big teams in the second division. A little inside third of the bat on this one, I would say. It goes down to fine leg. for a single. 45 to Vince, 48 to Gubbins.
But then one so-called big team will be coming up to replace a so-called big team going down in Yorkshire.
If they go up, yeah. Yeah,
Second to Sussex, aren't they, in Division 2?
yeah. But then if Sussex and, say, Gloucestershire were promoted, I think that's presents problems. Here's the next ball, which is driven beautifully. Absolutely perfectly played. Over pitch by Tom Taylor, just outside the off stump. And just didn't really hit it that hard, just leant into it. And the perfect cover drive for 4. Vince goes to 49. Also, if Gloucestershire got promoted, Worcestershire might get to play them. They don't play them in anything this season. You know, the nearest county, you know, the borders overlap, join, call it what you like, and Worcestershire don't play them in anything. It's outrageous, I say. I am writing to my MP as we speak. Taylor. Got this one. Got his line better there, Tom Taylor. Not straighter. Comfortably played by Gubbins at the end of the over. 127 for 2, Hampshire. Going along quite serenely since lunch.
Thank you, brothers.
Okay.
Have a break.
Okay.
Emily Windsor is ready to step into
I'm
your
going
shoes.
to have a nana nap.
Yes. Second place Yorkshire in Division 2 are 120 for 2 against Glamorgan and Sussex, the leaders. Well, Gloucestershire having a bit of a hangover from the weekend. They are 80 for 7 currently. And here's Amar Verdi with his off spin. He's round the wicket as he always has been to Nick Gubbins' bowls, and Gubbins is playing forward to a good length delivery. Welcome back, Emily.
Thank you. In my lunch, I forgot about the annoying buzz that was going to persist when I put these headphones back on again.
Has that spoilt your lunch? Because you looked like you were enjoying that when I initially saw you.
It
did
looked
look
good.
quite big. It's pushed out to extra cover.
There was too much for me, put it that way.
Yeah.
But I didn't enjoy my lunch. I always, after lunch, because it's the other side of the ground, walk past the groundsman's hut to see Winston, the little dog.
Oh yeah.
Simon's dog, my absolute favourite.
Verdi. Gubbins plays and misses outside the off stump.
But he's poorly, Kev.
Oh, is he?
And he's there, but he's just, his tail's between his legs, he's all sad. So I'm now sad.
Oh dear. So what's he done?
Well, they think he's hurt his legs, but he's on all sorts of drugs now. So hopefully that helps him out.
Oh dear.
But he looks so sad.
Verdi probably has a bit of end of season blues as that's pushed out quietly on the offside. He probably knows that this is the last game here for 2024. Has a sixth sense, the dog.
They do, to be fair, but maybe he'd be happy about that, because surely Simon will have more time to take him on lovely walks.
Verdi bowls. Oh, that's turned as well. That's a good delivery. Give it plenty of air, but again, Gubbins hasn't followed the line of the ball. But there is some turn, as there was a little bit to turn for Verdi before the break.
That length it seems to be turning off those one that won't trouble the batters just yet.
True. Gubbins just plays that late into the ground, goes down to short third. Vince calls him through. Gubbins moves on to 49, and Vince has 49 as well, 128 for 2.
Yeah, I was speaking to Simon as well about the pitch and the conditions out there, and he said obviously it's a used pitch, so it's already quite dry, but the sun on it today as well, and a bit of a breeze. He expects it to break up a little bit more as well. So as we expected, we presume we'll see the spinners in the game. So a big first innings score, I think, is vital for Hampshire, as Taylor will roll to the left-handed Gubbins, who's currently on 49, and that's played down to fine leg, and that will be an applause from this Hampshire crowd, because that's Nick Gubbins 50. He's come off 106 balls. He's played really nicely in partnership with James Vince. Well batted, Nick Gubbins.
Fourth time he's passed the half-century mark this season with 200s as well. And during that innings, he's also passed 700 championship runs for the season.
Good knock for him. 129 for 2. Hampshire, big partnership, just gone over the 100 mark. And James Vince will be facing Taylor as well, who's picked up the only 2 wickets, and he's also on 49. He's in and bowls and defends. Back down the pitch will be no run.
I think somehow Worcestershire have to find a way here, don't they, to certainly break this partnership, but just keep themselves in the game, because as I said earlier, it might not be an over that if Hampshire win this session, they're in a great position.
Yeah, absolutely. And a commanding run, and it's exactly what Hampshire will want. Obviously, as soon as that coin landed and James Vince won it, probably the perfect plan has started. Choosing to bat first on this pitch is Taylor into the Hampshire captain James Vince, and that's played to mid-wicket, will be no run. How do you make something happen though, Kev, on this pitch? Because we're seeing a bit of spin, but again off that length that's not going to overly trouble these two just yet. We're not seeing any real movement for the seamers. It's not beating them for pace. It just seems a good deck to bat on right now. So how will they create a chance, create a breakthrough?
Difficult, isn't it? New ball, obviously. Got a couple of wickets, but now we're into the 38th over, so you're asking a lot of the seamers here, aren't you?
Taylor to Vince, and that's in defence again, will be no run.
But as with always, if you don't take a wicket, you've got to keep it tight. You know, you don't want the innings moving forward too quickly. I think Hampshire have been very good about that in the past when Barker's been part of the seam bowling lineup as well. If they didn't take wickets for a while, the scoreboard never actually moved too far. So when it
which
was your
then
turn
creates
again,
pressure.
creates pressure, and then when it was your turn again to take a wicket, that it wasn't in terms of runs that long ago that a wicket was taken. So Worcestershire have to keep this session at the very least tight.
Taylor, right arm over, and that's in defence again from Vince to mid-wicket to the Worcestershire captain, Oliveira.
And you're a captain as well. I mean, would you after this spell from Taylor, would you give Oliveira a couple of overs to see if it turns leg spin?
Yeah, I think so. I think if, obviously I'm used to playing shorter format white ball cricket, but the partnership builds, one of the things that I like to try and do is mix up the bowlers, not let them settle, and see if any of the bowlers can get more out of the pitch, I guess, than the others. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him come on with Taylor into Vince, and that's the thick outside edge that's going to race away for 4. And the applause again for the Hampshire captain. He brings up his 50, and that's off 92 balls. Vince and Gubbins get them in the same over, and the score 133 for 2.
And it's also the 4th time that James Vince has passed 50 with 200s as well to his name. So consistency from these two players. It is, I mean, Taylor's just getting a little bit of shape, isn't he? I mean, you can see that a couple of balls in it over, the ball is just threatening to straighten a fraction. It's only a little bit, but then a couple he just angles into the right-hander. There's not a lot, but
the issue is that
just a little.
The outside edge there's, he's obviously nicked it, but they're not coming through at catchable heights. They're staying, obviously Vince playing them with softer hands, but they just don't feel like chances and nicks where you get the alls and the ahs.
Agreed. Verdi then. There's another reverse sweep there from Gubbins. Quite full, that one, so he doesn't get a lot of bat on it. Ball trickles out to backward of point. Verdi into his 10th over here. Has conceded 25, but some encouragement from time to time. So sometimes when he's prepared to just give it a fraction more air, there seems to be a little bit of bite for him. Bowls again. Gubbins just plays a little paddle sweep shot there. It's gone fine. Won't go all the way to the rope. Will be pulled up just about 6 inches inside. 3 runs they pick up. Ethan Brooks fielding well there right on the rope, just to our right.
Yeah, good shot from Gubbins, and I think while he continues to play shots like that, he's tried the reverse, he's now paddled, he's going to make the Worcestershire captain think about, okay, how am I going to slow these runs down? What fields do I need to set?
So Hampshire have scored 31 in just about half an hour after the lunch break. Not quite half an hour. Pretty close to it. Vince is on the back foot, runs here through mid-wicket. Just a single. There is a man out deep. Vince moves on to 54, 137 for 2 Hampshire. You have to say these two, I mean, they look generally comfortable at the crease.
Yeah, as I said, they don't look phased at all. I think any movement, it's so slow that they can adjust and they just look comfortable, and they look like also they're starting to hit the ball where they want to hit the ball, evading fielders.
30 again, bowls, and Gubbins just plays that into the ground. There's, yeah, I mean, well, they're both experienced batters, so you would expect them to know the situation, been in these situations many times, and know the importance here of a big session.
And a big score.
And a big score, yeah, because it will make the game a lot easier later on in the game as we moved through days 2 and 3. That's played to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's all about setting the games up, isn't it? And there is no doubt about it, Hampshire are in a position where they really can, from their point of view, set this game up. Winning the toss, of course, has helped.
Massively. Well done, James Vince.
Yeah, not always the case, is it? Gubbins pushes out on the onside. Quick single taken. Hampshire move on to 138 for 2. Quite often the toss is very important. I mean, take for instance last week in the game against Kent at Canterbury. Now, with no disrespect to Kent, but I think a much better bowling side would have put Hampshire in masses of trouble there. They got away with that. Hampshire never, Kent never put Hampshire under pressure in the first innings like
How
they should.
good was Brad Will though? That was so great to watch.
You enjoyed that, didn't you?
I loved watching it.
Career best at number 10, 61 with 4 sixes, I think it was.
As I said, watching a few of those games, the back ends of the games particularly, was exciting, and that's good to see. Championship cricket, people want to tune in, and I mean, that Surrey Somerset game, out of nowhere, it was a very special watch and a good advertising for the county championship cricket. Change of bowler, and it's not the spin that we thought we might see. They've gone for Logan Van Beek. 2 slips, ringish field in front of the bat, a third and a fine out on the boundary as Van Beek right arm over, and that's left alone by Gubbins, but good carry through to the keeper there.
Yeah, this end, change of ends, he might just get the ball a little bit more in the right area. He's bowled a little bit too short and wide, didn't he, in his first spell before lunch at the pavilion end. Joe's been on the email, suncricket@gmail.com. He says, just wondering if Emily was tempted to try her physio skills to get Winston back to his usual exuberant self. If it's his legs that are troubling him a bit, your physio skills might have helped there, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but he looked so sad that I didn't even want to pull him about. As Van Beek into Gubbins, left alone again, through to the keeper, will be no run. Do you know when a dog looks sad and their eyes are just drooping and, oh, poorly Winston.
So, with your physio, obviously you get all the qualifications, so you're a qualified physio. So moving forward, are you literally going to look at your patients and think, oh, they look sad, so I won't treat them? Is
No,
that how it works?
Doesn't work with humans. With humans, I'm like, oh, they look sad. Right, let's hurt them more. Van Beek in, and that's left alone again outside. Gubbins is off stump when we know run.
So anybody that comes in laughing and jumping around, you'll say, I can treat that.
No, it's only dogs.
Oh,
He's
right.
so sad. The thing with dogs, okay, they can't tell you what's wrong either.
Really?
Whereas a human could use a...
True. But they might give you a wrong diagnosis. They might say that they think it's this, and then you, after a few minutes of treating them, you say, well, actually, it's not that, it's this.
Van Beek to Gubbins on his pads, and that's worked into the onside to a vacant square, so they'll come back for a couple. Gubbins will move to 56, and the score 140 for 2. No, I just think Winston's eyes guilt trips me into be like, ah. Whereas I don't think a human could have that same effect.
Right.
Not sure what the applause is for here, Kev.
Nope, nor am I, because neither one of those runs are close. Neither one of these guys are close to 1,000 runs this season.
That's guided by Gubbins uppish down to third man. Bit of width again from Van Beek. And Gubbins isn't going to miss out there. He moves to 141 for 2.
Somebody might tell us, silentcricket@gmail.com. Maybe it was just nothing.
Maybe it was a joke.
Yeah. Who knows?
It's lovely and warm down there though, hey?
Looks it, doesn't it?
Is it the people walking round? Is that Tomlinson and Jimmy Adams?
Yeah, James Tomlinson, Jimmy Adams, yeah. Former left-arm seamer and former left-handed batter.
Van Beek into Vince, off his pads again, worked to fine leg for a single this time. Vince the 55, 142 for 2. Surely those two Hampshire stalwarts are worth the applause, so maybe it was that.
Oh, maybe it was them, yes, that's true.
As they walk past.
Because there's quite a few people, isn't there, to our right? Yeah, maybe they did get a little round of applause there, yeah, maybe it was.
Little wave.
For all the things they've done for the club over the years. Still involved, of course. Jimmy Adams is assistant coach now.
Yep.
James Tomlinson is working with the next crop of quick bowlers. I think I'm not sure that's his official title, but that's what he's doing. 142 for 2, and I believe there is one or two that are not, well, I wouldn't say not far away, but I understand it, some youngsters that, one or two youngsters that may be 3 or 4 years away from at least becoming a name to look out for.
Yeah, which is good, and I think even some names that we've seen sort of in the 50 over competition so far, I think there are a few players that are coming through for Hampshire, and we were sort of talking about the seamers as well. We forget about Scott Curry.
Yes, he'll be back next year. 123 run partnership now as Verdi comes in and Vince works that square on the leg side. He's run the first one quickly. Is he going to go for 2? He is. Wanted 2 from the word go, got 2. Moves on to 57, 144 for 2.
Yeah, so I think there's some really exciting young cricketers and some good coaches as well around to sort of develop those. And I think coaches with experience, when we talk about these two, they've played at the top level.
Forward again is Vince.
So to learn from, and obviously Jimmy Adams from a batting point of view will know what that journey's looked like, the highs, the lows, which are also good experiences to help the youngsters.
It's the first time I've seen James Tomlinson for a while, actually. You see Jimmy Adams, of course, he travels with the team home and away every week, but I've seen James Tomlinson for a while. That's well fielded at short leg. That was pushed quite hard to short leg, low down. No chance of a catch, just I think it's probably hit short leg rather than a reaction stop.
Hit his right pad, I reckon.
I think you're right.
That buzz is back really loud, Kev.
That's me, I think. Ooh, Vince gets one that turns and just tucks him up. He was initially looking to play that through the cover area, but it is slow turn, and Vince had time to readjust.
He just looks so calm at the crease, does James Vince.
It does.
Fielder's out on the boundary either side and at long on as well. There's Verdi in, and that's played 2 short leg on the bounce again. He's in the game there. It's the right-hander.
You nicked my over. Was it my over or your over?
I've nicked it.
Is it? Yeah, let's see.
Have it back.
I can't remember. I was on a roll there. Vince quietly plays that out square on the offside. End of the over, 144 for 2 then. Hampshire having been 19 for 2. This is a good fight back through Vince and Gubbins, who both have 57. And Verdi's completed 11 overs, none for 32.
So you can have a ball of my next over to make up for it.
Certainly not, no. And we often do this at this stage of the season, don't we? People just forget where they are. I do anyway. It's been a long year. It's been good fun, but it's been a long year.
So
We got a drinks break.
oh wow,
Drinks break?
they've just had lunch.
Is this a Worcestershire tactic to try and break the session up? Do they do this, Dave Bradley? No, he doesn't think they do. It does seem a bit odd when we've had 40 minutes of play and we've got a drinks break. I think this is a little ploy by Worcestershire to try and, I don't know, just try and do
Slow,
something.
break the momentum.
Yeah, agreed. Interesting, that one, because I wouldn't say it's the hottest day of the year. It's a nice day, and we're grateful that it is in September, but I wouldn't say this is the hottest conditions they would have played in over the last few months.
I'd say it's hot relative to September, but not hot.
Good, well put. Certainly doesn't warrant drinks after 40 minutes.
Van Beek then will continue into Gubbins, and that's left alone outside the off stump. Will be no run.
See, if he keeps it there, just there, gets a nice kiss off the deck, doesn't he? And he gets good bounce through, but he just doesn't seem to be able to quite keep it in that channel and that length often enough. Because that's good bowling, that on here from what we've seen this year, this game.
And I think to bowl a line a length to get the batters to leave. We haven't seen many leaves in this since lunch, but that was that as Van Beek in. Again, that's just cut to backward a point, will be no run. Again, just strayed his line a little bit of width, because it seems to be a good pitch. They play at those, they don't need to leave them.
He's just got a little bit extra. I mean, Taylor's bowled well, he's got a little bit of something different, but this guy is just a fraction more, isn't he? A bit quicker, kisses the deck a bit better.
From the hotel end here at the Utilita Bowl, and that's left alone outside the off stump again by Gubbins, will be no run. Look at the solar panels, Kev.
Oh.
Today's a day that they're surely soaking up lots of energy. The big turn on was in the international last week.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a couple of journos down in Canterbury after the T20 International. Said, "Cool, they made a big thing of the turn on the solar thing." I thought, well, yeah, but you ain't got anywhere where you are. Get some.
Van Beek to left-handed Gubbins, left alone outside the off stump. Good line again and good carry.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's a free energy day today, isn't it?
Exactly.
You'd think so, wouldn't you?
We cost absolutely nothing to broadcast right now.
All these plugs that are plugged in today, using up all that energy, it's probably all for free. Energy for the aerial, for the ground commentary, and picture feed, and the lines going to the BBC Sport website and app.
The
It's all going for free.
scoreboard.
All for free.
Van Beek to Gubbins, fuller and defended. Will be no run. 144 for 241 overs gone.
Feels good to be doing our bit to save the planet.
And to save the bank balance as well.
Well, other people's bank balance. I'm all for saving mine.
Let's have a look at some other scores in Division 1. Notts are still yet to lose a wicket, 178 without loss against Kent. Lanks. Van Beek to Gubbins. That's driven beautifully through the offside. Bit of the width, slightly over pitched, and punched through the gap for 4. End of the over, 148 for 2, Gubbins to 61.
Emily Windsor's going to stay on. Dave Bradley is alongside her.
So Lancashire versus Somerset. Lancashire having a pretty tough season. 121 for 9 they are now. So 1 wicket away. Tom Bailey and Will Williams are in there, but Somerset right on top. Durham versus Surrey, 133 for 4. Durham batting first. And Warwickshire versus Essex. Warwickshire was 78 all out, and now Essex are batting, and they are 10 for 1. That's moving on quickly there.
That sounds like a good pitch.
Edgbaston.
How can we tell from this far away? Verdi, Amir of that ilk, is bowling from the pavilion end, just turned gently along the ground, too short leg. By the way, if you are thinking of getting solar panels, folks, I've got Kevin James' phone number and his email address, because obviously he's trying to sell them. Going on about it.
To be fair to him, I'll stick up from here. I bought them up.
Oh, okay. Here's Verdi. This time swept, but bowled him. It's bowled him. He's just looking totally bemused here, and the umpires are having a chat.
Did that hit the keeper?
I don't know. We've got a replay. Well, the keeper goes up straight away. I don't think the ball came off the wicket keeper, did it?
But the bail didn't come off straight away. If we watch that replay again, I don't know if the stream will be able to show us for another time. The umpires are conferring. It's a small red bail.
Went for a big sweep shot.
So the hands up, and now it's...
Does it come off the wicket keeper's glove? Or well, the umpires are talking now to James Vince. The Worcestershire fielders are in a huddle celebrating the wicket. Interesting one, this, interesting. The umpires, of course, don't have replays in county championship cricket. So, what's the decision? No, he's been given out. He's on his way, so there we are. What's Jake Bibby running down here for? To get the ball. There, the ball has gone to the boundary. So, the outcome of all that is that James Vince officially has been bowled by Amir Verdi for 57.
Yeah, that's the breakthrough Worcestershire needed. But the Hampshire dressing room, a few players have come out onto the balcony as if to say, and I think that's Liam Dawson actually, to say that wasn't out. But Vince has to go. As you said, the umpires don't have any footage to see to get the replays, but big wicket for Worcestershire, the Hampshire captain gone.
Yeah.
The decision has to stay.
Well, they went up straight away, didn't they? Worcestershire, believing, obviously, the ball had gone straight onto the stumps. Yeah, perhaps he just came off his pad, which sort of delayed the ball hitting the stumps, didn't go straight through. Yeah, interesting one.
It's not clear, I'd say, on the replay either.
No, the umpires. The square leg umpire would have had a good view of that, wouldn't he? Whether it came off the pad, maybe it brushed the batsman's glove, who knows? So yeah, sorry we can't give you a clearer indication of what happened there, folks, but if you're sat at home with a great big television and the ability to roll it back and forward, you might be able to see better than us, because our screen is quite small, because we have many pictures on our screen. Anyway, at the end of all that, Ben Brown is on his way to the middle, and Hampshire 148 for 3.
Yeah, Worcestershire needed that to get themselves back into a game, but Hampshire have a nice long batting line-up. Ben Brown we've seen now, Tom Prest, who got 100 at Kent last week.
He's been going well, hasn't he?
He's been going very well, attacking batter. James Fuller as well, and who can give it a bash. Felix Organ, who's previously opened the batting for Hampshire, so he's done a variety of jobs.
Here's Verdi into Brown, the new batsman, who drives this back up the pitch. Verdi stops with his left boot. Nice touch there, nice bit of control. Nice first touch, as they say in the world of association football. No run. Slip and short leg, the only close grabbers. Although mid-wicket, you might say, is in a catching position for the mistimed drive. Turned away, down to backward of square. Not a million miles from short leg Kashi Valley, but certainly nowhere near a chance. It was in the air. Rob Jones is at that short mid-wicket position. He's probably a pitch length away from the batsman. Verdi in again, turned all along the ground out to Jones, who comes from that short mid-wicket position away to his right to field. There is no run.
Would you like to field in there, under the lid?
Only because that would mean I wouldn't have to run anywhere. Slip, you've got to field at slip, haven't you? When you get old, you field at slip. No, I'm not suggesting that Ethan Brooks, who's at slip, is old. This is off the back foot, played nicely out to Leach shoes on the cover boundary.
Kevin James here rocking and rolling the dismissal of James Vince.
Is he?
See if he can come to any form of conclusion.
I wonder if it brushed the batsman's pad or glove, so it kind of delayed it going onto the wicket. I don't know. Well, here's Verdi anyway to complete the over, and this is pushed away on the offside. There is no run at the end of the over. Hampshire are 151 for 3. And you're listening to live cricket coming to you from, I always get this name wrong, but it's the Utilita Bowl from, we're not a million miles away from Southampton city centre. I am old enough to have gone on to worked on the old ground at Northlands Road, which was a lovely little ground. But
This one's popped up now.
things move on. Yeah.
Big ground here. The hotel. 2 big stands. We've obviously got the extra stands out just for you.
I thought that.
No, the international we had here, which was a sellout and looked a hell of an atmosphere.
Yeah. A friend of mine came. He said he thoroughly enjoyed it, but he was very cold.
Cold down south, that can't be a thing.
Cold down south. It's too far south. As a very good friend from Durham would say, it's too far south.
2 fielders out on the leg side. A deep backward square and a deep fine leg. So whether we're going to see some chin music here from Van Beek to Ben Brown, that's full and on leg stump line and defended, will be no run.
He's still rocking this backwards and forwards. Good job he's not the third umpire. Is it?
I think what would help him is
if
he put the brightness up on his laptop.
Yeah. I hope he comes to a conclusion. Because T will be with us before he gets around to this.
For the end of the game.
Yeah. He'll have sold a couple more solar panels by then.
Van Beek to Brown, that's pulled down in between a deep fine leg and a deep backward of square. So Ben Brown will move to 2, 152 for 3 Hampshire. Worcestershire have 1 bowling point so far.
Well,
The 3 wickets.
My very good friend John tells me if Lancashire are bowled out for less than 250, which looks likely, and Worcestershire take 4 points, which looks possibly a little unlikely at the moment, they can get 3 bowling points, then Worcestershire are mathematically safe from relegation. Thanks, John.
Van Beek to Gubbins, defended into the offside. Will be no run.
Your point about dogs, spot on. We've got 2 dogs, they can't speak, can't tell you what's wrong with
I'm
them.
glad I got that bit right.
They can't write it down. But you know when they're not well.
They just so.
You know when they're not well. I can tell straight away.
And then it makes you feel really sad with them.
Because you can't, yeah. And don't start me on losing one and having to. Oh, that's terrible.
Van Beek to Gubbins. That's left alone outside the off stump again. That nice hard length, good line.
He's bowled quite tidily, Van Beek, but there's probably 1 bad ball and over, and he's gone for, what's he gone for? 4 and over. So I think that's the 1 bad ball. The last over he bowled really well, and then he bowled that half volley and boom, away it went.
That's what Gubbins and Vince did very well. They punished his bad ball. They were patient, but Vince obviously now gone. As Van Beek in, and that's a straight line, and Gubbins has played that as if it's kept low and held his bat down on the leg stump line. But a dot ball.
I think he came back at it a bit as well, didn't he?
Good delivery from Van Beek. He does like a wide swooping angle. So he goes back to his mark and runs into the left-hander from behind the umpire. 152 for 3 into Gubbins, and that's flicked away into the onside as a fielder at deep fine who will keep them to 2. Gubbins moves to 65 and the score 154 for 3.
Sorry folks to talk about dogs on a Tuesday afternoon at the cricket, but we got 2 dogs, and the one, Stinky Steve, is a Romanian rescue. When we had him, he was horrible. I've still got the scar on my right hand where I said, "Hello, Steve." "Oh, hello." And he took a chunk out. He's a lot better now. But immediately, I get up in the morning, I let him out, and I know if he's just a little bit off colour. I tell straight away by his body language. So you're quite right. I'll have to go and find the groundsman's dog now. So
Yeah,
have a chat with him.
he'll be hiding.
Here's Verdi to continue. Pushed up towards the bowler.
We love having the groundsman's dog here. So when Simon came over from Somerset, he's a little cocker spaniel, and I tell you what, when you're training, there's nothing better than just walking through the tunnel, popping in to see him.
Yeah. Part of the furniture. Verdi again, big appeal for LBW. Umpire's hand raises slightly, but then he puts his coin in, whatever it is, in his pocket.
See the replay of that.
What do you reckon?
Turn sharply.
He's getting it to go a bit. There's a bit of bounce there as well. Brown's got 2. He waits for Verdi again. This time just tucked away down towards fine leg.
Oh.
Throw comes in from Jake Livy from about 20 yards. He's thrown as if he's thrown it in from the boundary.
Nearly took Ben Brown's head off. Good job. The keeper got his gloves in front.
Could have been 5 penalty runs. Dangerous fielding or whatever it's called.
We had one of those this year.
Oh, did you?
A level 2 offence.
Oh, right. Here's the next ball swept. Reverse swept. Down towards the boundary and over the boundary. Nicely played.
Yeah, Ben Brown, a good sweeper of the ball. Kevin James keeps pointing to something saying, "What's that?" and I have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, there's somebody sat right in front of the side screen. There's somebody sat there. It's a photographer or something.
So it's bothering Kevin.
But not bothering the batsman. Because I think he's right in line with the umpire. Verdi in, bowls, Brown is down, pushing through mid-wicket, past Jones. So 1 more to the total. Yeah, there's definitely somebody...
Looks like they're on their phone, doesn't it?
Yeah, or sat behind the boundary. Well, he can't be in... this is interesting because Verdi's going to come round the wicket. Is he now, that spectator, photographer person, in line? Apparently not, because off we go. Coming forward, Gubbins, he's got 63. Ben Brown has 7, and Hampshire are 159 for 3.
Kev's really intrigued. He wants to name and shame.
Yeah. He's got his binocs on it now.
Can't work out what they're doing.
I assume it's a photographer, is it? But it's probably just off the pitch angle. So if you drew a straight line up there, he's probably just to the left, but it's sat in the middle of the side screen. It's a puzzle, folks. It's a puzzle.
But it's not distracting the batters. That's the main thing from a Hampshire perspective.
Cloud has come over the sun.
We'll see Van Beek continue from the hotel end. 2 slips in play to the right-handed Ben Brown, and that's on the leg stump line. Played to mid-wicket, will be no run. 159 for 3. Ben Brown scored quite freely here so far. 7 off 12 deliveries. He's got his sweeps out, which is trademark Ben Brown. Van Beek just slowly walking back to his mark while shining the ball. 46th into its 46th over. Van Beek in, and that's defended. Back down the pitch will be no run. 159 for 3 still. The sun disappearing. Must be behind a small cloud.
Yeah. Can't even see the sun. It's somewhere up there. Definitely in the sky.
There's still the lonely fan down below with his top off.
Oh yeah, he's the only one, I think. I thought there was a couple earlier, but he's the only brave one.
Van Beek to Brown, outside the off stump, driven and misses. Through to the keeper. But that was an attacking shot from Brown. Doing the gardening as well, your favourite thing.
Yeah, just tap it down a bit. There's nothing there, but just tap it down a bit.
I actually think I do that as well.
Oh yeah, I think everybody does. It's just psychological, isn't it? Yes.
And something to do
Yeah,
between a ball.
yeah. See that or
Switch off.
walk to square leg.
Van Beek charging in again, bowls, and that's outside the off stump and played to backward a point. We no run.
I was really interested this morning because Simon Hughes, the analyst, was saying how he watches what batsmen do in between balls. So what's the batsman doing here? He's just remarking his guard, walking A couple of paces to square leg.
Flips the bat.
Wandering back. Looks, make sure they've still got the right guard. Yeah. It's interesting. You watch batsmen, you never ever thought that they would analyse what they're doing.
Van Beek, and that's played to backward a square, will be a single to Brown. He'll move to 8 and the score 160 for 3. It's actually quite interesting when you do look at though how different everyone's process is. I think obviously there's that one end of the spectrum where you've got Steve Smith for Australia, where you can't not notice that, can you?
No.
So you've got his routine, but then you've also got some that almost don't look like they have a routine. But I guarantee they do, even if it's a smaller process, like at the point of just standing, looking up to the bowler, tap your bat twice. There's Gubbins in, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run.
Well, yeah, I didn't realise, but Smith, when he goes over the boundary rope, does 4 jigs in one direction. You know, just sort of 4 jigs, and he does 4, no more. And Graham Hick was over last year, and he coached Australia. And he said he's so focused, Steve Smith. He was doing him some throwdowns in the nets, and he obviously wasn't happy with something. He said after about 20 minutes, he walked up to him and said, "What's the matter? What's the matter?" He said, "I'm not happy with these shoelaces." And he wasn't happy that he got some new shoelaces, and he wasn't happy with them. And it was, even in the nets, it was putting him off.
He's a man. I imagine he's superstitious and very process driven.
Yeah. Sweep, which is swept into the ground, reverse sweep, and the slip fielder, who is Ethan Brooks, gets round.
Good bit of work that.
Yeah, good bit of
preempting.
Yeah. Verdi from the pavilion end bowls, tucked away down towards fine leg. There is a fine leg. If there was a circle, he would be inside the circle. 160 for 3.
Sun coming out again.
Yeah. Verdi's next ball, when he decides to. It's taken a long time. And he does get the reverse this time, but Joe Leach is in position. What was third man, and becomes kind of a fine leg. Does the fielding.
And you talk about processes there. The bowlers, I think, go through a same process as well.
Yeah.
Some obviously how they walk back to their mark. Some when the ball in the hand, toss it from one side to the other. Some take a minute, like we can see Verdi does at the top of his mark here.
His next ball, now another attempted reverse sweep that is swept into the ground, bobbles up, and it's fielded by Brooks, who's there's a slip and a leg slip in there.
I don't think Worcester will mind this. They're seeing a lot of these sweeps, reverse sweeps, feel in the game.
Verdi in again, pushed out on the offside. Rob Jones, who's at short extra cover, does the fielding. So 2 slips, and then there's a mid wicket and an extra cover that are not a million miles away from the bat. There for the mistimed drive. Verdi's next ball brings a shout from the bowler, but nobody else. Pushed away on the offside. Emily is going to go and have a lie down. Have a rub down with the sport in life, as my dad used to say. And Kevin, get your solar panels from me, James.
Is that the thing to get into?
Moves into position. Yeah, I think you need winter job, mate, winter job.
Oh, I wish I'd had the contract here.
Yeah.
Set me up for the rest of my life.
Change of bowling, Ethan Brooks is on.
Well, I've looked at the Vince dismissal about 10 times.
Can't tell.
It's really difficult to tell, you're right. It just looks, if I had to make a decision, as though it may just have caught his glove and it just deflected the ball a little, and the ball just caught the outside bottom half of the leg stump, but it's not clear cut.
No.
But it's in the book, that's clear cut.
Here is Brooks in, bowls, and some width on that. That might race away for 4. It's gone across the square, as it were, which is very quick, and it does indeed jump over the rope for 4. Brooks was bowled very tightly this morning. He was going at a run and over, but he's conceded 4 off the first ball of his 6th over. Just a bit of width, and Brown quickly onto it. He's got 13, Ben Brown. Nick Gubbins on 63, Hampshire 165 for 3. Brooks in again, and this time driven on foolish delivery outside the off stump. Libby at extra cover gets down to do the fielding. The mystery person who was sat in the side screen at the pavilion end of the ground has gone.
Fortunately.
Yeah.
I think it was winding me up more than the players. I was surprised the batters didn't notice it.
Oh, must have been right in line with the umpire or something. Brooks in again, slower ball. Just he almost floated that one in and pushed away. Again to Libby, who's at extra cover position. More a proper extra cover, shall we say, to Brooks, although D'Oliveira is at mid-wicket, and he is, what, 10 paces, maybe 12 paces from the bat. Brooks in again. Once again, full length, pushed away gently this time. Jack Home is one of the Worcestershire 12th men today. By the way, Matthew Waite, I'm told, has an illness. That's why he's not playing in this one. He was a bit poorly.
Okay.
So he was left out of the team, having done well in the last game. Brooks bowls again, and this is turned away, just drifting onto leg stump, and Brown able to just drop a bat on it and ease it away to Kashif Ali, coming from the square leg boundary.
No ball as well. The seamers have got a lot of work to do here this end, because I think Verdi's got one end sewn up, really, isn't he? Really looks like he's going to take a wicket somewhere along the line.
He's going to bowl all day.
Yeah, and the seamers have got work to do. Van Beek did a good job, actually, 4 overs for 12.
He bowled a lot better, didn't he?
Yeah, much better length.
Brooks' next ball sends batsman onto his back foot. Plenty of time to play it out just behind square on the offside.
Yeah, so I think Brooks and then maybe Taylor back or Leach back at this end. Keep it tight.
I missed a no ball in this over.
Yeah, there was a no ball a couple of balls ago.
Oh, right. I did miss it then.
Well, yeah.
Thanks. Thanks for your support. Here's Brooks in again. This time full length, just back of the square on the offside. Kashif Ali is the fielder, and that is eventually the end of the over. I thought he was a no ball because he bowled 7, you see, so just came to mind.
I offered my version of that Vince's dismissal. Nick Wheatley is offering his, silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, I can't count how many times I've watched it back, but I can't see how the ball has rolled off so fast if it had hit the stumps. It looks like Vince has edged it onto his boot, it rolled behind the stumps, and the keeper's glove has taken the ball off. I'm probably wrong and starting to see things, but nothing about that has made sense. It just looks odd. I suppose you can see why Vince just sought clarification.
Yeah, well, if he did get a glove on it, or maybe the shoulder of the bat, it would have increased the pace of the ball, if that makes sense. So it would have rolled away.
That's for sure.
Weird one. I haven't seen one like that for a long time.
No. 168 for 3 then, that one wicket that has fallen since lunch. James Vince for 57, 129 partnership broken for the 3rd wicket by this man about to get ready to bowl his 15th over, 1 for 41. Amar Verdi on loan from Surrey, the off spinner, enjoying a bit of a renaissance, what's the word? It's pushed away on the leg side. I didn't want to use that word, and it's come out so wrong.
You sound like a fox, a reynard.
Yeah, I know. What am I trying to say? Renaissance, that's
yeah.
the word.
Yeah.
In his career, having waited a while to play a championship game, having not been given much of an opportunity by Surrey in the last couple of seasons. Forward and down the wicket. Oh, it's in the air and it's very nearly caught at short leg. It may just have gone into the hands, but it was always a difficult one. Just watching that again. Verdi bowls and it's just turned a fraction, and I think that would have been a stonking catch had it been taken at short leg. So we are seeing signs that perhaps the pitch is taking a little bit more turn. Could be interesting going into days 2 and 3. There's the sweep shot. Again, it's slightly in the air. It's just spun a little bit in front of the fielders. At Libby.
Yeah.
Does well, actually. Recovered well on that one. Steve Clark has also emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, the day is really great. He says, good recovery from Gubbins and Vince. What a wonderful opportunity to walk the hallowed turf at lunch. That's right, there's quite a few people, weren't they, taking advantage of getting on the outfield at the break. Don't often see that here. Brown's on the back foot. Again, it's worked to Libby. I wish that he said, I only counted 2 weeds in the grass. My word, he must have been looking intently. I wish my lawn was that good. A number of people have wondered why we can't go onto the ground like other venues. I think you can do that at Worcester, can't you? Walk on there or not?
Yes, I'll explain.
Okay. Good to hear Emily back, says Stephen. She's not here at the moment. There's Brown's trying to find the gap on the offside. Couldn't quite find the angle. Well done to the Vipers on getting as far as they did in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint trophy. Right. Well, they lost their last 5 games, so they did well to get to the semi-final. Lost their last 4 in the group. Got to the semi-final, of course, which they lost. Somebody was singing your praises, Emily. Stephen Clark up at the far end of the ground. She's back in the room. There's Verdi. And Brown is forward. No ball from Verdi.
I think he's cut the return crease. Has he? He went very wide.
Did he?
He went very wide earlier, so we're not going to get a replay, are we? Because it's not an incident of note.
Verdi again. Bowls flighted, and Brown plays it into the ground this time and fielded by short leg. End of the over, 170 for 3 are Hampshire, with Gubbins 63 and Brown on 14.
I confused myself. Certainly when he was bowling round the wicket, he was getting very close, but when he's bowling over the wicket, he's not going to cut the return crease. So basically, I'm talking gibberish, folks. Yeah, people on the pitch at the interval, a bit of health and safety comes into it because, and there was today, a bowler out there practicing at lunchtime. So the stewards have to keep people away from that area. Sometimes at Worcester they're walking cricket on the outfield. I'm not quite sure why you can't have people on there. But I think it's good. It's good. Yeah, just to let people go and have a stroll out to the middle.
Yeah.
Have a chat with the groundsman. Ethan Brooks bowls driven, and Verdi does well. Gets down to his left to save what certainly been 4. Nice solid drive from Gubbins. Yeah, the match against Kent on the groundsman actually did a talk at lunchtime. People could come on and ask questions. Very good. It all helps, doesn't it? It all helps.
I think it makes people feel just a little closer to the action. You
spot on.
You can feel what it's like to be out there.
Brooks again turned on the onside. Libby, whose position on this occasion is at mid-wicket, does the fielding. Yeah, and I think that's the great thing with cricket, isn't it? That you can do that. You can't sort of half-time at St Mary's Stadium. You can't say, come on and have a walk across the pitch, folks. You can't do that, can you? Or at Villa Park or somewhere like that. You can't say to people, come and have a wander around. But I do think it does a lot of good for the game. Brooks bowls again. It's hitting into the ground, and Brooks on his follow-through sticks out a left hand and half stops it. There is no run.
And there were quite a few people that took advantage of it. And to be fair, I mean, there are a few people that are seated in the temporary stands, which are still here from last week's T20 International. If you were to put them around the normal bowl, it's actually quite a good crowd here today for a championship day. It's at top end.
Is Brooks, and again this is driven straight to Verdi at mid-off, and there is this. People are saying, why is there no championship cricket at weekends? But I find, and this is the first day of this game, the first day of a game, particularly on a Friday, you'll get bigger crowds than you get on Saturdays, because people have got other things to do on a Saturday. And a mate of mine pointed this out the other week. As Brooks comes in and bowls, and sort of creeps on to the batsman a bit, but plays it well, Gubbins, down to backward a square on the leg side, there's no run. As he said, there's only 7 Saturdays you can play Championship cricket anyway. So, oh yeah, there's only 7 home games, isn't there, in the Championship? So you can only play 7 Saturdays. So as he said, you know, the other 45 Saturdays of the year, do I not do anything so that I can go and watch Championship cricket on a Saturday? You know, people are doing other things, especially Brooks bowls wide of the off stump, as we are at this time of year. Well, with the seasons overlapping, April and September, when there's other sports such as association football or rugby union to go and watch. So I'm not sure that the point stands up about weekend cricket. Anyway, gets down off soapbox and continues commentary.
Yeah, 170 for 3. James from Southampton has also had a look at that James Vince dismissal several times, in fact up to 10 he reckons. Solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, it isn't clear, although it looked like it could have been a hit wicket, but with the stream it's not clear. Well, officially it's given out as bowled.
Yeah.
I don't know how that works, whether the match manager might change that later, I don't know, but as I say, I think we're already getting a picture that it wasn't totally clear cut. Verdi from the pavilion end to bowl to Ben Brown, who's 14 not out. Verdi comes in and Brown is forward to that one. Michael has gone a bit stronger actually on the email, solidcricket@gmail.com. He thinks the keeper may have knocked the bail off with his glove. Well, quite clearly it's unclear.
Yeah.
Still the short leg in, still the slip in, that's not a surprise. As Verdi comes in again, and there's the reverse sweep. It's hit hard and it's going for 4. There is a man saving a single for that shot, but Brown has hit that quite hard and just behind square. I see that shot a few times from both sides in this game. 174 for 3. Brown moves on to 18. David Trott has emailed solidcricket@gmail.com. He says, good afternoon, great commentary as always. Talking about Emily, who's lying down on the floor at the moment. It's a bit weird. Here comes.
Tough life, you know.
Yes.
Not much money in.
No, I was going to say it's a hard life, this commentary. As forward is Brown, and there's no obviously harder than captaining the Vipers at the weekend. As always, great commentary, says David. Could Emily Akakiddo, a Hursley Park player, so a women's cricket club near Winchester, thank Kevin as his good luck wishes to Hursley Park under 13 girls in their final at Lord's last Saturday worked wonders. So her younger teammates. Oh, he's edged that as Ben Brown. He was trying to play that fine off the back foot. He's trying to play that far too fine, and he gets the faintest of outside edges. Gareth Roderick takes the catch, and Brown goes for 18. 174 for 4.
Yeah, spot on, Kev. He was just, yeah. It was a quicker delivery as well. I think it was on him too quick, and yeah, he basically got it all wrong.
Yeah, for a ball that wasn't that short, and we do know the ball is turning from time to time, it's a bit of a risky shot aiming it sort of square, just behind square. Off spinners don't mind right-handed batters aiming in that area.
No, and if he was playing for a bit of spin, maybe it was the one that went straight on. So that's what did him.
Second wicket this afternoon. It's turning into a reasonable afternoon for Worcestershire. So well done to the Hursley Park under 13s. They were at Lord's. I know it was a big day for them, and well done against Whitmore Cricket Club.
What a day if you're playing for under 13s, you're playing at Lord's.
I know, it's amazing,
Fantastic, isn't it?
Under 13 women's side, yeah.
Yeah. You remember that for the rest of your life.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yep, I know there was a big build-up for that, which we mentioned, of course. Mike Williams, again talking about the Vince dismissal. Unfortunate way to dismiss during the last home match of the season. Having viewed that a few times, it is possible that there was a ricochet off the wicket-keeper, but so fast he didn't realise as the ball speared away, whilst the wicket-keeper noticed the dislodged bail. Well, there are different versions coming in. As again I say that it's pretty unclear. The umpires had to make a decision.
Yeah.
Well, it hasn't gone in the batter's favour, that's for sure. I thought normally if there's a bit of doubt, it would go in the batter's favour, but maybe the umpires have seen it differently.
They didn't then sort of ask the fielders, which you probably wouldn't, but I would have thought if Gareth Roderick had knocked the bail off, he would have said so.
Yeah, sure.
Even, professional cricket, there are certain rules. And
I don't think he has a reputation for being...
No.
And it's and even if there is a slight doubt as to that happened, I don't think I think somebody said it, I don't think he realised. Here's Verdi then, and he's bowling to Liam Dawson, who prods that out on the offside. And there is no run. Well, Dawson's another one of those Hampshire batters that's in pretty good form this season. As Verdi comes in again, and bowls, and Dawson's on the back foot. That's turned. Wrapped him high on the pad. Interesting, here we are in the afternoon session on day one, and that ball is gripping on that turf. Good over from Verdi. He has 2 for 47 from his 16.
There's a severe danger of us almost going to tea on time today. 13 overs till tea, which is 40 minutes away. So if Verdi stays on, I'm told there was a game somewhere that finished on time the other day.
No.
Get honest. Yeah, finished on the actual finishing time, which tonight is, or this evening is 5:30. Yeah.
I can't ever remember, even in September, a game finishing at 5:30 or a day finish.
No.
Oh, Christmas. Christmas has come early.
Ethan Brooks is the bowler. Bit of bat and pad in that, methinks. Sounded like 2 clicks to me. Wicket-keeper and slip got excited. Interesting field, this. 3 on each side saving the single. And a slip. They're trying to not bore him out, but just make it difficult to score.
Yeah, I think it's good tactics, isn't it? Brooks is just getting a little bit of movement in as well as the angle, isn't he?
Yeah. I think he's probably, as he's in again, bowls, pushed away on the offside. I think he's probably a bit quicker than he looks, Ethan Brooks. So he looks kind of jogs in and nice action, but I think every now and then he makes the batsman jump a bit.
He's tall, isn't he?
Yeah.
So he's not a great pace, but I think what he makes up for is the fact that he'll hit the deck a little bit harder than you think.
Yeah, he's probably, what's he, 6'2", 6'3"? Bowling round the wicket, and this time Gubbins is forward, pushing away into the offside. 63 Nick Gubbins, and he's faced 143 balls.
He's been made to work now, hasn't he? I think this has been a really good period here. 45 minutes or so for Worcestershire.
Yeah.
They've had a good...
One more before tea,
Yeah.
they would be fairly happy with their afternoon's work. But it is interesting how much turn Verdi is getting out of it on the first afternoon. Oof. That's hurried on to him, and that's hit him. I think that's hit him where it hurts. I think that's caught him. The great John Arlott once described it as the lower abdomen. My hero Arlott. Get what's the beauties, hit him in the lower abdomen. He's all right. Couple of deep breaths. Ready to go again.
Well, it's interesting if this pitch has started dry. Of course, this sunshine will accelerate the process a little, won't it?
It will, yeah. There's a bit of breeze. Well, whether there's any breeze at pitch level remains to be seen, but there's certainly a bit of breeze just rustling the top of the trees. Brooks in again, forward defensively, very solidly behind this one. Gubbins still going for a little walk round and walking a little gingerly, shall we say. Why do we say that? Why do we say gingerly? Why do people walk gingerly?
It's obviously an old saying, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Perhaps it was a ginger-haired bloke who walked like that at one time.
I'll have to look that up, actually. because we're off at the end of this over.
Are we?
Replaced by the analysts Simon Hughes and Emily Windsor.
We're away. First team are coming in. Here's the next ball, which is pushed back past the bowler. But there won't be a run because it's gone straight to Verdi, who is at mid-off. That's the end of the over and the end of us for a while. You'll be pleased to know. 174 for 4. Brooks, 8 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 12 runs. Good bowling. We're going to go and make some tea.
You and your tea. He's had a few already, as Dave Bradley. Emily Windsor's coming in, and then the analyst Simon Hughes will take you through the next 20 minutes of play.
Thank you, Kev. So a few wickets this session so far for Worcestershire. Gubbins still there though for Hampshire, crucially 63 off 146. And Amir Verdi, the off spinner, getting a bit out of the pitch as he bowls, and that's swept by Dawson, but only finds short backward of square. Simon Hughes managed to watch the start of this session, or you've been busy?
I was trying to work out what how James Vince was out, actually. I saw it from side on down over there, and obviously you don't have the benefit of replays. But I assume he just hit the ball onto the stumps, did he? Or are you not sure either?
No one's sure.
Right, okay.
Amir Verdi to Dawson, hit him on the pad, half a pill, but...
What was it in the book then?
Bold.
Right.
But the replay, there's a lot of, some people are saying the keeper knocked the bail off,
well that's
some
what
people
obviously Vince thought.
Glove to then just clip his leg stump. But I've watched the replay back and rock and rolled it, and I can't tell you either way, to be honest. I think because it gets a bit, the gloves are in the way, so you're blinded to see the path of the ball.
See, this is why I'm here. This is why I'm here. I'll tell you why after this ball.
30 in to Dawson. That's it, in the air over mid-wicket, just chipped from Dawson. He's off the mark. 175 for 4.
Listeners will be aware that I was here early in the season, and I brought in some new cameras that gave a sort of full 360 picture of the game. 6 cameras, all really high quality, and they have the capability to do DRS as well. So if we'd had those cameras here today, we could have fed them to the match referee and he could have come up with the answer immediately. But sadly, so far, we haven't got DRS in county cricket, but hopefully it's coming.
Verdi to Gubbins, and that's pushed into the onside. Will be a single out to Joe Leach, and Gubbins will move to 64. So is that going to be like VAR?
Well, yes. I mean,
cricket?
yeah, I know there'll be some listeners and viewers who will be saying, oh, God, we don't want more delays, DRS and all that. But one of the things one of the reasons I think it is important is that you get a lot of cricketers going into international cricket who've got no experience of DRS, and suddenly it confronts them.
Verdi, right arm over the wicket to Dawson. In defence will be no run.
So the aim is to just gradually introduce it into county cricket. Perhaps at first it will just be a match referee resource, but over time it may be something we can feed to the umpires in the middle. We want it to be seamless and quick without too many silly hold-ups.
Verdi to Dawson, and that's played off the back foot. Hit short leg's foot as he's hobbling, but Dawson picks up a single. He moves to 2, 177 for 4.
So you're, as a player, what's your view then? Would you like DRS in women's domestic cricket?
My view is very much yes. I think we've had some very controversial decisions, I'd say, this year in domestic cricket, and I literally go back to our semi-final on Saturday, where in women's cricket and white ball cricket it's called a no ball with a bouncer overhead height if you obviously get caught, and one of our players took it on miles above her head, hit, caught, but wasn't given a no ball, so she was obviously out. But then all the footage, all the replays, it's obviously a no ball, but she was our opening batter. That's a crucial decision that can turn a game around, and I think the more we can get accurate decisions, the better. But at the same time, I understand umpires and officials, they will make mistakes, they're only human, but if we can minimise that by having the technology we now have available to us, then surely it makes sense.
I've always thought that. I mean, ever since we introduced Hawkeye on Channel 4 in 2000, I thought it would have to come eventually and be given just as at least an umpire's aid and a player's aid as well. So this is Ethan Brooks bowling to the new batsman Liam Dawson. He just took guard. He's got 2 so far. Hampshire 177 for 4.
Do you think umpires see it as a threat or as a tool? Because I think that's an
a good question.
important thing as well, because decisions like that of James Vince, there was a long discussion about it, so clearly neither of them were clear what happened. And is it a threat to their decision making?
I think when
Or
it
is it
first, well, that's a really good question, Emily, and I think when it first came in, they certainly thought it was a threat. Here comes Brooks and turned neatly into the leg side. That was a gimme really from Brooks to Dawson, clipped it away for a single down to deep square leg. They regarded it as a threat to their livelihoods initially, and I remember Peter Willey, David Willey's father, who was a great cricketer and then umpire, saying to me, well, we'll only be here to count from 1 to 6 in the end. We'll just be a hut stand counting to 1 to 6. And sorry for the Geordie accent, but you'll get used to that in your next career. Well, it wasn't really a very good Geordie accent, but it was an attempt anyway. Just watch this one from Brooks round the wicket to Gubbins, who's out of his crease there, defending that one to backward point. I think over time they got used to it, and now they accept it as a benefit to them, and it takes the pressure off actually. Yeah. You know, because there are times when you and I probably, I've certainly umpired games, I don't know if you have, Colts games, whatever, and you think, God, I don't know, was that out? I'm not sure, did he glove it, or was it going down, or I don't know. So I think it's a benefit to the umpires, provided it doesn't create unnecessary delays. Defended by Gubbins this time to Brook, back up the pitch.
It's a tough job as well. Like, I think people sometimes perceive umpiring as easy, like you think, oh, they're just stood there, but to be able to concentrate and look at so many different things, like these umpires here, they've got to look at front foot, they've got to look, where does the ball pitch, everything, they've got to be in the right position, and just like in that one isolated ball, that's a lot over a long period of time.
Totally. And it's funny, but as Brooks bowled another one that time, Gubbins tried to cut actually, and the ball cramped him a bit, so he ended up just spooning it to, pushing it, nudging it to backward point again. I find run-outs really difficult, to adjudicate from side on. And often with run-outs, batsmen don't know if they're in or out, do they? They think, oh, that was in, and then you look at it again, and they were about 4 inches short.
Most batters are never out.
No, batters, when they nick one, they're not sure if they edged it or not, and they say they always know, but I'm sure they don't always know. Defended again by Gubbins this time. And how often do you see a batter review an LBW? And then he didn't get an inside edge.
Yeah.
He thought he did, or he doesn't review it and he did get an inside edge. I was seeing that as well. So, if the players don't know, then the umpire's really struggling.
And it all happens so quickly too. Like this, it's not an easy job. And I think if it's used as a tool and it's taken on board by umpires in that way as well, then I think there should be no harm in it. And in terms of cost as well, like once grounds are set up for it, then you shouldn't, like, you've got the staff already on site with sort of the match officials. And
you probably already use Hawkeye and things for your analysis, don't you, as well? There's an app you can get called Full Track, which is using a mobile phone to film you in the nets and producing tracks and ball pitch maps and all sorts. You might as well use all this stuff if you've got it, really.
Amir Verdi, right arm over into Dawson, played off the back foot through short legs, and he picks up a single. Dawson on to 4, 179 for 4. Yeah, and I just think decisions can change games, and I have no sort of disrespect to the umpires. As I said, I think it's a really tough job, but technology is advancing, so let's use it.
Yeah, well, I think that's very sensible.
Verdi round the wicket to Gubbins, and that's played into the onside. Will be a quick single, and he will move to 65. He's played beautifully so far, Nick Gubbins. Yeah,
he has. He's played really well. He's a very compact player, isn't he? Sort of keeps. He doesn't try and do anything too ambitious. He just picks up his runs. A very efficient player, but actually good to watch. Some efficient players are boring, but I think he's quite nice to watch. He's quite stylish, isn't he?
Verdi to Dawson, and that's played again to mid-wicket. Will be a single. He moves to 5, 181 for 4, and I think he's just clear in his methods, isn't he?
Yeah.
He seems to know what balls he wants to score off, what ones he wants to leave alone.
I remember actually when Middlesex won the championship in, I think it was 2016, when he was playing for Middlesex, and he had a great season, and he talked to me about the way he adapted his game to different matches and different bowlers, and I thought, wow, that marks you out as someone who's a real thinker on the game.
He definitely is a thinker.
Sometimes you can overthink it, of course.
Birdie round the wicket to Gubbins, pushed to extra cover for no run.
We nearly talked him out there. Didn't we? You can see him just nicking it to slip there, can't
Still could happen. I am a bit nervous. We need to get out this over. Nick Gubbins' sun really beaming down, and it's getting hot up here in the camera gantry. A reflection on the pavilion roof. There's Birdie in bowls. He's gone for a reverse sweep and just plays to backward a point. Will be no run. He's tried to play a lot of those today against Birdie.
Well, I think he's hoping that the ball's going to spin, and it's basically hitting with the spin, isn't it? Like a left arm, like a right-hander sweeping an off-spinner.
Birdie in again quicker, flatter into his pads and played to mid-wicket. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 55 overs gone, so 41 overs remain today.
My vision is for someone like Hampshire actually is to create this sort of DRS environment where we've got 6 cameras and the viewers, people in the ground or spectators on the stream or whatever, can use an app on their phone or their laptop and go to a replay immediately of a particular angle to see what happened themselves. They almost be the director themselves at home. They've got a little bit like the screen we got up here with 4 or 5 angles, and then you can zoom in on a replay on whichever one you want, so that you're right up to speed with what's happened. Anyway, that may not be far off actually. So this is who's this ball? Brooks again. Yeah, Brooks bowling, and Dawson turns that out to deep square leg for an easy single. I think that's too easy for Dawson to get off strike. There's a deep square leg out there. Why is he bowling in that area? And he's just nudging it for a single, getting off strike. That would be infuriating. If I was bowling, I want a whole over at Dawson, and he's got off strike first ball.
There's no better feeling as well as a new batter to be able to do that, get up the other end, just settle yourself in to your innings.
It's a very defensive mindset. Bowls again, Gubbins down the wicket, doesn't really quite time it, but they get a single. Gubbins advancing up the pitch there to try and get closer to a drivable length. Didn't quite get the middle of the bat on it, but got enough to get a single.
Dawson's a busy cricketer as well, isn't he? He wants to score.
Yeah.
So by reining that in will probably be more advantageous to get him out, whereas he'd be happy to play like this all innings really.
Yeah, he likes the back foot, so I would be, and they're now moving another man out, so okay, so they're trying to maybe plug the gap. Well, no, they're actually moving a man onto the drive mid-on, short mid-on, so there's 2 short mid-wickets now, or a short mid-on and a short mid-wicket, but still that big gap square of the wicket, so he's got to try and pitch it up a bit here, maybe try and get him driving straight, but that's short and down the leg side and gives him an easy single. So disappointing. I mean, Brooks actually been the most accurate bowler for Worcestershire today, but that's just a bit sort of, well, I suppose it's not lazy cricket, but slightly inefficient cricket anyway. So back on strike is Gubbins. It's 184 for 4, Hampshire.
Yeah, we were talking about the importance of this session, me and Kevin James earlier, about for Hampshire, we're expecting this pitch to turn a bit later, so it can really set up the game.
Yeah, I should imagine. Gubbins out of his crease again, defending that time. Good delivery. Do you play out here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, played out here.
And how have you found it as a pitch generally?
Generally a good pitch. I think they've turned probably a little bit more this year than previous years. Obviously, there's a lot of cricket out here now.
Yeah.
Across the women's game, men's game. So I guess it's hard to find a fresh wicket at this time of year across the square. But no, they're generally a good wicket, and they tend to favour the batters.
Yeah, they don't bounce much, do they? Nicely clipped by Gubbins, but straight to mid-on this time. Firm shot, but well intercepted. Not quite see who that is who fielded that, actually. So Gubbins on to 66 at the moment, 158 balls. Slowish strike rate, 41.8, but he's kept the scoreboard going. And this is Brooks again who bowls, and this time Gubbins manages to get it through the offside. I think it's got enough legs on it to get to the boundary for 4. So it was quite a good manipulated shot, just managing to open the face a fraction and hit it wider mid-off. Wasn't a bad ball actually, but he just managed to find a gap. Good shot, 4 runs, so 188 for 4. Gubbins on to 70.
And although I say they've been good pitches here, I've watched quite a few championship games here as well. Sometimes they become quite placid, as in they're really hard to get wickets, but they're also really hard to score off, because you see teams end up with fielders in front of the bat, almost like a one-day field, a ring field, and if you bowl those tight lines, it's actually quite hard to force that score on, so they can end up with sort of slow-paced games where sort of you feel like it's not the bowlers are in command or the batters are in command.
Travis Head didn't seem to have much trouble getting it away the other night, did he?
That was spectacular, wasn't it?
There was enough bounce. And the white ball, just comes onto the bat a bit more when it's hard on a pitch like this.
Birdie from the pavilion end still, full toss, and Birdie misfields it and comes through for a quick single. He should have stopped that, really.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's got Dawson off strike. I mean, that's poor cricket, really. It's those little details. If I was the Worcestershire coach, I'd be kind of banging my fist on the table there, because you want to take wickets, you've got to build up pressure on a batter.
189 for 4 now, Hampshire. Birdie to Gubbins, and that's defended to extra cover, will be no run.
So have you played your last game down here then?
Yes, we played. When was our last group game here? It's quite a while ago, actually. It was a rain-affected game with the old DLS coming into play as Amir Verdi to Gubbins, and that's pushed by Gubbins, opening his face out to the deep cover. So he picks up a single. Gubbins moves to 71.
And do you approve of the new structure with the counties?
I do.
Tiers and things?
I like it, but I think there's going to be some teething.
That?
No, I think there's going to be some teething problems initially, sort of how sort of the tier 1 into tier 2 links. There's Amir Verdi into Dawson, quicker, flatter, but that's opened the offside for Dawson, and he picks up a single again off strike. He moves to 991 for 4. I think for me, one question I raised is where club cricket sits in this. At the bottom level, I think club cricket's so important, because there's not every player that plays cricket wants to play at the professional level, wants to play at the top level. And with tier 3 introduced as Verdi in, and that's pushed to backward a point by Gubbins, will be no run. I think club cricket is a question for me about where that sits. And then the transition of players between tier 1 and tier 2. Tier 1 now have bigger squads, but not every single one of those players are going to play. So there's got to be a relationship between the tier 1 clubs to the tier 2 clubs to go and play, so that the best players are still playing in tier 2.
So a bit of a loan system or something.
As that's pushed again into the offside. And no run, 191 for 4. But there could be teething problems around that, because, for instance, looking here, Hampshire, the tier 2 club, is Sussex, which is quite a commute for some players that are here to then go and play over there. But also Sussex have ambitions to be a tier 1 team, so they might want to develop their own players. So how that relationship's going to work, because at the moment in regions it's forced upon, isn't it? They're one sort of club across the region. But yeah, I think there's going to be teething problems. And like Yorkshire this year, they're tier 2, but they're paying professional players to play in it. First time today. We're going to see
Brett D'Oliveira.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Spin from both ends.
It's amazing, isn't it, how families sort of bring up similar cricketers, because his father was a leggy, I think, from memory as well.
Dad's his role model.
Yeah. Yeah.
Kevin James has got a grandson. Is he going to teach him to bat left-handed?
Throw right-handed.
Bowl is left-handed.
It's very good asset to have, actually, kind of that versatility. Now, that first one from Brett D'Oliveira was a bit of a sort of loosener, lollipoppy ball, which Dawson gleefully drilled out to deep cover for a single. It was almost a full toss, I think, if not, was a full toss.
Come on, tell me what Kevin James was like as a teammate.
Kevin James was, well, God, how long have we got? He was very keen. He was very. I mean, he always looked. He looked $1 million in the nets. As a batter, he looked fantastic. But I think it took him a few years to make that transition to delivering it in the middle, or maybe he just didn't have he didn't get the opportunity, actually, because he looked a fantastic batter in the nets. But then they'd stuck him in at number 9 or something. Is that true, Kev? I don't know. Early on, and he never got the chance, really. And then when he did, he flourished. So
Bowl a bit as well.
He thought he was quicker than he was with the ball, I'd say, probably. He liked to try the odd bouncer, but that was a bit of a shame. That one from Brett D'Oliveira was another full toss, actually, which Gubbins didn't manage to dispatch. That one he does. He works it away on the leg side off a goodish length. He's coming back for 2 there. It's good running. Shuffling back for the second run. 194 for 4. Hampshire now. I mean, I think the fact that he was a left-handed batter and bowler, but also threw right-handed, really caught people out. I mean, you probably got a few run-outs because people thought you were going to throw it left-handed and you hurled it in right-handed. It's
Could you throw
very
left-handed
useful.
as well? Wow.
D'Oliveira bowls, and that's just over the head of short mid-on. And Gubbins there gets the boundary. He must have just thought for a second, have I hit that hard enough? But he did. Came down the wicket. He's recognised that there's an opportunity here to kick on with the scoring against a not part-time bowler, but not a frontline bowler. Good shot.
Good intent.
Yeah.
Good intent, not letting the leg spinner settle. I find that bizarre that you bowl and bat left-handed, but you can't throw left-handed.
Yeah, it's funny. You'll have to tell us how that evolved. D'Oliveira bowls, and this time he's forced the man back onto the long-on boundary, so that's good cricket from Gubbins. He hits it straight up to long-on for a single. Good work. Nice. I played with a John Reid was a famous New Zealand cricketer who I think actually held the record for the most 6s in an innings in the 1970s. He hit 15 6s in a test innings, I think. He bowls, D'Oliveira bowls, steered out to a deep cover by Dawson, another single, so quite a productive over, and it brings up the 200 for Hampshire. And John Reid was a very fine New Zealand cricketer who then became a match referee, and he actually was my coach in South Africa in the Currie Cup, and he used to say, nice simple bit of batting philosophy: after you've hit a boundary, hit a single, push a single. Obviously it isn't a philosophy that's used very much in the modern game, is it? After you hit a boundary, hit another one. Hit another boundary, hit it further, hit a 6. But yeah, go on then. How did you end up flowing right-handed and bowling left-handed?
I don't know. As soon as I straightened my arm, it was all right. But if I bent my left arm, it became useless. Weird, isn't it?
This is you, I think.
Oh, is it me? Verdi bowls and Dawson flicks that away behind square on the leg side. 201 for 4. Just very quickly change the subject. I think they've bowled really well to Nick Gubbins this session. I think they've kept him very quiet. He was 45 not out at lunch. He set a good
angled
field.
it into him.
Yeah, set a good field.
He likes the cut, doesn't he?
Yeah. No width. Set a field which was predominantly in front of square, where you're looking to push the ball sort of mid-wicket, mid-on, extra cover, mid-off, and said, go on then, if you want to have a go, and he didn't want to. Verdi bowls and Gubbins drives out to extra cover. Interesting, when Brett D'Oliveira comes on, he then takes the more
What's
positive
been your
option of going
verdict
over the
of Verdi so far?
I think he's bowled all right, actually. I think it's been quite interesting. He has. I mean, I guess he's lacking first team experience, because his last Surrey game was September 2021 in the Championship.
Really?
So he's only come back into the Championship through being on loan with Worcester recently.
Yeah.
Played on the other side. I thought when he's played against Hampshire for Surrey, I thought he looked a fairly decent bowler, didn't you, when you've seen him?
Yeah, I did. No, I thought he. I know what the Surrey lads said about him is that they said he was, he only had one skill, and that was bowling. He couldn't bat or field.
Birdie bowls, pushed away square on the leg side by Gubbins. Big shout of no from Dawson.
Multi-dimensional cricketers is unfortunately quite a big requirement nowadays, isn't it?
Definitely.
What do you think, Tuffers? Would Tuffers have made it through? He probably would actually, because he was a very good bowler.
Turned it.
And he could actually bat if he had the courage to face anything more than slow medium pace. He could be a good batsman as well.
Oh, he's reverse sweeping, hit him on the pad, not out. Says the umpire. Looks like a little fool to be playing that shot.
Well, yeah, but it's premeditated, isn't it? So I suppose you don't really know what the length's going to be when you start to play it. I think maybe that might have been going down the leg side actually.
Yeah.
Such a kind of premeditated shot, and it's difficult to bail out, isn't it?
It is. I mean,
If it's not the right
you're
ball.
right. I mean, you have to get yourself in a position well before the ball arrives, haven't you? Maybe even before you've picked up the length. That's probably proved in that delivery. That's a length ball which Gubbins plays quietly back to the bowler. I mean, I don't know about you, I never really played that shot, so I don't know really the mechanics and the thought process behind it.
I mean, Duckett does it really well, doesn't he? Duckett seems to have 8 different sweeps, both ways, both left hand and right hand. Reverse sweeps and orthodox.
Yeah.
And I guess it's one advantage he probably has is because he's short, he's low to the ground. So coaches always talk about getting low, don't they? When you're trying to play that shot, the reverse sweep or the normal sweep, really.
Yeah.
I've watched a coaching clinic with Root, and he tries to get very low down to the ball to get on top of it. We've got spin from both ends anyway at the moment. We've got Brett D'Oliveira bowling his leggies, and Dawson very easily cuts that away for a single. It was almost like a throw down, really.
Yes, I was doing some commentary with somebody the other day, can't remember who it was, who obviously got coached with the reverse sweep, and they said that another secret is to get your head close to the ball.
Yes.
Obviously over the top.
Yes, like
Get
almost
close
heading
to
it.
it. Yeah.
Good. As we just watched D'Oliveira, but there's a reverse sweep, and he's got that well, and that's going to be 4. He's got that fine, Gubbins. That was a good shot, actually. That was the right ball because it pitched well outside off. Let's see if he decided. No, I think that was quite a late decision to play that shot. He obviously had it in his mind, but it was outside the off stump and easily sort of swatted away down to deep third man for a boundary. 206 for 4. Dawson on 13, Gubbins on 82. Tries to work this one wide of the bowler, but straight back to him. You never played that then? You never played the reverse?
I don't remember playing it.
It wasn't so much in vogue then, was it?
Well, it wasn't, no. If
You
you got
might-
out doing it, you got,
bollocked.
oof, as they
Yeah.
say,
Yeah.
madam.
Yes. Defended by Gubbins this time into the offside. They probably could have sneaked through a quick single there because the ball had to be retrieved by first slip, and it went to cover point where there isn't anyone. I suppose the great advantage of the reverse sweep, as we watch D'Oliveira bowl again and defended by Gubbins, is that it forces the leg spinner or spinner to have a deep cover behind the square, almost a third man fielder. So there's a huge gap on the offside now to the right of extra cover. He can just nurdle it into that gap if he gets the right ball, and that was straighter, and he defended it to short leg. 206 for 4.
I mean, if you practice it
Yeah.
hundreds and hundreds of times,
Yeah.
there's no problem, is there? But in our era, nobody practiced that shot hundreds and hundreds of times. So
No.
that's the difference.
I mean, Gatt, of course, played it, didn't he? I mean, Gatt famously was
Gatt,
out to it in the World Cup final in 1987, but there weren't many people who played it. I remember Dermot Reeve played it very well, but it was, as you say, the problem was if you got out, the coach was going to give you
Like bananas.
a bit of a volley.
Whereas now, I suppose, especially in the England setup, it's going, well, next time play it again.
And hit it somewhere else.
Don't stop it.
Yeah.
Don't stop playing it.
Yeah.
Even if you've been out five times in a row playing it, which is, But it's still got its risks.
Well,
I mean,
it has.
It's a
because
high risk
I
shot.
agree, because it's premeditated. You
Yeah.
can't. It's difficult to bail out of it.
Here's Verdi, bowls down the wicket comes Dawson. In the end, decides to play defensively because it's a bit like a sweep shot. I mean,
Yeah.
if on a wicket that's a little bit up and down, you can't necessarily predict the bounce when you're playing with a horizontal bat. So the risk is, isn't it, with the top edge at the very least, Dawson prods forward, goes to slip. So on the same basis, the reverse sweep is the same. That's a risky shot because with the bounce, you can't say that that's coming out the middle of the bat.
No, that's right. Yeah.
Whereas on good pitches, a sweep shot is a very, very good tool in your locker. Here's Verdi. Dawson's on the back foot watching.
Except on a good pitch, you shouldn't get out just clipping it for one, playing it with a straight bat. It's on a turning pitch where you want to try and hit the bowler off his length and you're not quite sure what the ball's going to do spin-wise, where a sweep might be better. You're also using the angle of a ball spinning as well to help you with the shot.
Exactly. Dawson's defensive there. And of course the best way of playing the sweep shot is to get a full arms into the shot, isn't it? And actually aim to hit it in front of square. Won't always go in front of square. It might go behind square. But of course the way that these players are playing it these days, because they practice that shot so many times, they're getting very clever at just holding the bat there.
Yeah.
In fact, in our, well, maybe even slightly before us, so it's pushed out on the offside. Somebody like an Alan Knott, the keeper of Kent, I thought played that sweep shot.
Yeah.
He was probably the best player in the country in those days. Because he could hit it hard, but he could also dab sweep.
Yeah.
And of course that was unusual in those days.
Definitely. Yeah, I'll tell you a story about Alan Knott actually, on this ball. It's not, don't hold your breath, it's not that interesting, but
well, it's got my
anecdotal.
attention. Yeah, my attention's there already. Here comes Verdi, and Dawson flicks it in the air past the left hand of the short leg. It's safe in the end. And the end of the over, 206 for 4.
No, I had the misfortune to field at short leg one day at Canterbury when he was batting, and we had Middlesex had Embry and Edmonds, the two England spinners, bowling. He swept and he was turning as well. He swept every ball. I ducked literally every time. His defensive shot was a sweep. And he would just sweep at everything. And if it was full, he paddle swept it. If it was shorter, he sort of slog swept it. We had a deep square leg. We had a short fine leg. We had a deep square leg in front and me at short leg. And he was still playing the shot. And it was absolutely terrifying. And he was laughing. He was hitting it and just missing me. I got peppered on my legs mostly, luckily. Let's just look at this next ball. I was black and blue, and he was sort of chuckling away and sorry matey, kind of thing, as he often did. That kept a bit low actually from D'Oliveira, and Gubbins dug it out. He's sort of sorry matey, and he got 85 in about an hour or hour and a half. Absolutely fantastic. Nobody else got a run. He got 85 out of about 150. I think that was an attempted googly possibly by D'Oliveira. It's worked away for 4 by Gubbins. It's a slow motion slightly. He picked his gap in front of square off the back foot and placed it really well. So he goes on to 86 and 210 before. Just the final part of that silly story. Anyway, the second day it rained, and so we were stuck in the pavilion, and Notty wanted to practice his keeping, and there was nowhere, obviously it was raining, he couldn't go outside. So he said, matey. I wasn't in his team, but we encountered each other in the corridor. So can you give me a bit of help? So I said, all right, yeah, sure. So he turned, Gubbins turns this one into the leg side for a quick single. So he said, come into the showers. And I was thinking, God, what's happening? Anyway, we were fully dressed. And he stood in a shower cubicle and he gave me a ball, and he had a glove, his wicket-keeping glove, and he said, underarm me some catches and I'll pop out of the cubicle and take them one-handed. And he did. We spent about 10 minutes, me underarming a cricket ball in the showers with not a lot of glass windows and everything, which luckily we didn't break, and him popping out a right hand and practicing his one-handed catches in the shower cubicle. Very bizarre. But he was mad. He was mad, and I promise you that is absolutely gospel truth story. 211 for 4 is the score here at Hampshire. Yeah, I know. He was a one-off, Notty, wasn't he?
He was.
Until Jack Russell came of age, and then he was almost like a carbon copy in some ways. That's turned into the leg side by Dawson, so nobody on the leg side was saving one there. They had a deep long on, a deepish mid on, and a deep mid wicket, and Dawson just poked it into the leg side for an easy single. Bizarre.
What would you say were the similarities then between Alan Knott and...
Well, they were both mad, basically. They both had an obsession with their kit, their equipment, didn't they? Oh, that was just short of a leading edge caught and bowled. And the keeper's lying on the ground going down the leg side. The bowler is on his haunches in the middle of the pitch, and the batsman's doing the splits. But
Wow.
that was a dot ball.
Nobody in a normal position. Either one of those you've just described.
Well, Jack Russell, I mean, because he used to weigh. Jack Russell hated his sun hat from blowing off, so he used to weigh it down by putting about 3 on top of each other, didn't he? And
I didn't know that.
And another thing Jack Russell did was he used to put that yellow tape that you use for when police are doing an inquiry and there's a sort of murder inquiry or something. They put yellow tape round the offending area or the body or whatever. Well, Jack Russell used to put yellow tape around his kit in the dressing rooms because he didn't want anyone coming in that sort of space. And it was a bit messy. There was a lot of stuff scattered everywhere. So he used to create that sort of area, like a no-go zone around his kit.
I didn't know that. Verdi bowls and Dawson works that away into the gap, square on the leg side, and moves on to 15 with that single, 213 for 4. I must have gone around 20 years with my eyes closed because I never noticed any of this.
Well, you wouldn't have seen it in the dressing room, would you? Because it was.
Well, how did you know then?
Well, I was told by other players,
Oh, right.
Gloucestershire players and England players. I mean, he slept with his sun hat, didn't he? Jack as well. He had a sort of treasured sun hat. And then he used to dry it in the oven. If it was a damp either wet or sweaty day, he dried it in the oven. And
So pushed out to extra colour.
one day he forgot and it caught fire, but he still had to wear it because it's his trusty favourite hat. So he wore it with burn marks on it.
Worcester used to have an airing cupboard,
Yeah.
didn't they? I remember that with the old changing rooms in the old pavilion before they built the new one. I remember there was a big dryer there, which I don't think was the same at every ground, was it? That's pushed out to extra cupboard. Or maybe 1 or 2 grounds.
Lords
did.
had a good driving room, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, all these airing cupboards.
Yeah.
But I remember the Worcester one being very close to the dressing room because every time the door opened, there was a big smell went through them, which weren't great. It's Verdi. I bet they don't have that. Oh, that's very flighted, and that's driven. Half stopped at mid wicket, saved 4, but they will pick up 2. Picked up just inside the rope at deep mid wicket, and Gubbins has just got a little flurry of runs in the last 20 minutes or so. He was becalmed for a long periods this afternoon. Some good accurate bowling from Worcestershire, but he's just picked up a little bit. Moves on to 89. Hampshire 215 for 4. We have one over to do till tea after this. Tea's at 20 past, isn't it?
I thought it was 10 past. I think it's
10 past. Oh, it is 10 past. Yeah. That's forward is Gubbins, so tea imminent. So you might as well stay until tea. Is that all right, Yoz?
Yeah, of course.
I'm enjoying your stories.
Yes, please.
It's. Is this all in a lot of hard yakka? I can't remember. It was so long ago.
Probably, yeah, I don't know. I haven't read it for years. Why do you keep... You're very kind that you keep mentioning it.
Well, people have been mentioning it.
I might get another 30p royalties.
Well, I was going to say, you might have to put it into reprint. Let's cut away, Gubbins, back with a point. That's runs. That's 4 runs. And Gubbins moves on to 93. And Hampshire on to 219 for 4 with 1 over until tea.
Kenny Benjamin.
Yes.
Sleep in the airing cupboard.
Kenny Benjamin.
Kenny Benjamin slept in the airing cupboard at Worcester.
April, May, bit cold.
Bit cold. Yeah, but who can put up with that for a
That's
few
hot.
hours?
That's stifling.
That's too much.
Mind you, I mean, actually, I was in Antigua in June at the T20 World Cup. It was like an airing cupboard there in the middle of the day. Oh, blimey! Oh, so hot. It's ridiculous. Terribly hot. It was I mean, I know there are going to be people playing the violins at home, going, "You poor thing," at 35 degrees, 90% humidity. But it was actually really uncomfortable. D'Oliveira bowls a pretty loose short ball, but Dawson can't get it past short extra cover. This is he's trying to buy a wicket, maybe, is he? I don't know. It didn't look the most threatening of bowlers.
He hasn't got much turn either, which I'm surprised.
Bowls again. He's probably going to get a wicket this ball now. No. Dawson tries to turn it into the leg side. Doesn't get the angle he wanted.
Being a wrist spinner.
Yeah.
I thought he might have got a bit more than Verdi, the odd one, but he doesn't seem to have done.
4 men on the offside, a man on the drive, short extra. That's a nicely pitched delivery that he defends straight to the short extra field. He's trying to just get him. I mean, maybe Dawson's playing for tea now, is he?
Well, I'd
Does
hope
anyone
so.
ever do that anymore? I don't know. And he tosses his one up, and this is driven wide of extra cover, half stopped. They'll get a single. Dawson moves on to 16. Gubbins on 93. In the olden days when teas were really good, scones and jam cake, jam tarts and macaroons and big loads of sandwiches, I suppose you were salivating for tea.
Yeah.
But now you've got to have an energy bar and a bit of Gatorade or something. Gatorade. Maybe it's not such an exciting.
I'd rather
thing.
stay out in the middle, sit down.
Yeah,
Wait.
Sit down in the middle. Gubbins defends too short legged. Or just get a deck chair out there and sit in the middle and wait for the
Wait for him to
play
come
to
back.
resume. Yeah,
It's hardly worth going back, is it?
that's right. Yeah. I suppose you can change your socks or something. D'Oliveira bowls. Gubbin defends, and that is tea. I wonder what they're going to have for it. Well, Hampshire will be happy. 220 for 4. Dawson on 16. Gubbins on 93.
Yeah, 2 wickets that fell. James Vince went for 57, having added 25 to his lunchtime score when he was bowled by Amar Vardy. Still a lot of conjecture as to it's officially bowled in the scorebook, but lots of people have been watching on the live picture feed and replaying it. Not totally convinced that it was bowled, but I don't know, just the way things look on the picture feed, it's not totally clear that was
Did
the
the
actual
umpires
voters' dismissal.
consult on it?
Yes,
I
they
mean,
did
no, sorry,
actually.
they did consult with each other.
Yeah.
But did they consult with the
No,
men off the field? No.
they just had a bit of a chat, with Vincey,
Right.
and Vincey started to turn off and go, so yeah, it was a bit odd. Ben Brown caught behind by Roderick off the bowling of Verdi as well. He went for 18. That was 174 for 4. And Gubbins and Dawson have taken the score onto 220 for 4. We'll all be back in just under 20 minutes time for the evening session here on day 1.
D'Oliveira, the fielder, had a couple of overs before tea. I suspect that was maybe a bit of an experiment.
Wasn't big turn, was it? It
No.
looked threatening.
No, went for 21. Didn't really settle into it. It didn't seem to me, Brett D'Oliveira today. It's a change in the field. We've also got a 12th man on. That looks like Jack Home is on to me. And this is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. I'm just looking round.
No Amir Verdi.
I can't see Amar Verdi, which is why Joe Leach is bowling. So, if he's off the field long term, that is a big worry for Worcestershire, because he is their frontline spinner.
Hopefully he's just got a bit stiff and he's just getting a bit of a
Yeah.
rub down from the physio.
Leach to Dawson, and Dawson is forward, pushing out to mid-on.
So it could be a forced change of tactics.
Yeah.
Other than D'Oliveira, any other spin options, part-time spin options?
Jake Libby has bowled. Not much this season, but he has bowled in Championship Cricket. Here's my bit of paper. I'll find the right bit of paper in a minute to be able to inform you all. Is the next ball pushed into the offside this time. That's a decent first over after tea. Jake Libby has bowled 18 overs this season, and Kashif Ali has bowled 30 overs, so only 48 overs between them, and they would have to be bowling, you would think. I'm just waiting to see who's coming on. Van Beek coming
Amir
on.
Verdi is back on the field, you'll be pleased to know. Just a one over stint.
But he can't bowl until he's been back on the field for the length of time that he was off, so it's probably only one over anyway.
So Van Beek, I see him up, has been bowling hard into the pitch. Will bowl from the hotel end after tea. It's coming round the wicket to Nick Gubbins, who is on 93. He's played beautifully so far. Has to start again after tea as Van Beek in, and that's pushed into the offside. Will be no run.
They did calm him down a little after lunch, didn't they? And then when he lost Vince, he kind of went into his shell a bit, Gubbins, but then just towards getting up towards tea, got back into a bit of rhythm again and played some night shots. He batted well today.
Yeah, he's looked calm, probably, chanceless, but there was one leading edge that landed safely. But otherwise, cool, calm and collected Nick Gubbins as he's in, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
It's funny because since Simon Hughes said that this morning, I'm watching what the batsmen do in between balls. So he said just a little walk away, come back, scratched his guard, little walk away, come back.
Checks his boxes in order. That's a Nick Gubbins thing.
Yeah, check everything's there.
Van Beek from the hotel end bowls, and in defence by Gubbins. Be no run. He likes to replay his shots as well.
You're going, little walk. You're going a bit further this time. Walk back, check your helmet, check your box. Yeah.
He hasn't remarked his guard yet.
No. Gone out of rhythm here. Oh dear me. It's be disastrous.
Van Beek, right arm over, bowls full toss, but towed to mid-off. Will be no run. 220 for Hampshire. And his first innings been a beautiful day here, weather-wise. Sun shining.
I'm walking back trying to find some shade here.
We don't get any now, and it just gets hotter and hotter.
Thanks.
I've got sun cream if you want some.
No, I'm all right, don't worry.
Van Beek in again, bowls full delivery, but driven straight to extra cover. Again, missed time from Gubbins.
We shall think back to a day like this, as I was saying earlier to Jamer, in the middle of January. You know, you think you ought to be able to put this in a box. Was it in Oliver? They're saying who will buy this? Who will put it in a box for me? Just put it in a box, and then middle of January, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, just open your box, and there it is, your nice bit of sunny cricket.
Van Beek, that's an edge through past the keeper and the first slip between the two. 4 runs to Nick Gubbins, but that was a chance. Van Beek walks away in disappointment, but he found the outside edge of Gubbins, who now moves on to 97 not out. But that was a good over, and he deserved that opportunity. But the keeper just didn't move there.
Nobody moved, did they? It was weird. I mean, you followed the ball. I couldn't even see where the ball had gone. But no, because nobody moved, I thought he got it off an inside edge and it had gone down the fine leg. But
could not have been more precise in between keeper and slip. So that was a big chance for Worcestershire. That would have started the session off well. A maiden over from Leach, followed by what would have been a wicket maiden from Van Beek. But instead, 4 runs to Nick Gubbins, and he's still there.
Leach it is, bowling to Dawson, who's got 16, and he will have 20, because that is very short from Joe Leach, and Dawson quickly onto the back foot, whacked it away through cover point for 4. He goes to 20. Gubbins has 97. Hampshire 228 for 4. And as we were saying, I think this is in terms of, well, every session's a big session, but I think in terms of this game, if Hampshire if they were 4 down at close of play, they would be in a very good position. We're actually almost on time today as well. Tea was almost taken on time.
It's a rarity.
Oh, never heard of. Leach to Dawson. It's a better ball. Tighter line played to mid-wicket. And there is no run. A few Worcestershire supporters here today. Walking around at lunchtime, I saw a little handful. Amongst those who are getting a good suntan, I would suspect. Unless you're a non-sun worshipper. And if you're that, well, there's a bit of shade on the far side. The shadow of the floodlights just beginning to come onto the outfield. Leach's next ball. Played back past the bowler, but with no great power. D'Oliveira strolls across to field.
That's the beauty of this ground. If you want sun, there's areas for sun all day. If you want shade, there's areas for that too.
Yeah. If you've never been here, it's a very modern bowl-like ground, but from where we are, looking in the distance, trees all round. Very parky effect. Leach bowls. Once again, D'Oliveira strolls to field. Apart from the first ball, Leach has pulled this over back a bit. It's almost like one-day cricket. Can you get out of the over without conceding a boundary, or in Joe Leach's case, another boundary?
He's got that tight field, isn't he? I like the catching extra cover mid-wicket.
Next ball, pushed to the boundary. Lovely shot. That is superbly timed by Dawson. There was no great flourish of the bat, no backlift, but just a bit of width. That's gone off the sweet spot.
Yeah, pure timing that from Dawson. Classy, elegant.
Flew to the boundary.
And he held the pose as well.
Did, didn't
for
he?
the
Yeah.
photographers out there.
In case you didn't get it, lads, this is how I did it. Good, as good a shot as we've seen today, that. The sun glinting off the back of Dawson's bat as Leach rumbles in and turned on the onside. Won't be anything there. 8 runs coming from Joe Leach's over. And we wonder when we will see Amar Birdie back into the Worcestershire attack. If he's, well, we assume he's fit enough to bowl, as he wouldn't be out there, would he? Hampshire are 232 for 4, with Dawson on 24 and Gubbins on 97.
Yeah, these two building a nice partnership for Hampshire. Lost a couple of wickets quickly, Vince and Ben Brown, but Dawson's come in at number 6 and steadied the ship. Partnership is 58 runs currently, as Van Beek continues from the pavilion end into Gubbins. That's hit uppish over the top of backward a point, will just be a single. Gubbins now moves to 98 and the score 233 for 4.
Need a bit of that breeze that's going around the ground. You can see it rustling the trees. Needed to come into onto our gantry.
You're getting your hopes up again.
Yeah. Yeah.
To cool down, but
Yeah.
the only breeze you'll get is if we bring a fan.
And you took your shoes off as well. I noticed that.
I knew what was to come.
I take my shoes off, but you know we have company, don't we? We can't really do that.
Van Beek to Dawson, and that's worked off his pads beautifully. That'll be 4 more. Pure timing again. Splitting mid-wicket and mid-on. Beautiful stroke from Liam Dawson. He moves to 28, 237 for 4.
He looks like a man with a bit of form, Liam Dawson, which indeed he has got. Where is he? On my bit of paper. I'll get these bits of paper sorted out tomorrow. I'll know
Where's what?
some sort of order what I'm talking about. Well, I won't know what I'm talking about.
Van Beek into Dawson, this time pulled beautifully, and guess what? 4 more. Splits deep fine leg and deep square leg. That'll race away. Short from Van Beek, and Dawson punishes. He moves to 32 now, 241 for 4.
Averaging 57, well 57, so 57 and a half basically. 747 runs. A couple of centuries. Looking good.
He's just waiting for Van Beek to move slowly back to his mark. And with number 67 on his back, charges in and defends this time. Dawson, better line, better length. Good reply from Worcestershire. The damage has already been done in this over, 9 runs off it. And since that 2 impressive first overs from Worcestershire, the chance, and now Hampshire just scoring freely, which Worcestershire need to find a way to stop, to stem these two. There's Van Beek in again to Dawson Shorten. That's worked to mid-wicket, will be no run.
Yeah, I like I say, I don't know, what do you give these two, another over each, and then you've got to get your spinner back on, I think. I mean, if he's obviously, as I say, if he's out there, he's fit enough to bowl, but he's got to be the man.
Van Beek charging in to Dawson, bowls. That's full, and that's driven to mid-off. Will be no run. That's the end of the over. 68 overs gone today, so 28 overs remain today. 241 for 4. Gubbins there on 98, alongside Liam Dawson, who's on 32. And we have a double change.
We do.
I'll hand over to Kevin James.
In the commentary box, not on the pitch. Although the way these two have been talking today, you think they could get out there and bowl 20 overs each in the sunshine. So.
Thank you, you two. Myself, Kevin James, and the analyst Simon Hughes with you. It is very warm, which we shouldn't complain about in September. Penultimate round of championship fixtures. So this has been a good start to the session by Hampshire.
It's not often you need sunblock in a commentary box, is it? You certainly do now.
Certainly do. So Gubbins is 98 not out, and Jack Leach is around the wicket with the keeper standing up. Gubbins works that to extra cover, and there is no run.
Jack Leach has got transferred, has he, from Somerset to Worcester?
Oh, Joe Leach, oh sorry, and he's got a bit quicker, and he's decided to bowl right on. But apart from that,
Similar looking from a distance, actually. I think Joe Leach is a bit thicker set, isn't he?
yeah.
Same hairstyle.
Do Where's Emily Windsor just suddenly produced a donut? Where's that come from? It's like a magician. Cutting away is Gubbins. Picks up a single, moves on to 99. Goes out to Verdi in the deep.
He was thinking of a second there, wasn't he? That was being a bit risky.
I can't believe you concealed that very well from everybody.
She's got a donut, has she?
Yeah, a huge one, look at it.
End of the season, you see that the trainer's not checking with the calipers on the
No.
fat content anymore.
No. It's incredible.
You'll pay for it in November, though, Emily, when you get back into training again.
That's right. Every donut you have now is an extra 5 kilometre run to get it off. Think of that in November, that workload. Here's Leach. On the back foot is Dawson, goes out towards extra cover. We never had any donuts, did we?
None, no, we were absolutely body as a temple. I'll tell you what, we used to save our expenses though, didn't we, and have the peanuts on the bar for dinner.
Is that what you used to do?
Yeah.
Did you?
Yeah.
And still ran in the next day?
Well, that's probably why I didn't run in very well the next day. No. Oh yeah, a few of those, yeah.
Yours wasn't, you didn't drink loads, did you?
I liked a few beers, but
Did
not
you?
too many. Not too many.
I don't remember you having loads. That's worked away through mid-wicket by Liam Dawson. And he will pick up 2. He may even look for 3. It's quite a big boundary out there away to our left, and 3 it is. 245 for 4. Dawson moves on to 35, and we await what we hope will be Nick Gubbins' 3 figures, which we hope will be imminent. Already got 200s this year. Now looking for his 3rd.
Fielder coming in, aware of the situation.
You have to, don't you?
Yeah, yeah. It's a game within a game always, isn't it?
Yeah. 2 men short either side of the wicket for the drive. Leach from the pavilion end with his right arm medium paces. Gubbins gets a thick outside edge, it runs away down to 3rd, and there's Gubbins' 3rd 100 of the season. Gets a pat on the back from his teammate Liam Dawson. Raises the bat around the ground. 198 balls with 16 fours. Had to battle a bit this afternoon, Jost, didn't he?
They bowled well to him, as you said, but he's a very good, efficient player, isn't he? And he plays within his limitations mostly, but he's an attractive player to watch. He's very strong square of the wicket where he got that boundary. That was a bit of a thick edge, but he's a very good cutter of the ball and turner of the ball through the leg side. And it's been pretty much a flawless inning, apart actually from that edge a couple of overs ago, which went straight between keeper and first slip, and no one moved.
19th first class 100 for Nick Gubbins. He flicks that away on the leg side and will jog through for a single. That's the 250 up and Hampshire's first batting bonus point.
How many 50s has he made?
In his career,
because I wonder whether actually he hasn't got a great conversion rate.
41.
And 41 50s and 1900s. Yeah. So
How does that rate?
Well, I mean, if you look at Joe Root, the last couple of years, Joe Root has got, I think it's, we'll say 3 years, I think he's got 1500s and 1950s.
Okay.
And Kane Williamson is something like 907 50s or something in the last 2 years. So, you know, those are, we're talking absolutely top of the game, but they are converting, you know, 1 in every 2, or even better than that, into 100. So Gubbins' rate is, sorry if I'm a bit off mic, Gubbins' rate is sort of 1 in every 3 really, isn't it?
Yeah.
19 out of 60. Yeah, so yeah, it's decent, but I reckon he should have made more than 1900s given his ability and also the opportunity, batting number 3 as well. Anyway, he's on 104 now, in fact, and it's Lorgan Van Beek to bowl over the wicket, and Gubbins pulls down to fine leg for a single. I think it was off Van Beek that chance went begging just before tea. A flying edge between keeper and first slip, and it was the perfect bisection, really. Literally, the first slip was quite wide, and it just went perfectly between them. So 251 for 4 Hampshire. Good position. Having been, what, 19 for 2, were they?
They were 19 for 2 when Toby Albert was out. They were.
Yeah. Van Beek, he bowls to Dawson, and Dawson defends. I suppose, really, it's a pitch. I was going to say it's a new ball pitch. It's not even really that. It's a pitch that you've got more chance of getting a wicket as a seamer with a new ball. It's a bit of a thankless task as a seamer on this once the ball's a bit older, especially on a day like this. Clear blue sky and very dry kind of atmosphere. Pretty dry pitch as well, in fact maybe too dry. We'll see in the second and third days. Van Beek bowls and Dawson forces that into the offside. It's fielded at backward point.
Yeah, I think Worcestershire again a situation, aren't they, where they need a good session here. They actually didn't have a bad session, certainly initially, when they got Vince out for 57, Brown out for 18, 174 for 4. I thought, yeah, you haven't let Hampshire get away, but for me that we're at another junction. Do you think? Two good batters out there.
Well, these guys should be thinking about batting to the close now, shouldn't they, really, and getting another 100. Van Beek bowls, and Dawson goes up on his toes and defends that very correctly on the back foot, rehearses the shot a couple of times. It's there's nothing in the pitch for the seamers, is there? There's a little bit of turn for Verdi, but it's not bouncing. I mean, what you want, especially as a spinner, is bounce, don't you? And there's not much of that.
No. Not a lot of pace either.
Not a lot of pace, no. It's Van Beek again who bowls, and again it's almost like a carbon copy, an action replay. Back on his toes, Dawson. Backward defensive shot.
I quite like Van Beek's action, you know.
Yeah, I do. It's got a bit of whip about it.
He reminds me, who's the New Zealand bowler that bowled at Somerset, started at Kent?
Well, not Andrew Caddick, you don't mean?
No, recently.
Somerset and then Kent.
Gosh, what's his name? Kent first.
Elliot?
No.
Not Elliot. It's Grant something. It is pushed into the leg side by Dawson, and it's fielded at wide mid wicket. Do you mean
bowled for Somerset in the T20 last year?
Yeah, I didn't watch much of it actually.
I'll have to look it up.
It's not Grant something.
No, not Grant Stewart. He's
Grant Stewart. I was thinking of. Yeah.
No. I'll tell him. I'll have a look.
Okay, Kevin's having a look. It's 251 for 4 Hampshire, with Dawson on 35 and Gubbins 105. The image of Amir Verdi coming up to resume. There was 1 over from Joe Leach there since tea, or a couple of overs from Joe Leach, and now it's back to spin from the pavilion members' end.
Matt Henry,
of course.
Do you think he's got a similar action?
He has
to
got
him?
a similar action to Matt Henry. Yeah.
And
I'd actually, you confused me. I didn't realise he played for Somerset.
In the T20 last year.
He played for Kent, of course. Very good bowler in English conditions, actually. In fact, he's improved a lot, I think, because New Zealand had him as their opening bowler in the World Cup in India, and he did a really good job.
Yeah.
He's a bit quicker than he looks. There's a lot of energy in his action, isn't there?
And he's got the slider, which just slides away from the outside edge, and he can just
he's a good bowler.
Get the ball to come
Very
in,
good
and that's
bowler.
all you need, isn't it? You don't need any more than that. So Verdi, about to start his 23rd over, has 2 for 64. He picked up the 2 wickets this afternoon. And there's a leg slip in there, and did that come off the bat? It may just have flicked off the pad. Fell just short of that leg slip. Apologies if you can hear a bit of interference. I'm trying to work on it. We'll get there. It's around somewhere. It's just a matter of finding it. Here's Verdi, bowls, and is he played on nearly inside edge? Must have just missed the stumps as it races away down behind the keeper. It's picked up inches in front of the rope below us, and there will be 3 off the inside edge of Nick Gubbins, who moves on to 108. Simon Hughes needs a bit of extra help, and he's a bit extra height to see over the top of the black netting. 254 for 4.
I
Careful.
might fall over here.
Careful. You're all right. You're all right. I didn't realise you were so short. It's Verdi.
I've always been short.
Dawson works that to mid-wicket. Score remains on 254 for 4. We are actually into the 71st over, which means that second new ball isn't too far away. 9 overs after this, which I'm sure Worcestershire will take pretty quickly. Here's Verdi from that pavilion end. Bowls, a little bit of a windmill action, and Dawson quietly plays that into the gap square on the offside and moves on to 36. You've hardly noticed Dawson's innings, and yet there he is, 36 from 58 deliveries.
Yeah, that's right. He hit 2 fours in that couple of overs ago, didn't he? A nice clip through mid-on and a pull.
Yeah.
But yeah, in the main, he's very good at just rotating the strike, knocking it into gaps. Very busy player, like Joe Root, isn't he? The way he gets to 20 or 30 without noting, almost unobtrusive, really.
Sign of a good player. Here's Verdi. Round the wicket to Gubbins. Gubbins playing that one late. Works it on the onside. Gubbins has been out there for just over 200 balls now, 203.
He came in with a third over, was it?
He came in after 15 minutes of play, Fletcher Middleton.
Yeah.
He was bowled. Good ball from Tom Taylor for 6. So yeah, he's been there since 11:45. 16 for 1 that first wicket. Here's Verdi. And Gubbins works that for a single on the offside and moves on to 109. 256 for 4 now. Worcestershire at the end of that Verdi over. He has 2 for 68 from 23.
You mentioned the new
69.
ball there, the second new ball. That's a good point, actually, and it now 8 overs away. It's quite important for Hampshire, I think, if they aim to keep this partnership together. So these two batters well in now. Gubbins on 109, Dawson on 36. It would be good for Hampshire if they can make sure they're at the wicket when Worcestershire take the second new ball, rather than exposing a new batsman to it, because I think Hampshire's aim here, given the dry pitch, should be to bat once and hope to get 500. They should be targeting 500, and then they would be able to keep men round the bat, bowl the spinners a lot, and hope to chip away at the Worcestershire batting, mostly with spin, I'd imagine. Perhaps it might reverse swing a little bit as well with the dry pitch. So who have we got now? We've got Brooks. Ethan Brooks is back. Ethan Brooks to bowl to Gubbins round the wicket. First slip in position, slightly tighter to the keeper than he was earlier, and it's nudged into the leg side. There's no run to Gubbins. What was the? I mean, have Hampshire made a 500 here? I think they have they this year.
I'll have to double check. Give me 2 minutes.
Sorry, I didn't mean
No,
to
no.
make you
it's
do
fine.
research.
No, what you did.
I should know, shouldn't I?
You did really.
Yeah, I did. I did. Well, you've got a beautifully laid out book with all the scores of the season neatly written in. You should have been a scorer, really, shouldn't you? You should have been Malcolm Ashton, or well, you could even have been Zoltz, couldn't you? Adam Zoltz.
Yeah.
Andy Zoltzman.
Well, I was playing.
Did you ever?
Should have been a scorer.
Actually, I started as a scorer
So
when
did
I was
I.
11. Did you?
Yeah.
Did you have the coloured pens and all the
Yes.
dots and everything?
You did that for what, Ealing?
Yeah,
Did you?
I did. I sat in the scoreboard. I was about 11.
Yeah, I did the same.
I like pulling the numbers as well, you know, with the old-fashioned
Yeah.
pulleys to pull the numbers up. Here comes Brook, and it's hit wide of mid-on by the left-handed Gubbins. Half stopped at mid-wicket. They get a single.
So did you say did have Hampshire scored 500 here?
Well, yeah, this
year? 503 all out in that game against Durham, 4th game of the season.
Right.
So
Yeah.
they have done that, and then not far behind. Oh, got 505
Actually,
for
I
8
remember
declared.
that pitch.
Kent here.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I remember that pitch, the Durham pitch. God, that was flat.
Dull.
I remember Matt Potts charging in. The thankless task. It was like a bowler's graveyard, that pitch.
It was.
So this is Ethan Brooks over the wicket to Dawson, who gets an easy ball on his hip there, turns it into the leg side for a single, which he could probably almost have played in his sleep. 258 for 4, Hampshire.
Yeah, just to emphasise the point about it being a flat wicket, that 503 all out against Durham, it was still a draw.
Yeah,
Durham got 4-3-2.
Yeah.
And the other time when they got 505 for 8 declared against Kent, Hampshire actually won it.
They just managed to get
By
that
6
run
wickets.
chase at the end,
They
didn't they?
yeah.
Did they make Kent follow on? They must have done. Yeah, I think
Yes,
they made Kent
yes.
follow on and just managed to bowl them out in the nick of time. Brooks is round the wicket to Gubbins. Defends, does his little customary stroll to short square leg. Just tries to clear his mind a bit before the next ball. I just was never able to do that. I don't know about you, but
Could you not?
no. I was trying to think, what shots shall I play now? You know, if I'd been in for more than 10 minutes, I was thinking, well, there's a big, nice gap over there. I'll try and hit the next one over there, and usually get bowled. Gubbins tries to pull that one, gets it on the toe end of the bat, trickles to mid-wicket, and that's the end of the over. Obviously, the good players are able to completely clear their head of what happened the ball before, and just play the next ball as the next ball.
That's right.
Yeah.
Switching on and off.
Yeah.
Knowing when to do it.
I was like, I'll try and hit this one on the up through the offside, or how did I
even
miss?
before
How
the
did I
ball
miss that?
arrived?
Well, no. Yeah.
Well, you said I'm going to hit it over there even before you knew what ball was coming.
Yes.
That's why you batted 10 and 11.
I know. Of course.
I didn't realise you thought your thought process was like that.
or like, I'm going to try and pull this one off his length or something. I don't know.
Wow.
No, I thought I was. I don't know. I thought I was Gary Sobers.
In the end, you were Fred Sobers with the bat.
Yeah.
I don't remember
definitely.
you. What was your high score, first class?
I did get a couple of 50s.
Did you
but-
really?
Yeah.
What, for Durham or Middlesex?
Middlesex.
Oh, right. Here's Verdi from the pavilion end. Dawson's on the back foot and whips that away. There is a man out deep at mid-wicket, and the total moves on to 259.
It's funny actually because I
With
wrote
that
it.
thought process, I can't believe you've got even 2 first-class half
Well, I
centuries.
know, but I mean, maybe I was a bit more focused at times when it was necessary. But actually, I wrote a book about batting, and everyone, took the piss out of me.
Did anybody buy it?
Well, a few. About 12 people have bought it.
All number 11s.
Yeah.
That's cut away by Gubbins for a single on the offside, 260 for 4.
Most of them have handed it back afterwards, after reading half of it. But I got a lot of ridicule by the likes of Boycott. How can you write a book about batting? What do you know about batting? You only average 11. You used to bowl the beautiful balls onto my middle bat, but I mean, what do you know about batting? And I just researched it and talked to lots of other batsmen about how they compartmentalised
Here's Verdi, and Dawson is blocking that one.
and how they were able to maintain their focus through a whole day's play, and the kind of different mental approaches you need. And I thought, well, I'd written this book and really researched it quite deeply, talked to the Sangakkara and Trott and Peterson and Steve Smith and all sorts of people.
Verdi again. Dawson is just working that square where there's a gap for a single, 261 for 4.
And I thought, right, I'm going to try and put what I've written about into practice. So I played in a club game, and I actually got 30 odd, compartmentalising, moving away each ball, thinking, just clearing my head, then focusing again. Got to 30, and then I thought, I'll try and hit the next one over mid-wicket, and I was bowled.
Here's Verdi. Now there's a very fine sweep shot. It's running away. I think the ball is... Oh, it's been greatly... That's a great piece of fielding. The steward's inquiry,
That's 4.
if I'm honest, as to whether that's 4
They're
or
too
not.
far away, though. We've got better view than the umpires.
Umpire's standing there.
We're signalling up here. I'm signalling to the umpires 4, but no one's looking. We're too high up.
To be fair, I think Ethan Brooks is saying, I'm not sure, which is fair enough. So
I think it touched the rope,
yeah.
or he touched the rope as he was flicking it back.
3
Anyway.
runs it is. Well, if Hampshire lose this game by 1 run, we can pinpoint the moment. But to be fair to him, I think he did say, look, I'm not sure. So I suppose the umpires are too far away. Here's Verdi again, and Bowles and Dawson will take a quick signal out on the offside. He moves on to 40, and the total moves on to 265 for 4. Emily Windsor is going to come in alongside Simon Hughes.
Well, I
You
can ask her about
Yeah.
concentration.
and
That's
Emily's
good.
got some interesting news about 1 or 2 games that are going on
Oh yes.
elsewhere.
Okay, good. Well, we'll hear from that about that in a minute. 265 for 4 is the Hampshire score. Dawson on to 40. Gubbins 114. This partnership it probably says on the screen actually, doesn't it? But we can't see the screen. you can at home, I'm sure. But anyway, they put on about 204, no, 100. How many they put on these guys? I'm trying to see the screen.
I'm not sure it's on there.
Yeah, maybe
So-
not. Anyway, go on. What are the scores you've got?
So the Lancashire Somerset game, so Somerset top of the table, there's your partnership for you, 91 runs. Somerset bowled Lancashire out for 140, and in reply they are 65 for 4.
It doesn't sound like a great pitch then. This is Brooks bowling to Dawson, and he steers that very cleverly, fine of the short third fielder for 4. That was a nice little neat dab shot, and just found the perfect gap. Sorry, go on. So read that one again. That's
So Lancashire,
Lancashire
it's
140.
at Manchester, 140, Somerset 65 for
4.
4. Obviously top of the championship. Hampshire are playing Somerset
Yeah.
in the next round, but obviously Surrey's the other team.
Right, sorry,
Currently
playing
sitting-
Durham, are they today, I think?
Yep, at the Oval.
Yeah.
Durham are 216 for 6.
Okay, that's not bad, but probably that means they'll get about 250. That's not going to be enough, is it? Probably. Okay. Points-wise, I wonder what the story is then, as Dawson dabs this one into the offside. So Somerset would have got full bowling points. They
Yep.
need to get some batting points, and 65 for 4 is not going to be easy, is it?
No, and I guess it's going to be a result pitch of which
Yeah.
you need someone in those conditions, don't you? It's usually one innings or one bowling spell can change a game.
Brooks bowls full to Dawson, who drives straight to mid-off. 269 for 4. Are those the only scores you're going to give us? Or
I can give you some more. So Notts versus Kent. Notts are batting first at Canterbury, 278 for 3,
Wow,
so
they're going well.
piling on the runs.
Oh,
Warwickshire
Good.
versus Essex at Birmingham. Warwickshire was 78 all out. In reply,
God.
Essex are 104 for 5.
wow, another result pitch then. Turned into the leg side by Dawson, no run to mid-wicket.
In Division 2, Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Derbyshire batted first, 173 all out. Middlesex 38 for 1.
Right, okay. Full
York-
points for Middlesex, okay. That's because the second division is quite interesting as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
Sussex are doing well, but then there's a few others in contention.
Yorkshire and Middlesex. So Yorkshire are in second place.
Yeah.
They are 267 for 5, batting first against Glamorgan.
Defended by Dawson into the offside.
And then Gloucestershire versus Sussex. Gloucestershire are 109 all out, and
Oh.
Sussex is 67 for 2 in reply.
And that's at, I think that's at Bristol, is it?
Yeah.
So they were going to display the Vitality Blast trophy there, but it hasn't done them any good. Maybe they're still hung over.
We'll let them off for that after winning that. In the final game, Leicestershire 203 all out, Northants 47 for 1 in reply.
So lots of wickets generally around the country. Dawson turns this one into the leg side, and it's picked up at fine leg, and they get through for a single. So apart from the Notts, I think you said Notts 270 for 3, most of the other teams got bowled out, I think, first innings, didn't they?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Durham 220 for 6 against Surrey, but lots of wickets have fallen generally.
Ackerman's going to be the key to Durham. He's on
Yeah.
47 not out
Right.
at the moment.
Okay, and who's taking the wickets then for Surrey? Is it spinning or is it seaming?
It's just seaming.
Yeah.
Worrell's got a couple, Curran,
Right.
Laws
Right.
and Clark. So they're
Good.
playing.
I'm glad Tom Laws is playing, because he's had a hard season where he hasn't really had that much chance because they've had so many seamers. But anyway,
Tom
he's playing
Curran
this game.
come
Tom
out
Curran,
of Red
yeah,
Bull
yes,
retirement.
that's right. Yeah.
But definitely must be a seaming pitch because only seamers have bowled.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, they're not that strong on spin, really. Surrey, are they? Anyway, that's probably why they lost that game at Somerset.
Surrey spinner bowling from the pavilion end on loan to
Mhm.
Worcestershire, Amir Verdi.
Well, they brought in Shakib Ul Hasan for that Somerset game, didn't they? Didn't do them any good.
Amir Verdi round the wicket to Dawson, who advances and hits that high up into the air. That's over long on, and that's gone all the way for 6. First 6 of the innings, and that's Liam Dawson's 50. What a way to bring it up. He wasn't hanging about, but raises his bat over to his family and to the pavilion, his teammates. Fantastic, not that from Liam Dawson.
Do you know that's his family, do you?
His dad usually sits
Does
down
he?
here.
Oh, right. Okay.
Partnership 102 as well.
Good knowledge.
Verdi round to Dawson. That's tried to work into the onside. Will be no run. 276 for 4.
The effect of that big shot has caused a long on now to be put out, so there's a single to be had there if he hits it well.
Verdi in again, but this time just comfortable defending it into the offside. Again, no run.
That's always an objective of batters, to try and get that mid-on put back to the boundary or near the boundary to create a gap, which he's done, but there's a short mid-on though, covering the clip as well.
That's in, that's worked uppishly into the onside, no fielder at square mid-wicket, so he comes through for a single. He's on to 52, 277 for 4.
How are you with your family coming to watch you? Do you like it, or do you hate it, or do you want them to hide, or?
No, I don't mind. My dad is the worst watcher in the
he?
world. He hates coming to watch me, and at times in my career he actually refuses to come because he gets too nervous. Verdi into Gubbins, and that's played into the offside. But today my family seem to always just be really superstitious, and I'm like, what you wear, where you sit is not going to change how I do out on the middle. But they just want you to do well, don't they? It's Verdi into Gubbins, and that's pushed into the onside this time in defence. Will be no run.
I've never seen Michael Vaughan so nervous as when he was watching his son Archie playing his first class game on the stream on the laptop. He was like, he couldn't watch. He was so nervous. Luckily, Archie got about 30, but it is bad. It's tough, isn't it? Well,
It's because you're out of control.
you'll
I
probably
guess.
find it one day. Do you think if you have kids, will you get your kids to play?
I'd
cricket,
want
do you
them to
think?
play a sport. I'm not sure I'd probably force them into a way of it. They'd be stuck watching telly when watching it, but I definitely think they'll play something. The only thing then they can't do is they can't be a good swimmer, because I'm not waking up at 4 AM to take them to the swimming pool.
Brooks bowls to Dawson, who defends. Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I must admit, I've spent a long time in the car taking my kids to cricket, and it is a commitment. It's a massive commitment for parents, because nowadays, once you get to a reasonable standard as a sort of 15-year-old, 14-year-old, you're playing often all day, or you have to get there for a 10 o'clock warm-up or something, and there's a post-mortem after the game, which means you get home about 8 o'clock at night. Brooks bowls and Dawson defends. I mean, I think actually, for junior cricket, there is too much warm-up and drill, and actually you just want to play.
Yeah.
And there's too much time wasted. Just get out there, have a game, and
players learn by
Yeah,
children
that's the best way
learn
to
by
learn.
playing,
Best way to
don't
learn.
they?
yeah, and watch the game as well. That's the other thing. I always used to try and make them watch the game. Brooke bowls, and that nearly crept through between bat and pad there. You know, just because they're always sort of on their phones, or I don't know, chatting, looking the other way. I want them to watch the game. Do you know who's bowling next, Billy? No idea. Well, you might be in a minute. Yeah, well, I don't know who's bowling. Well, have a watch, and then you might see what they're doing.
Do your children still play now?
Yeah. I mean, we had a. I was talking about it earlier. Actually, we had a needle match on Sunday. My daughter's 11 against my son's 11. So Brooks bowls and it's defended by Dawson. This is a good over, actually. My son went to Cambridge and my daughter went to Durham. So they brought their mates from the respective universities to play a game, and it was serious.
Really?
Oh yeah, it was deadly serious. Good standard. Yeah. Couple of guys on the sort of fringe of professional game, and one girl who played, my daughter, who played in England at junior level. So it was decent standard. as Dawson turns that one into the leg side.
Who won?
Well, my son won, Billy's team won, the Cambridge team. One thing we did actually was we played with the pink ball deliberately in September to see how it worked and see what the players thought of it, and it was great actually. It was a cloudy-ish afternoon and the ball was really visible, and we finished at 6:30 September time, so you know it was a good test of how visible the ping ball was and how it held up. And Gubbins there steers that one a full delivery out to deep extra cover for a single to complete that over from Brooks. It's 279 for 4 Hampshire. So I don't know, what's your view of the pink ball?
I've played with it a few times, not loads. I find that some of the balls I hit, but it might just have been the level that I played because it was more club level, that they're quite hard. So like when they hit the bat, it feels like a rock.
Yes.
Rather than it feels like it's going to break your bat.
It's the plastic it's the coating that they put on the ball actually. But yeah, you're right.
But other than that, I didn't have any issue. Felt like it played similarly to a white ball in terms of
Behaviour.
swing. Yeah. But yeah, it just feels like at times like you mistime it, even though you potentially haven't, or your margin for error with that. But I think it's good in club cricket as Verdi round the wicket to Gubbins bowls and in defence to extra cover.
Yeah, I think they use it a lot in the Worcestershire League actually. If those people are listening from Worcestershire, I believe in Staffordshire and Worcestershire they use a lot of ping ball league games, and you know it means they can play till the lights a bit dim.
Verdi to Gubbins again, fired into the leg stump line and punched to mid wicket. No run. Yeah, so you an advocate of the pink ball?
Well, I just hate the idea of people going off a bad light when the floodlights are on. I feel so sorry for the people who paid £100 and their ticket and their floodlights are on and the players are off the field. It's absolutely farcical.
Verdi to Gubbins, gives himself room and cuts out to the deep cover fielder. He moves to 116.
The nadir was in that test match when Chris Wokes was halfway through an over, there was a wicket and the next batsman comes in and then the umpire said no, it's too dark, you can't bowl seam, got to bowl spin. So Chris Wokes bowled 3 or 4 of the worst off breaks I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Kusal Mendes helped himself to about 12 runs and then they went back to normal cricket.
Verdi to Dawson, that's hit short leg on the pad, but will be no run.
And nobody in the crowd, I mean I sat in the crowd for a bit during that afternoon and nobody in the crowd had a clue what was going on. Why is Stokes bowling spin and getting hammered for 4? You know, it looked like a benefit game.
Verdi round the wicket to Dawson. He's hit into the ground, not carried. It's an outside edge from Dawson going for a booming drive.
That's a good line actually from Verdi, that, because it's inducing, he's left that space on the offside in extra cover to induce the drive, hoping that he's going to get one through the gate.
Verdi again round the wicket to Dawson. This time plays off the back foot into the offside, but slipped quickly round. That's the end of the over. 19 overs remain today. 280 for 4 Hampshire. Both teams have 1 bonus point each.
I just think it's the game making a step or 2 forward and then making another step back. Because how can you put floodlights up and you put them on and they're really good, and then at 4:30 you go off a bad light? I mean, how do you explain that to anybody?
And what about a 10:30 start?
Yeah, but that would be fine. But the over I'm talking about with Chris Wokes was, I looked it up, was at 2:27, 2:30 p.m. So it was in the middle of the day when the light faded. I mean, that can happen in England, can't it? So they've got to find a solution that isn't just going off the field. And I think it involves the pink ball in some form or other. Gubbins dabs that one out to deep cover, so there's good rotation of strike here by these two. It goes on to 117. You know, either we start with the pink ball and players have to put up with the fact that it doesn't polish as well as the red one and it's still a decent ball, or they should substitute it when light goes. And Ben Duckett was asked about that and he said, well no, because the pink ball might behave differently to the red ball. Well, when they change the ball, legitimately one ball behaves differently to another, which is why they change it. So I don't think that's an argument. Dawson drives to extra cover and there is no run. So I think before it's too late and everyone gives up on the game, we need to find a solution.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we talked about earlier about the advancements in technology
Yeah.
and using that, and there are other ways the game needs to develop too.
Well, you know, in a way, it's a bit like Brooks bowls. That's pulled powerfully by Dawson. One bounce, well fielded.
No.
Oh no, he missed it. I thought he'd stopped it, but no, I think that was Joe Leach out there, and it's burst through his hands and hit the boundary hit the boundary boards. Powerful shot.
Looks like he didn't pick that up till a
Yeah,
little late.
Maybe. Good shot anyway. Luckily, I think it bounced, you know, probably quite close to Leach actually, and you know, he didn't have much time to react to it. So a boundary to Dawson, 285 for 4. Dawson now has 57. This one is a fuller delivery, defended. It's a bit like a Formula 1 car, which they spent 25 million developing on the engine and the aerodynamics, and putting a cheap £50 set of tyres on it.
Yeah.
You know, they've got to get the ball right to enable play to be completed properly. And that's the issue. You know, it's a dark ball in dark light is not easy to see. Brooks bowls, and that's steered for 4 by Dawson. Just a little delicate dab shot, almost nonchalant really, steering it inside the line of the third fielder, short third man fielder, and straight down to the boundary, retrieved by I think probably one of the Hampshire support staff. It's a long way actually from, in some parts of this ground, it's quite a long way from the boundary to the fence. The rope's in quite a bit. So another boundary to Dawson, 61 he goes on to. Hampshire moving along nicely, 289 for 4.
Yeah, it looks easy for Dawson at the moment, doesn't it? He's finding a nice balance of rotating the strike but picking up the boundaries as he goes.
Field change with third going back now, and the man at slip coming out to backward point, saving the single. Brooks bowls again, and a little bit short of a length, but Dawson just defends it into the offside. It's 289 for 4.
Get the signal from Kev.
So are you doing the whole game, Emily? You
yes.
here all week?
No,
No?
just today.
Okay.
Yeah, part.
I think it's great. I think it's brilliant that, you know, you women professional players are getting the chance to commentate as well. I think it's great because, firstly, it's good to hear women on the game, and secondly, it adds to your knowledge and understanding of the game. It makes you watch it, and you know, hopefully you learn a bit here and there.
Yeah, definitely. Makes me want to play red ball cricket sometimes as well.
Which you never do.
No, never played it. Never played more than one day cricket.
Right. Which is always either white or pink, is it?
Always white.
Always white.
So yeah, it's something.
So you don't even know what a red ball really looks like then. I'll get one out of my bag.
Birdie in down the leg side, attempted sweep from Gubbins, hits him on the pad, stretches his hamstrings there. He's been batting for a very long time, 219 balls he's faced now, batting since the third over, so I'm not surprised his body's starting to feel it. Birdie again round the wicket with his off spin bowls, and that's played into mid wicket, will be no run.
I think Owen Morgan went about 4 years until the World Cup final, which was obviously the white ball, where he never played against a red ball. I think he got a pair in a Middlesex game, red ball, and never played another red ball, threw his whites away practically. And that was in about 2015, and he was still playing 5-6 years later.
Birdie to Gubbins, that's turned.
Ooh, yes,
Turned
it did.
past this outside edge, but Gubbins plays it well, holds his line.
A slow turn, wasn't it? But he did well actually not to follow it.
Birdie quickly back to his mark this time and bowls again. This leg stump line, and that's worked past a fine leg. The ball's racing down to the boundary, 2 fielders in pursuit, so they will come back for 3. Good running from this Hampshire pair. Gubbins will move to 120 and the score 292 for 4.
So if I ran into bowl to you, right, and I've got a white ball in my hand, but I substitute it for a red one just as I'm about to release the ball, do you think I'd get you out straight away? Because you'd think, what the hell's that? No,
Maybe. You'd probably get me out with the white ball or red ball.
you haven't seen me bowl lately.
Yeah.
Actually, probably not.
Okay. No, but it'll be interesting to see them how they play as birdie in, and that's hit Dawson on the pad. Will be no run.
I did actually once bowl in a Test match special match, which was televised. I bowled an onion to Michael Vaughan, and it landed perfectly on a half volley length. He drove it, and it just disintegrated into about 1,000 shreds.
That must have stunk. As
Yeah.
Dawson works that into the onside again, past short leg, picks up a single. Here moved to 62, 293 for 4 Hampshire.
It was a white onion, so it looked like the white ball. I'll leave you with that thought anyway.
Seems like you're up to all sorts of mischiefs and tricks, Simon. Thank you, Simon Hughes. He's leaving for the day, and we're having a double change. Mr. Bradley, and you'll be joined by Kevin James.
I'm just wondering how much Emily has enhanced her knowledge of cricket by working with me and you, Jamie. I can't imagine.
No, I'm not sure I'm responsible for furthering her career.
No. Knowledge has not improved greatly. Liam Dawson here looks like $1 million. He looks like he's going to have to work hard to get out, isn't he? I just think he's just timing the ball so well.
I said to you sort of off mic, really, I think batting and bowling, the guy's the complete cricketer. He
Yeah.
was the PCA cricketer last year, and I think he's on course to be the same this year. And he's just the complete player at the moment. Whenever I say that to him, he's very modest. He's certainly a guy you want in the trenches, that's for sure. He's real battles hard, never shirks a challenge, which is exactly what you want. But actually, when you, like a lot of players these days, when you try and talk about their own game, it's yeah, oh well, you know,
Yeah.
a bit of that really. Next week it could all be different, and he's very, he doesn't talk himself up too much, but he knows. He doesn't need to. He knows.
Kashi Valley is going to bowl. I would suspect he's going to bowl 1 over, as the new ball is imminent. But he is good at bowl. As I was saying earlier, he's bowled a few overs this season. He's not well, he is a rookie bowler, but he's going to bowl from our end, the Hilton end. He's bowled 30 overs and 2 balls before today. Now he's bowled 30 overs and 3 balls because it's gone past the outside edge and through to the wicket keeper. I think he's a batsman who fancies himself as a bowler. Right arm over. He's in bowls. It goes back and just pushes the ball out on the offside. Dawson. Where's the number 27, of course, Kashi Valley, which was Darryl Mitchell's number for so long. He bowls about as quick as Darryl did at the end of his career as well. With all due respects to the great man. Full of length this time, once again, coming forward.
So leg breaks is his main
Yeah,
delivery, yeah?
I think that's what he tries to bowl. Yeah. One slip, the only close catcher. Balls again.
Oh!
He's got some. Oh, and he nearly. Well, he's hit that into the ground and up and stopped by Ethan Brooks, who lies on the floor for some time. I'm sure that went straight to Brooks. It slipped, didn't it?
Well, I'm not sure.
I totally lost track of it. Next ball, forward. Pushes away on the offside.
No ball.
No ball. How can you bowl a no ball off 3 paces? Dear me. 295 for 4, Hampshire. Kashi Valley. He's giving it some air.
Yeah, he's giving it a chance.
It's almost as if Liam Dawson is determined not to get out to him.
I tell you what, I'd love to know, you know, exactly what went on with that slip catch. I mean, I'm just wondering if
I
there
thought-
might have been half a chance.
Do you think so?
I don't know.
I thought he
I
did
really
it
don't
into the
know.
ground.
It's a bit like the Vince dismissal. I really don't know.
No, it was a big puff of dust. There you go. He's bowled a maiden over. Well, he didn't because there was no ball in it. So end of the over, and Hampshire 295 for 4. Excuse me. If you've not been with us throughout the day, Middleton was bowled by Taylor for 6, and then Albert was caught by Hose off Taylor for 11. At that point, Hampshire were 19 for 2, but Vince and Gubbins came together in the end. James Vince was bowled by Verdi in... You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because I think they're having a drinks break. It was weird because the bail came off, and we've watched it several times, and we're not sure how it got there, but the umpires were convinced that it had gone from either the batsman's glove or something else onto the stumps. So he went for 57 after some delay. Ben Brown came in and he tried to run a Verdi delivery down towards third man. Got too thin an edge on it, was taken by wicketkeeper Roderick, so he was gone for 18. But Nick Gubbins has been there throughout almost all of that. Came in very early in the piece, moved on to 120 fine innings, and Liam Dawson has come in. And as we were just saying, Dawson looks in really good form. Looks like a man who scored quite a lot of runs this season, and he's moved on to 62. So these came together on 174, these two, and it's moved on to 295 for 4. Drinks have been completed. On a mathematical point, as far as I'm informed, because Lancashire have been bowled out for less than 250, so didn't get a batting point, therefore if Worcestershire get 4 points from this game, Lancashire would have to win that game, take all the bonus points from the next game, win that game as well, to put Worcestershire in the relegation place. So it's all but over apart from mathematically. Verdi bowls a big swing across the line, attempted sweep by Gubbins, big appeal, nothing from the umpire. Been quite a few LBW appeals to date, but umpires Newell and White have been unmoved. The sun glinting off the top of Gubbins' helmet, it really is hot here now. Ball pushed out to mid-off to D'Oliveira, who's fairly deep there, so they're able to take a comfortable single. Another feature of these two batting has been the running between the wickets. Good rotation, picking up the odd single here, whacking the bad ball, which is basically the art of batting, I suppose. 296 for 4. Verdi from the pavilion end. Trust me, folks, we're all stood back about 10 yards here trying to find some shade. This is pushed to short extra cover. There is no run.
Believe me, if the windows were clear, as you can see, the black bits are there are for exactly this scenario. But I can't bring them over because it will look like there's a load of sea fog suddenly
I tried to look through there earlier. Verdi in, whipped away, just in front of square, where Kashi Valley is the fielder. So the new ball, just looking at the board.
Well, it's due. They haven't taken it, have they?
No, they haven't.
Interesting.
I thought it was, and then I was doubting myself. Maybe they're going to give Verdi the new ball. A bit harder, bounces more. He's in a bowls. This is just eased gently on the offside. Gubbins has 121. Dawson 63, 297 for 4.
Yeah, I'm surprised, really. I mean, you know, knowing how much the new ball makes a difference in games.
Verdi's next ball is pushed gently, so gently that Kashi Valley, coming in from the extra cover boundary, has to come in and meet it. It's almost stopped by the time he gets there, but it's one more to the total. Jack Home, who was on as 12th man for Worcestershire, has gone off, and Hampshire are 298 for 4. Dawson 63, Gubbins 122.
I mean, how often when we talk to players at the end of each day, they say, well, the new ball, got to get through the new ball, whether it's the first ball, second new ball, third new ball, whatever it is. Bowlers always talk about, you know, being in the game with that new ball, and yet I'm surprised Worcestershire haven't taken it.
Well, Kashi Valley is continuing, so maybe they think this is a chance for breakthrough. There's a dress adjustment in the middle of the pitch going on here. Ladies of a certain disposition may wish to look away, or of a nervous disposition. Yeah. Ready to go.
Here we go. So
Here we go.
Kashaf Ali's going to get another over.
He is.
And this will be the 82nd over with this first new ball. Here he is with his leg spin. He's round the wicket to Gubbins. It's too full really, and he doesn't really scoff. He coughs that drive. What's the word? Scuffs it. That's the word.
Scuffs.
Yeah, I managed two versions of that.
Renaissance.
Yes, that's the one. Struggle with that as well. Here's never been known for my English. That's driven out on the offside by Gubbins. Moves on to 123, and Hampshire on to 299 for 4. One short of a second batting bonus point. A little earlier, got an email from Christopher Kimber, cricket@gmail.com. This was just after Nick Gubbins got his 100. He's out in Lanzarote. Sent me a nice picture of a pint and watching the game on his tablet. So that's driven out by Dawson, and there's the 300 up for Hampshire in the 82nd over. Second bonus point for them. And that's a nice. He said he had to wait to go to the bar in Lanzarote for Gubbins' 100.
Oh, shame.
Yes, I know. It's a tough life. It's left alone outside the off stump by Gubbins. He's faced 229 balls for his 123. Is that a wasp there? You've had to swat away there.
A wasp.
Must have been one or two that sort of
Jasper.
ventured inside, haven't they? And haven't spent long before they've gone out again. That's driven up to deep mid on by Gubbins. Moves on to 124, and it's 301 for 4 now, Hampshire. Still a slip in for Ali. To Dawson, who's on 64. Dawson just waits for that. Had all the time in the world, that one, and wasn't looking to do anything with that at all other than just defend. And there are 14 overs left in the day, so we are just past 20 to 5.
14 overs left in the day, 20 to 5.
Incredible.
Of which dreams are made.
That's unheard of.
Yeah.
To be this far forward, although of course remember we started a half an hour early.
Well, we did.
And the scheduled time is
Oh,
close of play is
yeah.
half an hour early as well. We mustn't forget that.
No, we weren't finished on the scheduled time.
Yeah.
There was a game last week when they finished the 96 overs in the day, bang on time, 5:30, and the spinners had bowled 36 of the 96 overs.
Is
They
that right?
Still didn't finish early. Didn't bowl 97 overs
That's ridiculous.
up here against the rules and regulations. I mean, Verdi's going to bowl when he's sorted out where he wants people to be.
Why do you think the new ball hasn't been taken? You know more about Worcestershire than me, Dave.
I don't know. Perhaps they think, I don't know, hot day, tired bowlers, shouldn't be. But maybe that's in the thinking. Maybe they think they've got more chance of taking a wicket by keeping the spinners on. Wouldn't be the first time spinners have bowled with a new ball, of course. Verdi to bowl when he's moved Joe Leach 3.6 metres to his left, and the ball played back up the pitch to, well, not Verdi, because Rob Jones jogs in from mid-wicket from extra cover to field. Verdi short, and I think Gubbins will feel he missed out on that one.
The ball looks like it just held and straightened a fraction,
Yeah.
didn't it? Is that some of the Worcestershire coaching staff walking around to our right?
Yes.
Because I know they were chatting to Leach there on the boundary just now.
Verdi. Pavilion end in bowls, and this is driven into the ground. Crowd catch goes up into the hands of Rob Jones.
I mean, I don't think, if I'm right in saying, Leach didn't bowl between lunch and tea, did he? Don't think
No,
he had
I
a
think you're
spell.
right.
So I'm just wondering if he's maybe, I don't know, saving himself a bit. I don't know.
Verdi bowls again. That turns, and not for the first time today. Gubbins does well. It's not. I mean, it's slow turn, but there's quite a bit of turn.
Isn't it?
I would think that Felix Organ, the Hampshire spinner, is watching this with great interest.
That's without even Liam Dawson the same.
Without Liam Dawson. He bowls a bit, doesn't he? I'd forgotten he was there. Oh, that's a nice shot off the back foot. Very well timed. Short again from Verdi. Goes back and whips it away through mid-wicket. 4-4. Yeah, Worcestershire looking for a bit of inspiration here, methinks.
I'm just wondering if, is there a little bit of a worry that the new ball might bring a spurt of runs because the ball's a little harder?
Goes to the boundary.
Is that a worry? But I suppose you can't always think like that, can you?
No.
Got to think wickets.
Verdi in again. Pushed out on the offside. No run. Maybe the thought is that, the new ball will still be new in 6 or 7 overs, wouldn't it?
Yeah, true.
So,
have 2 bites with it tonight and tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
True. So maybe it won't be long. Oh, have we got a change now?
No. Kashif wandering in. No.
Who's that walking with Roderick to Kashif? Who's that?
That was Rob Jones, I think.
Oh, right, so it wasn't. It's quite interesting that Worcestershire haven't yet taken it. 13 overs left in the day. 305 for 4 Hampshire. It's generally been a good day for them so far. Fletcher Middleton and Toby Albert out in the morning session. Vincent Brown out in the afternoon. No wickets since tea. That's in the air but safe just by Dawson. Nice little chip shot onto the green. Out into the covers. Trying to hit that more over extra cover. That went a little too square. There is a man out deep. Dawson picks up 1, moves on to 65. 306 for 4. It is boiling hot in here.
It is crazy hot.
It is crazy. Gubbins is forward, wants a quick single. No, says Dawson. Sends Gubbins back.
Sorry to complain, folks,
Yes.
but it is hot.
Yeah. We won't be doing next week when the last round of county championship fixtures are played in -5. But then I'm indoors, so I don't really care. Here's Gubbins again. This time it is a single. As that's out into the gap in the covers. Gubbins moves on to 129. And Hampshire on to 307 for 4 here. And a good last 12 or 13 overs for Hampshire here will put them in a good position going into today too. Dawson pushes it square, not quite far enough in front to get a single. So Hampshire have 2 bonus points in this game. Worcestershire have 1, courtesy of 3 wickets. Still well within the bonus point range. 110, of course, is the cut-off. 110 overs. Dawson just playing a defensive shot to that one. We were talking about Liam Dawson, weren't we, before we came on to a commentary about just how well he's playing all round. A couple of games ago at Old Trafford at Lancashire, he got 104 not out. He's in good form. Cuts it away, doesn't time that one though as he goes out towards extra cover. Looks a bit annoyed as well, as he didn't particularly time that one. Looks like it came off more at the bottom of the bat than the middle. 307 for 4, then 12 overs left in the day, and we've had 84 overs now with this first new ball. And are Worcestershire going to take it? Who's that talking? Who's that talking to Brett Oliveira?
I mean, Verdi is walking in very slowly. Where are we?
He's at leg slip.
That would be
Putting the helmet on.
Ethan Brooks is there.
Oh, right. Just looks like a couple of times he's had a chat with Brett Oliveira. I don't know if he's saying, when are we going to take it? When are we going to take it? I don't know.
Yeah. Here's Verdi. Brilliant end. In and bowls, and Vince just goes back and pushes the ball away. 2 cover point for a single. 1 more to the total.
I think Worcestershire just to try and find a wicket from somewhere.
They've got to.
Dawson and Gubbins look fairly comfortable out there. It was a bit when the Vince and Gubbins partnership was going, they looked comfortable.
Verdi in again, down, away, in the air. Is it over the fielder at long on? It is. It's over the fielder and over the rope for 6. Taking it on there. He would have known there was a long on out there, so got it exactly right. Vince Dawson goes on to 71.
That's twice he's played that shot now, hasn't he?
Yeah.
With the fielder out deep, the one lone fielder back past the bowler, and he's just backed himself both times.
In the shade. He's the one fielder in the shade. I'll swap. Birdie in, bowls this time. Going back. Quite a bit of dust coming up from the batsman's feet where the batsmen move around the crease. Short leg, slip, the only close fielders. Birdie, and again, quicker delivery. Turned, one bounce into short leg, who I think is Adam Hose. It's usually Kashif Ali, but he's out on the mid-wicket boundary, so it looks like Adam Hose to me. Under the lid. Birdie bowls, quicker one this time. No run, just trickling. A leg side trickle. Birdie, there's double twirl in bowls, and this time there'll be a single as it's pushed past short leg out to a backward square position. Another over ticks away, and the total has moved on to 315 for 4. It's going to be Kashif Ali to continue. The overs remaining in the day are 11.
And you're remaining,
Am
Mr.
I?
Bradley.
Well, when you come back, there'll just be a blob on the floor. If I will not be here, I will have melted.
Emily Windsor, fortunately, is still here, and
She is.
it's her turn to face the sun.
Yeah, she's been laid down in the shade for about half an hour. It's Kashif Ali from the Hilton end, as they call it, because this is a hotel that belongs to a company of that name. You're right there, Kev. I think his teeth just fell out there.
To be honest, I don't think I'm going to be much use because the sun's right in our eyes.
It's horrible, isn't it? Next ball from Kashif Ali, tapped away. Ethan Brooks at slip. Proves that he is no footballer as he tries to kick the ball up in the air with his right boot. One thing, they are getting through the overs rapidly. Next ball, full length, and just opening the face of the bat and running it down towards short third man, or running it down to short third man.
Do you reckon they're getting through their overs early to get to the beach and make the most of this sun?
Yeah, I think this might be the last one. Kashif in and bowls and pushed away on the offside. Joe Leach is doing up some warm-up exercises out there on the boundary, and I think we might be back to medium pacers with a new ball.
I've come up with a very good idea.
Go on. Sorry, single there, so it goes to 316 for 4.
This is the perfect
Oh, you
commentary.
sat on the floor.
Shade.
Trouble is, if I get down there, I'll never get up. Kashif in bowls, and this is driven back to the bowler. He bowled tidily enough, Kashif Ali. He's got one ball left of his 4th over, and he's only conceded 8 runs. But to be honest, not looked threatening. Bowls again and played back to the bowler. That completes the over, and Joe Leach is rumbling in from the boundary. So I think we're going to have a new ball, and Messieurs Leach and Taylor back into the attack. It's a while since Tom Taylor bowled.
Do you think some of it as well is obviously taking the ball now? The new ball will only be 10 overs old tomorrow morning,
Yeah.
so they can get the most out of the early morning conditions, which at 10:30 tends to favour the bowlers a little bit more.
Yeah, could well be. Plus, I mean, okay, Verdi got smashed for 6 down the ground, but they weren't going for massive runs, were they? I say Kashif Ali has bowled tightly, but yeah, they're in a difficult place here, Worcestershire, because if these two are still batting in tomorrow morning at 10:30, Hampshire could be looking at a very big total. Or will be looking at a very big total, never mind, could be.
We're already at 316 for 4. 10 overs remain today. Despite the new ball, it's still going to be a spread field, 2 slips, but fielders out either side of the wicket, because runs are an important thing for Worcestershire to bear in mind. Leach will take the new ball then from the pavilion end. As he comes in to the right-handed Liam Dawson bowls, and that's pushed up to middle, and they come through for a quick single. This could be tight, but he makes it comfortably in the end, but that mid-on wasn't sat too deep. But Dawson's on to 74, 317 for 4.
Any slight hesitation there, they could have been in trouble. But they batted together well, they've obviously batted together for a long time in their careers, and they batted together for a long time today, and he pushed and called and ran at the same time, so there was one there.
Gubbins then pretty much been batting all day, other than 3 overs. Came in when the wicket of Fletcher Middleton fell, and he's on 130. He's into Leach, advances down the wicket and plays that to deep mid wicket. They're going to think about 2, but they settle for 1. Amir Verdi comes in from the deep. 318 for 4, Hampshire.
That looked to me like a shortish delivery, but he's walked down the pitch and hoofed it away. As we were saying though, you know, the new ball goes off the bat quicker. Perhaps that was in Worcestershire's minds as well.
Leach then bowling from the pavilion end, almost the tip of the pavilion shadow at the top of his mark, as he runs away from that into Dawson, who advances and plays it down into a short square, and they come through for a single. Leg bye signalled by the umpire. 319 for 4. 2 bonus points so far, batting points for Hampshire, 1 for Worcestershire. And these two are looking very comfortable out here. We haven't seen much movement yet with that new ball. Let's look at some other scores around the country. There's Leach in from the pavilion end to Gubbins, and that's cut over backward a point, and it's bouncing but will be pulled inside the rope, and they come back for 2. Gubbins moves to 133, 321 for 4. And Somerset have rebuild here. They're 112 for 6 now, in reply to Lancashire's 140. Durham are still going at the Oval against Surrey, albeit slowly. 252 for 8. There's Leach into Gubbins, and that's pushed into the offside pass backward a point again, and Gubbins will move to 134, 322 for 4. Essex now have a lead of 53 runs. Warwickshire was 78 all out in their first innings. And Notts again piling on the runs at Canterbury, 339 for 4 in their first innings.
Joy of joy, there's a cloud gone over the sun. It's only a very small cloud, but we are grateful for small mercies.
Leach, right arm over to Dawson, bowls, advances and pushes into the offside. Think about a quick single, but a dot ball to finish the over. 9 overs remain today. Hampshire have played beautifully here. Credit to Nick Gubbins, 134 not out, and Liam Dawson alongside him, 74 off 115 deliveries.
Just got a text from a very old friend of mine who says he's 4 miles north of the Arctic Circle. That's pretty exact, isn't it? 4 miles north. Stop moaning. That's what he says. Stop moaning! Exclamation mark. How can you be 4 miles north of the Arctic Circle? Never thought it was that exact. Tom Taylor's going to bowl from the slightly perspiring end. Right arm round the wicket, and he was met. He was met by Gubbins coming down the pitch.
They were almost face to face there.
He came a
in
long
the
way.
follow
didn't he?
through.
Yeah, came a few steps down.
Again, that suggests the nature of this pitch, doesn't it? That it's slightly
Yeah.
slower. Batters have time.
Yeah.
Once they're in, they don't look phased. So trying to put the bowlers off their length, being attacking, and why wouldn't you be when you face 245 deliveries and you're still not out?
Taylor's next ball allowed to go through to the wicket-keeper. Well, he must be hot, Gubbins. Helmet on, pads on and everything else. Might be, I don't know, would it be slightly cooler at pitch level? I doubt it.
It will be slightly compared to up here.
Yeah.
It's the extremes, but still looks warm out there. The Worcestershire players that pretty much all had their sweaters on this morning. Most have opted to be without those.
Taylor in bowls, good ball. Played at that one. Gubbins pinged through to wicketkeeper Roderick. Taylor 2 wickets this morning. Best of the Worcestershire medium pacers. Verdi's picked up a couple of wickets as well. But slow turn for him.
The aggressive buzzing is back. Am I it?
Taylor in down the leg side, a waft at it as Rob Jones at second slip is just about the only person appealing for that one.
I feel like as a fast bowler, if I had a batter walking at me, how Gubbins is, I feel like the inner fast bowler in me that isn't a fast bowler would want to be next ball to be at his head.
Yeah, dig it in a minute.
Say, come on, walk at me.
Taylor runs away from us yet again. Flicked away through mid-wicket. Nicely timed. Won't get to the rope. Kashif Ali will come round. In fact, Logan van Beek goes from mid on first. Partnership of 151 so far between these two, of which Nick Gubbins, in fact, 74 each.
That's a nice balanced partnership, that, isn't it?
148 runs off the bat in a partnership of 151, which in itself is worthy of comment.
Yeah, these two.
I've got a reply from my mate in the Arctic Circle. I know I'm 4 miles north of the Arctic Circle because I know where the Arctic Circle is. ... It's 4 miles away. Thank you very much.
That's helpful for us, isn't
It is, isn't it? Yeah. Here's Taylor in bowls, full length, whipped away off the pads down to fine leg for a single. A little bit of breeze up here now. The total is 326 for 4. Dawson has 75. Gubbins has 137. There are 8 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah. These two would very much like to be there at the end of the day as well.
Yeah. Yeah, they'd be a bit disappointed if they went now. Would you send a night watchman in with 8 overs to go? With the score on 326?
Who's next in? Tom Prest.
Yeah.
I think knowing Tom Prest, I think he'd come out.
Yeah.
Want to be part of the battle, the fight, be there when the bowlers are that little bit tired. Leach into Dawson, leading edge, but into a vacant space, and they come through for a quick single. Gubbins remarks his guard, goes through that same process that we've been talking about. 327 for 4.
Well, if he's faced how many deliveries? 249. You would suggest he's done that 249 times today. Gone through his little ritual.
Leach from the pavilion end into Gubbins, good length delivery, prayed by his feet, will be no run. Leach is into his 13th over of the day, no wickets so far for Worcestershire, gone for the 46 runs. It's been economical in relation to the other bowlers, but not picked up any wickets. It's the time of day where you start to see the fans drifting out the ground slowly. Leach to Gubbins bowls, and that's pushed to backward a point, no run. That favourite cut shot of Nick Gubbins, we've seen a lot of runs scored through there today.
You said the fans were going out of the ground. I thought, well, perhaps a couple of them could come up here and waft some air around. Wrong sort of fans. Sorry, folks, we shouldn't moan, should we?
I've found a great position.
You have, haven't you? Yeah. Emily sat on the floor, by the way, folks, underneath the table almost.
Great view of the pitch. No sun in my face. Not getting sunburn. 2 slips away then as the field just changes. Short mid wicket in play. Leach into Gubbins, and that's worked to backward of square. They're running the first one hard. I think they'll come back for 2. Yep, great running from Nick Gubbins. The crowd's enjoying this here, watching these two build a phenomenal partnership. He's on to 139, 329 for 4. This is Gubbins' equal highest score for Hampshire, as Kevin James has told me. So previously got 139. He's on strike, so he can go above that milestone as it leaches in, and he's trying to waft at that bit of width but doesn't get hold of it. This is a question, do you think he'd know that, wouldn't he?
Yeah, probably. I mean, some players do, don't they? Some players, you probably know this, they can tell you their bowling figures as they're going along. Oh, I've taken 2 for 27 in 8 overs. I've played with people like that. Or they've come off the pitch and said to the scorer, you missed one of my runs, you know. I got 67, not 66. I've known players like that who could count. Me? No. On the odd occasion I got beyond 10. Not a clue.
Leach. Right arm over the wicket to Gubbins bowls, and that's defended into the offside. Will be no run. That's the end of the over, so 7 overs remain today. 329 for 4. There's actually, that reminds me of a player called Kate Kopak. He plays for the Sunrisers, so the team in Essex, and I played with her at Welsh Fire. And we discovered remarkably, she remembers every single one of her wickets.
Yeah.
She literally went through the team.
Yeah.
Went, I got you out doing this, got you out doing that, got you out doing this. And then we were like, wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can barely remember yesterday, let alone when I scored runs where or what scores I've got.
It was a very
Highly
old,
impressive.
many years ago, Worcestershire player. Taylor's in, pushed away on the offside, no run. To cover point. Tom Graveney, who was a legendary batsman, he could remember how he got out. So you'd say to him, Tom, you got out against Warwickshire, bowled by Billy Smith for 27. Oh yeah, I remember that. He said, yeah, it was a very dusty wicket. He said, oh, I went to drive him through the offside, the ball turned, just at the top of it. He could remember every way he got out. Taylor in bowls off the pad. A good stop there by Gareth Roderick, the wicketkeeper. It may have just hurt himself a bit. Maybe winded himself as he fell on the floor, but saved runs there. I noticed at the end of that over, the ball went through to him, Gareth Roderick, and he raced up the other end, you know, as if to say, I'm all right, still got plenty of energy. Come on, boys, let's get going.
That's hurt though.
That has hurt, yeah. And your wicketkeeper is at the hub of your team, isn't it? You know, the wicketkeeper's got to be enthusiastic and energetic. Lots to say. Here's Taylor's next ball. This is turned away through mid-wicket. Won't get to the fence. Oliveira's after it. Be a couple though. Had a bit of a clunk off the bat, that one, as if it didn't come off the exact sweet spot. But still, 2 more. These two are in such form now that they don't have to hit it off the middle. They can still get runs. Dawson goes to 78. Gubbins to 139. Came together on 174, these two. And they have batted well. Taylor bowls, inside edge that wicketkeeper Roderick can't get to this time, so it crawls away down towards fine leg for a single. One more to the Hampshire total, 33244. I think that used to be my mum's co-op number, 33244. Well, you should go to the co-op and give your number and get your divvy. I'm sure it was 33244. I'm going to ring my sister up tonight. What was my mum's co-op number? 33244. Sure it was. Here's Tom Taylor, and this time played defensively, back up the pitch. Maybe getting towards 6 overs left after this one. We want to be here tomorrow morning. Syndrome.
Durham, 262 all out at the Oval. Somerset have lost another wicket, 117 for 7. So it's trailed by 23. Lots of wickets have fell everywhere else.
17 wickets there today. They won't be happy about that. Taylor with the last ball of the over. This is turned towards mid-on. They're going to go through for a single. Throw comes in from Van Beek, actually hits the batsman. And that's the completion of the over. Hampshire are 33344. And I'm going to hand over to Kevin James.
Yeah, and that brings up Nick Gubbins' highest score for Hampshire, 140 not out. So very well played to him. And he's definitely got more to give out there. There's Dawson, Gubbins, just making batting look easy at the moment.
Yes, milestone reached by Nick Gubbins, who's playing his 45th championship game for Hampshire today.
As Leach comes in from the pavilion end to Gubbins, and that's pushed to extra cover, will be no run.
It's been a good move since he moved from Middlesex. He averages for Hampshire 41, and his 72 games for Middlesex he averaged 36.
An extra 5 runs.
That means a lot over a lot of games, doesn't it? In all the years I've been up here doing commentaries, and it's been many years and it's been many commentaries, I've never seen anybody do it from underneath the table.
I tell you what, it's a new invention.
Yeah.
I highly recommend it. There's Leach again, right arm over from the pavilion end. Those Worcestershire bodies look sore as Leach in, and that's pushed through.
Shot.
Extra cover and mid-off the back foot from Gubbins. Just walks down to his partner Dawson, punches fists, and he moves to 144. 337 for 4.
Well, we've mentioned it at 1 or 2 points, haven't we, during the day, that Worcestershire just have to be a little careful about conceding too many in the first innings, and you feel that there's another potential situation coming, whether it's well, it won't be tonight, but certainly when they come out tomorrow morning they really are going to have to be right on it.
Yeah.
Otherwise it could be another 500 plus score from Hampshire, and that really will put Worcestershire under massive pressure.
Yeah, and I think from a Hampshire point of view, from this position that they're currently in, I think they'd be disappointed not to get above and beyond that mark. But the Worcestershire body language out there now, they look tired. There's not much chatter, there's not much energy. But this partnership has drained them as Leach is in, and that's pushed into the offside by Gubbins.
And it is a long old season when you get to this point. You guys would have felt it at the weekend, your last game, and
That's why I'm sat on the floor, Kev. I'm floored.
well, I noticed you were laid out on the floor earlier. Another milestone, according to Chris Tregoning on the email, soundcricket@gmail.com. Apparently, Liam Dawson has passed 10,000 first-class runs today. Thank you very much. Thanks for pointing that out.
There's Leach. And again to Gubbins bowls, and that's a thick outside edge down to third, so it will just be a single.
He's closing in on 9,700 for Hampshire.
Get another 300 tomorrow, Dawson, surely.
Here you are, just knock it all off, absolutely no problem. Christopher Kimber, who's out in Lanzarote, said about 15 minutes ago he's off to the bar, whatever happens, as the happy hours started out there. €2 a pint.
Wow.
Dave Bradley's face when I mentioned that. €2 a pint, eh? 1960s prices.
Couldn't even get an orange juice for that here. 338 for 4 then. Leach from the pavilion end to Dawson, who just pushes that into the offside, but first Slick does the fielding. Just looking to guide the ball. This new ball, Kev's not offered anything off the pitch or off the in the air.
You're right, it's not done a thing, is it? I mean, you always run that risk, don't you, when you take a second new ball? But you have to take it. I mean, I was surprised they delayed it by 6 overs, but in the end they did.
I think it was for a fresher ball tomorrow morning.
Yeah, 2 bites. One tonight, one tomorrow morning, you're right.
Leach. In again to Dawson, bowls, and that's pushed beautifully out off the back foot to deep cover for a single. Dawson will keep the strike. He moves on to 339 for 4. 5 overs remain today. And it's been a great day of cricket for the Hampshire fans here at the ground.
It certainly has been a good day for the home side. I heard you mention earlier the Lancashire-Somerset game. I mean, that's... You wouldn't want to call that at the moment, would you?
It's moving on quickly.
It is, isn't it? 17 wickets have fallen. Where's that game?
Manchester.
Old Trafford. Well, certainly wasn't the type of wicket that Hampshire played up there about 2.5, 3 weeks ago.
I guess Lancashire... Oh, wow, you say that. You'd think that they would have been happy with a flat pitch just to...
Get some points.
Get some points to...
Maybe they've gone for it. 140 all out Lancashire, 121 for 7 Somerset. Taylor bowls, and that's worked to backward a point by Dawson, and there is no run. The start of this game, Hampshire, who, well, we briefly talked about it. I mean, there is a scenario where they could even win the championship, but they would have to hope that Somerset do particularly badly this week, and Hampshire go to Somerset and beat them next week.
And Surrey.
And with Surrey doing badly. But Hampshire are currently 19 points away from Somerset. Hampshire sitting 3rd, so it's not inconceivable they could finish 2nd, and they haven't finished 2nd for quite a while in the championship. Dave Allen will tell you exactly when, as Dawson plays a lovely shot off the back foot, and that is going to be 4 runs. Just guided that into the gap. He did no more, and that ball raced away. What a player he is at the moment, Liam Dawson. I don't want to keep sort of blowing him up, really, or keep talking him up.
Now,
but Liam Dawson is now, I think he's 34. Let me double check. Liam Dawson is 34, yeah.
He's just getting better and better as well, isn't he?
Unbelievable. He's made batting this year look particularly easy, both in white ball and red ball. I'm not sure he's always been the strongest hitter in white ball, but we've seen this year that change. And also he's hit some big shots in the red ball stuff as well. That's a length ball that's worked up to mid-off. He looks confident. He looks exactly knowing what he's doing.
In control.
He is totally in control of his game, both batting and bowling.
Is he abroad this winter?
Well, he played a couple of games in the Big Bash. Was it Melbourne Renegades? I think he played 2 or 3 games in the winter.
But next year, is he this winter coming?
He played in the... Well, he's a South African T20 winner with the Sunrisers Eastern Cape, isn't he? A.D. Birrell's side. I'm not sure if he went to the Pakistan Super League as well. That's driven back to Taylor. Just hits him, but not particularly hard. Hits him on the shoulder as he turned his head. I'd have to double check that, actually. If he went anywhere after the South African tournament. I think he did.
Did he go to the Pakistan?
Pakistan. He usually plays there, doesn't he? Has done for a few editions now. Let me double check just to see if... hang on, I've got that wrong. It's quite sunny at the moment, so it's difficult to see my screen. Taylor turns again at the top of his mark from our commentary end into Dawson, who's forward. The ball trickles up towards mid-off. Right, let's have a look. Oh, hang on, I've got the wrong... right, here we go. So Liam Dawson Score is 343 for 4 here, by the way. At a very warm GS Bowl. Have we mentioned it's warm?
We've mentioned it's warm, but we
Yeah.
can't moan about it.
No,
being
that's
warm
right.
here.
No, there's a difference. So, we played in the was it ILT is pushed out into cover single. Dawson will keep the strike. Moves on to 85. Tell her. 344 for 4. So after the South African T20, he went out into the International T20 League out in Dubai and played for the Dubai. No, hang on. Played for the Golf Giants, but he only played a couple of games. And then back here in England playing a couple of pre-season matches.
Be interesting to see what his winter has in store this year. Certainly a player I imagine overseas teams will look to target, especially in the short format where he's developed that power game with the bat and he's such an asset with the ball. He really is a true all-rounder. Now we're going to see spin from the pavilion end, which I think is a good move, this, to see with the harder ball if they can get any more from it. Short leg's going to be in play. And fielders just being lined up. Interesting to see if that long on goes out to the rope. He's sort of hovering at the moment, 3/4. And he gets to stand in the shadow of the pavilion at long on. He wants him to keep going. Verdi wants him all the way on the rope.
Doesn't want to be hit over there again, does he?
As Dawson faces up to Amir Verdi as he bowls, and he advances and a cry of catch it, but just bobbles into the offside for no run.
You enjoying your position under the table there?
Do you know what I do? Because I literally have the perfect view of the pitch, perfect view of the scoreboard, and I'm not getting sweltered in the sun.
I think you've got it right.
Verdi into Dawson. That's worked off his pads out to deep mid wicket. Just comes off that but a little bit quicker because of the harder, newer ball. Dawson's on to 86, 345 for 4. Verdi will come round the wicket to left-handed Gubbins, and the field changes. Fielder's straight. Come closer now on the single. That's Verdi. Just getting the angles of his field right. He wants his point a little bit further behind square. That's Verdi into Gubbins. That short wide, and that, but he's hit that straight to extra cover. He could have hit that anywhere, Kev.
I know. There's a little bit of tiredness maybe there.
I'd be tired after 261 balls. There's Verdi in again round the wicket, bowls to Gubbins, who cuts this one out to deep cover. He moves to 146 now. Reminder, this is his highest ever score for Hampshire. And the score 346 for 4. Dawson's played beautifully in this partnership, also taking the pressure off Gubbins at times. Somerset now 122 for 9, Kev. There's Verdi in off the back foot, pushed into the offside. There's only one fielder out there who's chasing after it into the shadows of the Shane Warne stand. And they come back for a couple. Dawson to 88.
Incentive for Hampshire here, isn't there?
Certainly is. Dawson facing up again. Verdi wants his fielders moving, but they actually weren't watching him. As Verdi into Dawson off the back foot, worked through mid-wicket's leg. That's good, could split the two fielders. He comes round from deep back with a point, and they come back for a couple. And that applause is the 350 up for Hampshire. The crowd really enjoying what they're seeing from these two, Gubbins and Dawson. And 3 overs remain in today's play. Liam Dawson 90 not out, Nick Gubbins 146 not out.
Well, even if they can't catch Surrey, and I'm looking at the Surrey game, Durham 262 all out, Surrey 14 without loss. Even if they don't eventually do that, then second is certainly on. And when you consider that Hampshire have finished, if you forget COVID year in 2020, Hampshire have finished third in third in 3 of the last 4 years. As I say, forgetting 2020, they finished third in 2019, third in 2022, third in 2023, they were fourth in 2021. So a second place would be a pretty good achievement in recent times. Certainly would be the highest place finish under current head coach Eddie Birrell in the championship.
And to an extent, a bit unexpected with how they started.
Agreed. They were 9th after the first 4 games or so. Van Beek bowls, and that's pulled away by Gubbins out towards deep square leg, and he moves on to 147.
Shorter ball that, wasn't it, from Van Beek? Just trying everything now, aren't they, to put these two off their rhythm, but don't look phased at all at the moment, Kev.
Yeah,
Why
Hampshire
would they be?
Hampshire were 9th. After the game here, the draw against Durham, which, even though they didn't play at Durham, was effectively 5 rounds into the championship, they were 9th. And is it me? I can't remember. Van Beek bowls, pulled away by Dawson, and that is gone for 6, I think. Looking at the fielder's body language, and 6 runs it is. And Dawson moves on to 96, and Hampshire on to 357 for 4.
Good shot that, wasn't it?
Cool. Picked that up well.
There was a
Is-
fielder out there as well, but it's the shorter side, but he's cleared by a long way.
Dawson's already hit 200s this season, closing in on 3rd. 4 runs short as Van Beek comes in and bowls, and Dawson drives through the covers, chases on. That ball's going to win that one, and there's another 100 for Liam Dawson. Well, listen how popular that is. It's not a bad championship crowd here, certainly top end for a championship day this year, but the crowd have enjoyed that, as they had done with Nick Gubbins earlier. He is a popular boy here.
Yeah, he definitely is, and what a phenomenal innings that was, just of 135 deliveries, so at a good pace. He's just looked busy since he's arrived, and he's put pressure back on the bowlers. They missed their line, their length, and he punishes. Fantastic knock.
Second 100 in his 4th innings. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's bounced and nipped away. Had a little nibble at that one, Dawson. He got 104 not out in the game against Lancashire at Old Trafford, and he got 10 wickets to go with that as well in Hampshire's innings victory. And then at Kent, 31 and 10 not out, so another 100 here, coming close off that one at Old Trafford. His earlier 100, second innings against Warwickshire at Old Trafford, where he made 120. That was back towards the end of June. That's again good shape on that delivery. This time Dawson decides to leave it alone. So another good season for Liam Dawson, who's on for a 2nd year running to win the PCA's Player of the Year.
Shows you what form he's in. He knows his game well, and he's very good at what he does, but he's also improving for me.
Yeah.
He's 34 and still growing.
Van Beek again, he's got a slip in, and that's a length ball. That's good bowling from Van Beek, but it went for 11 that over, and Hampshire are 361 for 4 with both batters out there on 3 figures. I missed this email earlier from Ralph Brooker actually, which is quite an interesting one. At silentcricket@gmail.com. He says, out of interest, can an overseas player be sent out on loan to another county? Because he was thinking earlier that Verdi was an overseas. Well, he isn't, of course, but he said, I know that, but he said it got me thinking. It's a very unusual situation, and I'm not sure that's ever happened. It'd be very unusual to send an overseas player out on loan, wouldn't it? Because that would suggest that that's been a waste of time bringing them over.
Yeah, I can't imagine a situation where that would happen.
Somebody may know of one.
2 overs remain today then. 361 for 4. Amir Verdi to continue to Nick Gubbins, who's on 147 not out. Highest ever score for Hampshire. As Verdi in off the back foot to extra cover, no run, good bit of fielding. And they're after a long day in the field. They're out there at 10:30 this morning and they're still there at 5:30 this evening.
Unfortunately, there's only 11 more balls for them to to play.
Verdi round the wicket into Gubbins, and that's floated up. And Gubbins not tempted, just plays in defence for no run. Verdi again just poises at the top of his mark and comes in round the wicket to Gubbins, bowls, and that's cut to backward a point for no run. 3 dot balls so far this over from Verdi. Rare dot balls it feels at the moment. And the crowd, most are still here, Kev, waiting for that end of play. As Verdi into Gubbins, and that's worked to pass deep backward a square, and they're just going to jog through for a single. So Gubbins moves to 148. 362 for 4 now, Hampshire. What a position they're in, Kev.
Oh, terrific position, aren't they? 188 runs this partnership has put on for the 5th wicket. 2nd century partnership of the innings. 129 for the 3rd between Gubbins and Vince.
Still got Tom Press, James Fuller, Felix Organ in the hutch. Verdi right arm over into Dawson, plays the short leg, will be no run. And all players that like to get, especially Fuller and Press, that like to get a move on and can rig along quickly, but these two are doing just that at the moment. 362 for 4 then. Verdi into Dawson off the back foot, that's played beautifully through the offside. They run in the first one hard and come back for a couple. Dawson to 102. Just 1 over remains today. Score 364 for 4 Hampshire. Hampshire 3 batting bonus points. Worcestershire just have the 1 bowling point.
And no wicket since the tea break. New Ball hasn't bought a wicket. It was 316 for 4 when that was taken, and after 86. And with 1 over left in the day's play, it's very much been the home side's day. Good toss to win, I think, here. I did worry this afternoon. I thought the wicket might started to look as though it was going to really start to take turn on day 1, but it seems to have just calmed down a fraction now, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, these two have made it look very flat.
They have. Maybe Verdi's just getting a little tired with that spinning figure. So Logan van Beek with the last over of day 1 comes in and bowls, and that's cut away by Gubbins, and that's gone for 4. And Gubbins moves past 150. Already in new territory in a Hampshire shirt. And that 152 has come off 268 balls, 19 fours. And he's been out there since 11:15 this morning at the fall of Fletcher Middleton's wicket for 16.
One hell of a knock that, Kev. Just held it all together. Looked composed. 1 chance he gave where he nicked it between keeper and first slip in the 90s.
And big bowls, always a bit of shape on that, and it's going down the leg side. I think that's just hit the pad. And it's going for 4 leg byes, I think, yes. Just swung in there from Van Beek, but it started too straight. Not sure he was expecting that ball to shape the way it did. And there's more runs on the board, 372 for 4.
Partnership nearing on that 200 mark as well, Kev.
It is that 199?
It is.
198, sorry.
198.
Van Beek again then. Still 4 balls left in the day. Bowls. There's a bit of shape again. Whipped away by Gubbins. There is a deep square leg. Just a single. Gubbins moves on to 153. 373 for 4. That partnership now moves on to 199 for the 5th wicket. Yes, I don't know, Ems. I don't know what you think, and whether it's the fact that the batters have got in and maybe nullified anything in this wicket, or maybe this wicket hasn't quite. I don't know. I did worry this afternoon. I thought it might just turn a bit and bounce a little bit here and there, but it hasn't quite happened. And big bowls. Dawson works that to mid-on. Is it just batting? Just the batters that have made it look?
We haven't seen much spin, lateral movement for the seamers, so I mean, it does look a pitch that once you're in it, it looks hard to get you out. But I think for me, Liam Dawson as a spinner compared to Amir Verdi has a lot more recent experience.
And big bowls. Dawson is forward. Good delivery, that one.
So potentially may expect him to get more out of the pitch. You obviously got Felix Organ playing as well, who's we're used to seeing alongside Keith Barker turning the ball big, but he's renowned to do that. But if Hampshire put a big first innings score, the pitch, if it is going to do anything, it breaks up and it puts Hampshire in a commanding position. But also if they get a big score, they can be patient about how they go about taking the wickets.
Last ball of day one then, and big bowls, and that's wide. And Dawson leaves that one alone. He'll come back tomorrow morning, as will Nick Gubbins. Hampshire then 373 for 4, with Gubbins 153 not out from 270 balls. His highest score for Hampshire, playing his 45th first-class game for the county. And Liam Dawson 102 not out, both of them with their 3rd centuries of the season. And this partnership will come back tomorrow, and already it has realised 199. 2 wickets this afternoon for Amar Verdi. There was 2 wickets this morning for seamer Tom Taylor, but really from about 2:30 this afternoon there's been precious little for Worcestershire to get excited about.
Yeah, it's been a batting masterclass is what I'd say, how these two have played. Listen to the applause, the Hampshire crowd with these two walking off. I think that Hampshire dressing room going to be delighted with their start, but it's important that they make the most of this tomorrow morning, which I'm sure they will, with the batters that are in and have left in the hutch. And then they need to find a way to pick up 20 wickets and relying on the spinners. But great first day here at the Utilita Bowl.
Certainly has. Thank you very much, Emily Windsor. That's her last commentary day of the season. Won't be hearing from her anymore, unfortunately, on the mic. Thank you very much for your efforts this season. Thank you, Dave Bradley. He'll be back with me tomorrow, and we'll be doing it all again at 10:30.